Trazodone, serotonin antagonist and reuptake inhibitor, increases serotonin release. Bupropion, NE and dopamine reuptake inhibitors. Venlafaxine and duloxetine, serotonin and NE reuptake inhibitors, used in patients that aren't responsive to SSRI and for patients that suffer from chronic pain as a symptom of depression. Mirtazapine, similar to SNRI but also antagonizes H1 histamine receptors, produces sedation, increased appetite and weight gain as side effects. Bipolar drugs. Bipolar equals cyclic episodes of mania and depression. Mania, due to excess excitatory neurotransmitters or deficit of inhibitory neurotransmitters. In bipolar, patient has episodes of excessive catecholamine stimulation and diminished catecholamine stimulation. MOA, exact mechanism is unknown. Alters levels of serotonin and dopamine. S/S of mania, insomnia, activity without fatigue, agitated, aggressive, overconfidence, seeking others, unusual interest in sex, substance abuse, denial of problem. A patient on a severe salt-restricted diet is susceptible to lithium toxicity. Increased intake of Na+ may reduce the therapeutic effects of lithium. Atypical antidepressants. Antipsychotic drugs. These drugs control psychotic symptoms, delusions, hallucinations, thought disorder. Used for schizophrenia, mania, and psychosis. S/S of schizophrenia, hallucinations, delusions, paranoia, indifference, detachment from surroundings, deteriorating performance of basic skills, withdrawal from social interaction, strange communication behaviors, irregular moods. Positive symptoms equal add-on to normal behavior, hallucinations, delusions, disorganized thought, communication. Negative symptoms equal subtract from normal behavior, lack of interest in daily activities, lack of motivation, lack of responsiveness. Typical antipsychotics include phenothiazines and non-phenothiazines. Block positive symptoms by antagonizing dopamine and serotonin. Side effects: anticholinergic, sexual dysfunction, sedation, orthostatic hypotension, weight gain, extrapyramidal effects, acute dystonia, akathisia, Parkinsonism, tardive dyskinesia, neuroleptic malignant syndrome, fever, muscle rigidity, unstable blood pressure, sweating, dyspnea. Contraindicated in Parkinson's, depression, bone marrow depression, alcohol withdrawal syndrome, Rice syndrome, COPD. Atypical antipsychotics blocks positive and negative symptoms by blocking dopamine, serotonin, ACH and alpha-adrenergic receptors. These drugs don't block the receptors as much as the typical antipsychotics. Equal less side effects. Drug group of choice. Side effects: weight gain, decreased libido, risk of type 2 diabetes due to altered glucose metabolism, bone marrow depression, few motor side effects. Contraindicated in epilepsy, leukopenia, depression, hypotension. Stimulants. These drugs treat ADHD, inattention, impulsiveness, hyperactivity. MOA, drug increases levels of dopamine and NE by blocking reuptake of dopamine plus NE. Stimulants shouldn't be used with MAOI. Side effects: risk of drug abuse, restlessness, tremor, insomnia, tachycardia, palpitations, arrhythmias, dizziness. These drugs should be given at least 6 hours before bedtime to avoid sleep interference. Patients should avoid caffeine as it increases the effects of amphetamines. Substances of addiction dependence, unable to stop taking drug due to satisfaction, pleasure from taking drug, linked to dopamine receptor stimulation in limbic system providing a sense of euphoria. Tolerance, higher dose needed to produce same response due to repeated exposure to drug. Withdrawal symptoms equal opposite to the effects of the drug. CNS depressants produce feeling of sedation, relaxation. Sedatives used for sleep disorders, epilepsy, anxiety. Barbiturates and benzodiazepines. MOA stimulates GABA receptors, which then inhibits brain activity. This is what causes the drowsy, calming effects. Overdose equal suppresses respiratory system. Contraindications: airway obstruction, narrow-angle glaucoma. Benzodiazepines produce more mild effects while barbiturates have more intense effects including dependence and potential for lethality. Benzodiazepine antagonist equal flumazenol. Barbiturates antagonist equal megamide. Opioids used for pain, cough, diarrhea, and anesthesia support. Sedation can occur after the initial rush, constricted pupils, respiratory depression, increased pain tolerance, analgesia, tranquility, euphoria. MOA. Opioids bind to mu opioid receptors on neurons in nervous system plus immune system, produces these effects: pain relief, mood alteration, euphoria and decreased anxiety, respiratory depression, decreased GI motility, cough suppression, pinpoint pupils, meiosis, pruritus. During withdrawal you give equal methadone, reduces withdrawal symptoms. When injected or inhaled, levels in the brain rise rapidly equal causing a rush. Ethanol, alcohol. Absorbed orally, detoxified in stomach by alcohol dehydrogenase. MOA, increases activity of GABA system. GABA is the major inhibitory neurotransmitter in the brain, decreases activity in nervous system. Effect depends on dose. Side effects: loss of motor coordination, slurred speech, sleep. Liver detoxifies alcohol at rate of 10 to 15 milliliters an hour. Long-term abuse equals cirrhosis. Cannabinoids. MOA, release of central biogenic amines including any side effects: dizziness, fatigue, slows motor activity, less coordination, paranoia, euphoria, food cravings, red eyes due to dilated blood vessels. Therapeutic effect: decrease pain and spasticity. Active ingredient: delta-9 THC. Hallucinogens. No medical use. MOA, acts on serotonin receptors in brain. Serotonin agonist, causes change in mood, usually euphoria, change in pain, perception, personality, sexual activity, feelings of intimacy, empathy. CNS stimulants increase in neurotransmitter NE, known as cognitive enhancers. MOA, stimulates NE equal increased CNS stimulation. Side effects: increase in blood pressure, increase in RR, reduced appetite, feelings of exhilaration, mental alertness, dilates pupils, abdo pain, irritability, headache. Immune, antibiotic/antiviral, and anti-inflammatory drugs. Bacterial infection drugs, antibiotics, classified by ability to live in oxygen, aerobic, anaerobic, shape, spiral, cocci, bacilli, and gram+/gram, is more difficult to treat. It is ideal to do a culture plus sensitivity to determine the bacteria you're dealing with before initiating therapy. Antibiotics can be bacteriostatic. ABX prevents further growth, reproduction, of bacteria, or bactericidal. ABX kills the bacteria. Penicillin used for gram-positive bacteria. MOA, bactericidal, drug binds to penicillin-binding proteins, which are involved in cell wall synthesis plus cell division equal prevents the proper development of the bacterial cell well. No cell wall equal membrane is exposed equal lysis of bacterial membrane. Side effects: skin rash, anaphylactic reactions. Contraindications: allergy to penicillin. These drugs can produce diarrhea. Take the drug exactly as prescribed. Complete the entire prescribed regimen. Drugs in this category: penicillin G benzathine, penicillin G sodium, dicloxacillin, cloxacillin sodium, amoxicillin, ampicillin, amoxicillin clavulinate. Potassium cephalosporins used for primarily gram-negative bacteria. First gen equals gram-positive, second gen equals intermediate coverage, more potent, more resistant to lactamase. Third gen equals broad spectrum, resistant to beta-lactamase. Fourth gen equals broad spectrum, can handle bacteria resistant to first and second generation cephalosporins. MOA, bactericidal, inhibits cell wall synthesis. Side effects: confusion, seizures. Drugs in this category: cefadroxil, cefazolin sodium, cefredin, cefaclor, cefuroxime sodium, cefdinir, cefixime, ceftazidime, cefepime hydrochloride. Tetracyclines used for a broad spectrum of bacteria. MOA, bacteriostatic, bind to 30S subunit equals prevent protein synthesis, required for maintenance of bacterial cell. Side effects: superinfection, abdo-distension, tooth discoloration of pediatric patients, impaired fetal skeletal development if taken during pregnancy. Contraindications: pregnancy, nursing, children under age of 8, kidney disease. Drugs in this category: dimeclocycline hydrochloride, tetracycline hydrochloride, doxycycline, minocycline macrolides used for upper RESP tract infects, lower RESP tract infects, skin infects. Legionella, chlamydia, listeria, campylobacter, opportunistic infections. MOA, bacteriostatic, inhibit RNA-dependent protein synthesis. Side effects: rash, fever. Drugs in this category: erythromycin, azithromycin, clarithromycin aminoglycosides used for, primarily gram-bacteria and resistant bacteria MOA, bacteriostatic. Bind to 30S ribosomal subunit equals prevents protein synthesis, also damages cell wall equals tends to be synergistic with beta-lactams not used during pregnancy or during nursing should not be given with other nephrotoxic drugs. Trough concentration must be at or below certain value to decrease risk of ototoxicity and nephrotoxicity. Side effects, neuromuscular reactions, ototoxicity, nephrotoxicity. Drugs in this category: amikacin, gentamicin, kanamycin, neomycin, streptomycin, tobramycin. Fluoroquinolones used for broad-spectrum MOA, bacteriostatic. Inhibit DNA gyrase and topoisomerase, necessary for DNA synthesis, equals DNA is unable to reproduce. Side effects: dizziness, abdo pain, fever, chills, blurred vision, tinnitus. Drugs in this category: ciprofloxacin, levofloxacin, moxifloxacin hydrochloride, norfloxacin, ofloxacin. Sulfonamides used for UTIs MOA, bacteriostatic. Alters folic acid metabolism, necessary for modification of bacterial proteins. Side effects: allergy, skin rash, crystalluria, oliguria, acute kidney failure. Drugs in this category: trimethoprim, sulfadiazine, sulfasalazine. Vancomycin used for MRSA, MRSE, gram-plus infections, C. diff, enterococci. Given PO for enterococci and C. diff. Otherwise given parenterally. MOA binds to and weakens cell wall equals makes cell membrane more susceptible to lysis. Side effects: hypersensitivity, eosinophilia, neutropenia, hearing loss, red man syndrome. Drugs in this category: vancomycin hydrochloride. Antiviral drugs. Synthetic nucleosides used for various viral syndromes including HSV and cytomegalovirus. MOA interferes with DNA synthesis plus inhibits viral multiplication. Side effects: kidney injury, headache, hypersensitivity. Monitor kidney and liver function. Drugs in this category: acyclovir, famciclovir, ganciclovir, valacyclovir. Influenza A and syncytial virus. Drugs MOA inhibits viral replication. Side effects: confusion, depression, fatigue, insomnia, irritability, and nervousness. Drugs in this category: amantadine hydrochloride, ribavirin, rimantadine hydrochloride, oseltamivir phosphate. Zanamivir. Nucleoside reverse transcriptase inhibitors, NRTI, used for advanced HIV infections. MOA mimics thymidine equals reverse transcriptase, RT, incorporates it into DNA strand equals ends up being non-functional equals not incorporated into host DNA. Side effects: headache, fever, dizziness, muscle pain, N/V/D. Drugs in this category: zidovudine, didanosine, salcitabine, abacavir sulfate, lamivudine, stavudine, emtricitabine, tenofovir. Non-nucleoside reverse transcriptase inhibitors, NRTI, used in combination with other antivirals to treat HIV infection. MOA direct inhibitor of RT equals prevents HIV replication. Side effects: hepatotoxic, monitor liver enzymes, skin rash, headache. Drugs in this category: delaverdine mesylate, efavirenz, etravirine, nevirapine protease inhibitor used for HIV. MOA inhibit activity of HIV protease equals prevents cleavage of viral polyproteins. Side effects: kidney and liver toxicity, kidney stones, paresthesia. Drugs in this category: saquinivir mesylate, nalfinivir mesylate, ritonavir, indinavir sulfate, lopinavir. Lines of defense when there is injury to our body: first line of defense, innate immunity, barriers, antibodies, acid in stomach, things that prevent bacteria from penetrating our skin. Second line of defense, inflammation, vascular component, histamine, bradykinin, prostaglandins, and cellular component, neutrophils, monocytes/macrophages, antigen-presenting cells, lymphocytes. These are attracted to sites of injury by chemokines. Third line of defense, cell-mediated/specific, largely coordinated by T4 helper cells. This will connect with CD8 and B cells. They will use chemical signals such as interleukin-2. This will help to stimulate the proper B cells and CD8 cells. B cells produce plasma cells and memory cells. Plasma cells produce antibodies, IgG in particular, and memory cells prepare for the next situation of infection. The next time we see those antigens, we see a quick and large secondary response. Antihistamines block the effects of histamine on target tissues. Corticosteroids suppress immune responses and reduce inflammation. Immunosuppressants, non-corticosteroids prevent rejection of transplanted organs plus can be used to treat autoimmune diseases. Uricosurics control gouty arthritis attacks. Vaccines expose our immune system to small amounts of antigens so that it can create a primary response. Microbes that have been killed, organisms are intact but not alive/functional. Attenuated microbes, weakened thus cannot produce disease, alive but cannot cause disease. Toxoids, modified bacterial toxins that do not have hazardous properties. Pieces of protein or viruses have been isolated and can be used to create a secondary response. Contraindications, allergies to egg products, fever, concurrent infections. Antihistamines primarily block the effects of an allergic reaction/type 1. Hypersensitivity reaction. Histamine 1 receptor antagonists used for S/S of type 1 hypersensitivity, allergic rhinitis, allergic conjunctivitis, urticaria, angioedema, MOA. Drug competes with histamine for the H1 effector cell sites. If these cells cause S/S of allergic reaction, blocks histamine from its effects. The drug does not displace the histamine that's already bound to receptors. The following are the effects of blocking H1 receptor sites. Blocking action of histamine on small blood vessels, decreasing arteriole dilation and tissue engorgement, reducing leakage of plasma proteins plus fluids out of the capillaries less edema, inhibiting smooth muscle responses to histamine, blocking the constriction of bronchial, GI, and vascular smooth muscle, acting on the terminal nerve endings in the skin. That flare/itch relief of symptoms. Side effects, dizziness, fatigue, muscle weakness, arrhythmias. Corticosteroids, these drugs suppress the immune response plus reduce inflammation. Glucocorticoids used for adrenocortical insufficiency, anti-inflammatory, immunosuppressive, or antineoplastic activity. MOA, not entirely known, but these drugs suppress hypersensitivity plus immune responses. Side effects of these drugs affect almost every system. Insomnia, increased water retention, increased K+ excretion, suppressed immune response, peptic ulcers, impaired wound healing, HTN, increased susceptibility to infections, DM, hyperlipidemia. Do not administer live vaccines to PTS on large corticosteroid dose. Mineralocorticoids, these affect electrolyte plus water balance. Used for replacement therapy for PTS with adrenocortical insufficiency. MOA, act on distal tubule to increase Na+ reabsorption and K+ secretion. Side effects are similar to those of glucocorticoids. Immunosuppressants, these drugs are used to prevent rejection of a transplant. MOA, inhibit cell-mediated immune responses by different mechanisms. Do not administer this drug to a patient with an infection. Monitor for S/S of infection. WBC, fever, sputum, urine. Lifelong drug administration is needed to prevent transplant rejection. Side effects of bone marrow suppression, liver and kidney disease, infection, HTN, tachycardia, edema, reduced WBC. Weakness. Uricosurics, increased uric acid in blood gout. Normally, uric acid is excreted by the kidneys. MOA, reduced reabsorption of uric acid at proximal convoluted tubule of kidney increased excretion of uric acid in urine reduced uric acid levels. Side effects, headache, anorexia, GI pain, indigestion.
to switch decisions if the previous choice was wrong. Although these choice history effects are well known in the perceptual literature, they are seldom taken into account when attempting to understand the relationship between neuronal responses and perceptual reports. Used a modified version of a regression analysis, previously applied to rodent and human psychophysical experiments, to evaluate the degree to which our animals were influenced by their previous decisions. Our model consisted of sensory terms, one covariate for each stimulus orientation, and history terms, one covariate for previously rewarded trials and one for previously unrewarded trials, as well as a bias term. Sense of the relative importance of the previous trial's choice is provided by comparing the history weights to the sensory weights. Sensory weights for stimuli far away from the decision boundary are large, example 0 and 90 degrees, so the choice on trials involving these stimuli was driven almost entirely by the sensory evidence. However, for trials involving stimuli close to the decision boundary, example 46 degrees, the animal's decision was influenced to a comparable degree by the choice and reward of the previous trial as by the sensory stimulus itself. Reward was 0.31, no reward was 0.29, and weight for the 46-degree stimulus was 0.68. Cross sessions, the choice history model predicted 77.53.1% of choices, M1L, 79.43.0%, M1R, 77.03.3%, M2, 76.32.2%. The estimated bias weight, bias, agreed well with the bias measured from the psychometric function, further indicating that the model accurately predicted choices. On average, the weights for choice history were small but consistent across animals. Previous rewarded trials, reward, were weighted negatively 0.26–0.16, indicating that the animals had a weak tendency to switch choices after a rewarded trial. Weights for previous unrewarded trials were positive 0.13–0.31, indicating a tendency to repeat a choice after a previously unrewarded trial. Thus, animals adopted a win-switch, lose-stay strategy. The strategy adopted by our animals might reflect a small bias in our stimulus sequences, in which it was more common for the correct response to switch between successive trials, 54%, than to remain the same. Observed a tendency of their animals to change reports across trials, which they suggested was because of a weak bias for switching in their stimulus sequence, 52%. Alternatively, the strategy adopted by our animals might be inherent, as there is a broad range of strategies evident across individuals. Any case, to be sure that the stimulus structure was not directly responsible for the choice history weights we report, we conducted a simple simulation. We used sequences identical to those shown to our animals, but generated choices randomly, using the psychometric function. For instance, if the animal chose vertical on 75% of trials with a 48 degrees grating, we generated a vertical choice with this probability for each 48 degrees grating in our sequence. In models fit to these synthetic data, both choice history weights were indistinguishable from zero. Thus, the weights in the model fit to our data reflect the animal's behavioral strategy rather than the weak structure of our stimulus sequences. To assess the importance of the choice history terms, we compared the model described above to a no-history model, consist only of the sensory terms. The performance of the two models were not significantly different on average. Mean no-history model, 77.43.3%, p0.2, for all three datasets and for the pooled data, paired t-test. In addition, the history model was significantly better than the no-history model, 2-test, 0.05, in only 3.29.5% of the cases, M1L, 3.211.8%, M1R, 3.89.6%, M2, 2.46.8%. For comparison, reported that the choice history model significantly outperformed a model without history terms for roughly one-half of their human subjects. Together, these analyses suggest that there is little influence of choice history on our animals' perceptual reports compared with the influence of the sensory stimulus. Although the influence of choice history was small, we asked whether combining this information with the responses of the measured neuronal population model would lead to improved performance predicting animals' choices for stimuli near perceptual threshold. For each recorded unit, we thus fit a logistic regression model that used both the measured responses and the choice history covariates to predict decisions on a trial-by-trial basis. We only considered neuronal responses and perceptual reports from trials involving stimuli near the decision boundary, 45 degrees and the two nearest orientations, as in the preceding analyses. However, the choice history covariates reflected the choice on trials before those involving these stimuli, regardless of whether those previous trials involved stimuli near the discrimination boundary. Including choice history information improved single neuron cross-validated performance from 50.42.8 to 53.24.5% for V1 units, 51.33.9 to 54.15.1% for V4. We applied a similar strategy to assess how combining choice history information with neuronal population responses improved our ability to predict the animal's decisions. For V1 populations, including choice history information improved model performance from 54.14.5 to 56.04.4%. However, for V4, adding the choice history did not improve performance significantly. Wondered whether performance for models using V4 populations failed to improve because the choice signals in those responses reflected choice history directly. In this case, adding choice history information would not improve model performance, as that information could already be extracted from the neuronal responses themselves. To test this possibility, we divided each session's data into two subsets, conditioned on whether the previous trial involved a vertical or horizontal choice. We then compared the performance afforded by the neuronal populations for these two subsets to the performance of models fit to responses on a subset of data involving trials with a mix of both choices in previous trials. If the choice signals in neuronal responses reflect choice history, then conditioning on the choice made in the previous trial should reduce model performance. However, model performance was not significantly different when fit to choice conditioned or mixed subsets, V1, P0.07, and 39 sessions, V4, P0.11, and 40 sessions, paired t-test. As an additional test of whether neuronal choice signals coded choice history, we assessed whether V4 units with strong choice signals were observed in sessions with strong choice history effects. We quantified the strength of choice history effects as the performance of a model based on choice history terms alone, in predicting choices, and then compared this performance to a model based on single neuron responses. The correlation coefficient was not significantly different from 0 in V1, R0.03, Pearson correlation, P0.55, or V4, R0.07, P. 0.08, suggesting a dissociation of these two signals. Together, these analyses indicate that choice-related information in neuronal responses does not reflect an coding of choice history. In summary, the choice and reward outcome of the previous trial provide information about the animal's choice on the current trial. Compared with the influence of sensory information, the influence of choice history is small. Nevertheless, this information improves the ability to predict choices from measured neuronal responses. Choice history appears to be an independent predictor of performance, distinct from the choice signals present in the neuronal responses. Though we only analyzed trials in which animals maintained fixation within a 1.4 degrees window, small eye movements within that window could potentially affect the observed relationships between neuronal responses and choice. We therefore repeated our core analyses, after excluding trials in which microsaccades were detected. Briefly, we defined a microsaccade as an eye movement that remained within the fixation window, involved a velocity of 10 degrees per second or more, and persisted for at least 8 milliseconds. Events detected by our method showed a relationship between eye movement velocity and amplitude. Typical for saccades and microsaccades. Microsaccades occurred at a rate of 1.7 events s, consistent with previous studies. Thus, 61.9% of trials contained a microsaccade. We found no significant difference in CP calculated from trials containing microsaccades with those calculated from trials that did not. Similarly, the performance of models fit to neuronal population responses was similar in the two subsets of trials. This was the performance of population models which included choice history terms. We conclude that the reported relationship between choice and neuronal responses in V1 and V4 cannot be attributed to microsaccades. We recorded simultaneously from neuronal populations in V1 and V4 while monkeys performed a fine orientation discriminant task. We found limited choice signal in either area using single neurons, but significant choice information in V4 neuronal populations. Notably, choice information was most evident after stimulus offset, in the brief epoch before the animal indicated its choice. Our ability to predict choice on a trial-by-trial basis was improved by including knowledge about the choice made on the preceding trial, a signal that was distinct from the choice-related information evident in the neuronal responses. Using small populations of V4 neurons, we were able to correctly predict choices on nearly 60% of trials. This compares favorably with previous measurements of V4 single neuron CP on a fine disparity discrimination task. Differences in method preclude a rigorous comparison, i.e., we measured performance as prediction accuracy on held-out data, whereas CP provides a measure of performance using all data. Neuronal populations were more informative of choice for two reasons. First, our models were able to focus on the neurons that provided reliable choice information in each session, and ignore uninformative neurons. Indeed, the optimally decoded population size usually involved just a few neurons. Second, in some sessions, we were able to effectively combine the weak choice signals present in multiple, individual neurons to yield a more accurate prediction. Our data show that even small neuronal populations can yield qualitatively different conclusions about the presence of choice signals in a given area or animal. Still larger popular tie-ins than we obtained might provide sufficiently accurate estimates of population noise covariance to attempt to infer readout weights. V1, individual neuron CP was negligible and population choice information was only slightly stronger. Some previous studies have also reported that choice signals in V1 are weak or absent, others have detected measurable choice signals there. In addition, fluctuations in V1 population responses, as measured by voltage-sensitive dioptical imaging, can be strongly predictive of stimulus detection. Thus, larger populations might have revealed stronger V1 choice signals in our task. Although our data cannot prove an absence of choice signals in V1 in our task, they do show that, for populations of similar size, V4 has more robust choice signals. This finding is consistent with the view that choice signals are stronger in higher visual cortex, a view that has emerged largely from comparisons made across studies. Several studies have compared choice signals in neurons recorded in different areas within the same animal, albeit in different behavioral sessions, as choice signals may be strongly influenced by task strategy, fluctuations in attentional state, both of which can differ across sessions. Comparisons across areas should involve simultaneous sampling of their neurons, as we have done.
But based on the analysis of the titles of Theon's other commentaries, the similar titles from the time period, scholars have concluded that Hypatia corrected not her father's commentary, but the text of Almagest itself. Her contribution is thought to be an improved method for the long division algorithms needed for astronomical computation. The Ptolemaic model of the universe was geocentric, meaning it taught that the sun revolved around the earth. In the Almagest, Ptolemy proposed a division problem for calculating the number of degrees swept out by the sun in a single day as it orbits the earth. In his early commentary, Theon had tried to improve upon Ptolemy's division calculation. In the text edited by Hypatia, a tabular method is detailed. This tabular method might be the astronomical table which historic sources attribute to Hypatia. Hypatia wrote a commentary on Diophantus's 13-volume Arithmetica, which had been written circa 250. It set out more than 100 mathematical problems for which solutions are proposed using algebra. It was long believed that this commentary had been lost, but the 19th century scholar Paul Tannery deducted that parts of it had actually survived, interpolated into Diophantus's original text, of which only volume 1 through 6 have survived. Sir Thomas Heath published the first English translation of the surviving portion of the Arithmetica in 1885. Heath argued that surviving texts of the first of Arithmetica is actually a redaction produced by Hypatia to aid her students. Hypatia used an unusual algorithm for division in the then standard sexagesimal numeral system, making it easy for scholars to pick out which part of the text she had written. Hypatia also wrote an 8-volume popularization of Apollonius of Pargas's work on conic sections, which is no longer extant. She also created an astronomical canon, a set of tables describing the movements of the heavenly bodies. This is believed to have been either a new edition of the handy tablets by the Alexandrian Ptolemy or the aforementioned commentary of his Almagest. A high degree of mathematical accomplishments would have been needed to comment on Apollonius's advanced mathematics or the astronomical canons. Because of this, most scholars today recognize that Hypatia must have been among the leading mathematicians of her day. One of Synesius's letters describe Hypatia as having taught him how to construct a silver plane astrolabe as a gift for an official. An astrolabe is a device used to calculate date and time based on the position of the stars and planets. It can also be used to predict where the stars and planets will be on any given date. A little astrolabe or plane astrolabe is a kind of astrolabe that uses stereographic projections of the celestial sphere to represent the heavens on a plane surface, as opposed to an armillary sphere which was globe-shaped. The statement for Synesius's letter has sometimes been wrongly interpreted by means that Hypatia invented the plane astrolabe herself. But the plane astrolabe is known to have been in use at least 500 years before Hypatia was born. Hypatia probably learned how to construct a plane astrolabe from her father, Theon, who had written a treatise on it. Theon's treatise is now lost, but its translations are credited with having transmitted the theoretical concept of plane astrolabes to the Arabic world, and part of it may be preserved in the writings of Severus Sabacht. Synesius's writings reflect the Neoplatonist belief that knowledge of the divine is attainable through observing the heavens. In another letter, Synesius requests Hypatia to construct him a hydroscope, a device now known as a hydrometer, to determine the density or specific gravity of liquids. Based on this request, it has been claimed that Hypatia invented the hydrometer herself, but the minute detail in which Synesius describes the instrument indicates that he assumes she has never heard of the device, but trusts she will be able to replicate it based on the verbal description. The invention of other devices, including a device for removing salt from seawater and a device to measure the level of water, have also been attributed to Hypatia. These other attributions may largely be discounted as spurious. Ari Bellingsley describes Hypatia's astronomical work as pivotal for the politics of the region, focusing on controversies related to observation of the equinox and the timing of festivals, ultimately serving to highlight errors in Ptolemy's work and the need for independent observation. In two consecutive works, 2010-2016, Bellingsley proposed an astronomical calendrical paradigm for Hypatia's murder, comparing two principal sources on Hypatia of Socrates, Scholasticus, and Philostorgius. Bellingsley suggested that Hypatia carried out equinoctial observations in 414 and 415, initiated on the request of the governor Orestes. This could have been the litmus test of who was right in the conflicts over the 414 Easter day waged by Cyril, the bishop of the Alexandrian Church, with the local Jewish and Novatian communities. Hypatia's success in establishing the correct day of the vernal equinox could undermine the Alexandrian Church authority in the timing of Easter, as it used equinoctial computations based on Ptolemy's syntaxis. Almagest. Hypatia had no appointed successor, no spouse, and no offspring, and her sudden death not only left her legacy unprotected, but also triggered a backlash against her entire ideology. Hypatia, with her tolerance towards Christian students and her willingness to cooperate with Christian leaders, had hoped to establish a precedent that Neoplatonism and Christianity could coexist peacefully and cooperatively. Instead, her death and the subsequent failure of the Christian government to impose justice on her killers destroyed the notion entirely and led future Neoplatonists such as Damascius to consider Christian bishops as dangerous, jealous figures who were also utterly unphilosophical. Hypatia became seen as a martyr of philosophy, and her murder led philosophers to adopt attitudes that increasingly emphasized the pagan aspects of their belief systems and helped create a sense of identity for philosophers as pagan traditionalists set apart from the Christian masses. Shortly after Hypatia's murder, a forged anti-Christian letter appeared under her name. Damascus was anxious to exploit the scandal of Hypatia's death and attributed responsibility for her murder to Bishop Cyril and his Christian followers. A passage from Damascius's Life of Isidore, preserved in the Suda, concludes that Hypatia's murder was due to Cyril's envy over the wisdom exceeding all bounds, and especially in the things concerning astronomy. Damascius accounts of the Christian murder of Hypatia is sole historical source, attributing direct responsibility to Bishop Cyril. At the same time, Damascius was not entirely kind to Hypatia either. He characterized her as nothing more than a wandering cynic, and compares her favorably with his own teacher, Isidore of Alexandria, remarking that Isidorus greatly outshone Hypatia, not just as a man does over a woman, but in the way a genuine philosopher will over a mere geometer. Hypatia's death was similar to those of Christian martyrs in Alexandria who had been dragged through the streets during the Decian persecutions in 250. Other aspects of Hypatia's life also fit the mold for a Christian martyr, especially her lifelong virginity. In the early Middle Ages, Christians conflated Hypatia's death with stories of the Decian martyrs, and she became part of the basis for the legend of Saint Catherine of Alexandria, a virgin martyr said to have been exceedingly wise and well educated. The earliest attestation for the cult of virgin martyr said to have been the earliest attestation for the cult of Saint Catherine comes from the 8th century, around 300 years after Hypatia's death. I do have to say though, Doom, the new Doom that came out, I was really impressed with that. I thought that was a good game. My son had gotten that for me for my birthday, and it took me almost a year before I played it. And then finally, when I did play it, it was a good game. So, if anything else, I think I've already suggested on here
at one point that if you guys have the chance, buy that game and check it out. It's really good. The new one I was really impressed with because a lot of the older games, they have a tendency of really screwing them up when they make new versions of them, in my opinion. But they did a really good job of this game. I was really impressed after I played it, and I finished my Let's Play on it, and I'm gonna say it was a good challenge. It was worth playing. So that Fortnite and stuff like that, well, anyhow, let me go ahead and get into it even farther, and then I'll continue with that. Now, by the late 2000s, the gap between consoles and PC began to close. This is when it all started. Cross-platform play emerged as a major trend, enabling gamers on different systems to play together. Games like Fortnite and Minecraft epitomized the shift, fostering a unified gaming culture. Now, I could agree with that to some extent, but not really to all, because I do remember, like, we had a lot of issues when it came to Halo. I have two nephews. One had a PlayStation, and he was the son of one of my sisters, and then my other sister's son had an Xbox, and like they couldn't play with one another at their houses because Xbox would and PlayStation wouldn't allow the games to be played together on the same platform. Now they can do it now, don't get me wrong, but back whenever they're talking about, like here they're talking about in well, I guess it's by the late 2000s, yeah. Here and now they did it, but in the beginning you couldn't do it, and that was one issue. That was with Skyrim as well, I believe. Actually, I don't think you could play Skyrim multiplayer until here recently as well, and that right there was a big step. From what I know, it really was a big step. So I thought they were talking about the early 2000s, but in the late 2000s, yeah, I do find 2-bit what it was before. So I think that's probably what it is. They got all these new mods for it. It's kind of weird because it seems like to me it's like playing, Minecraft on Elder Scrolls. It's just really strange when it comes to all that. So now this whole thing about mobile gaming, okay, the 2010s witnessed the explosion of mobile games thanks to smartphones and tablets. Titles like Candy Crush and Pokemon Go reached billions of players, democratizing access to games. However, the simplicity of mobile games meant they often complemented rather than competed with console and PC titles. I really don't know about all that. I know that I still haven't played Candy Crush. I know a lot of people do that. I'm not a big fan of Candy Crush. Now, Pokemon Go, I always thought that was really weird that full-grown men were standing in parks trying to catch a Pokemon. And to this day, I still have an issue with that. And don't get me wrong, I've actually gotten to where I enjoy playing Pokemon now. Me and Rapid got me started on playing Gen 1, and then we started a little bit into Gen 2. Him and the Drew Gamer, they've both been kind of getting me encouraged to play it some more on YouTube. So I've been thinking about getting in there and playing some more Pokemon. But I'm so burnt out on retro games right now. Like, this shit is ridiculous. I'm uploading freaking all of these videos just to get them onto the internet because it's taking up space in my on my computer. And then I'm not just doing the gaming. I'm also doing roundtables and stuff like that, talking about stuff outside of the gaming community. So it's made it to where I'm actually having to step up and do a lot more than what I'm used to doing, you know. So that's the one thing that I have really gotten sick of. And, you know, I'm a 51-year-old man, and I've said this multiple times, but it's true, you know. I don't want to be, 60 years old and still freaking sitting at the computer freaking playing video games so that I can get views on YouTube. That's not how I see my next 10 years as being. I'll still play, don't get me wrong, but at the same time I'm going to venture out and I'm going to do other things as well. So that is that's probably the best I have for my rant right now. I'm just wanting to really get through and make a good stream because the last two attempts have been an utter disaster. So I'm really wanting to catch up on a lot of this stuff. Now, streaming services such as Google Stadia and NVIDIA GeForce Now and Xbox Cloud Gaming aim to revolutionize the industry by eliminating the need for high-end hardware. Although still in its infancy, cloud gaming represents a potential future where internet gaming and consoles merge seamlessly. Me, Mark, and Tan actually did an episode together on this topic, and it was really, really interesting. Some of the stuff I found out about this cloud gaming. When I first tried to mess around with cloud gaming, or when I first heard about it, I didn't like what it sounded like. And while we were going through and we were talking about all this stuff, I really did want to hate cloud gaming. I thought, that I had to not like it just by the way it sounded and the fact that you had to get on the internet and pay for services per month, and no downloads and stuff of that nature. But the more I read on how it was all set up, not only with the network, but also the way that they set it up with the devices and the programs and stuff like that, and the actual build on these towers and stuff like that. By the time I was done and had a pretty good understanding of it, it was hard for me to actually say I didn't like it, to be honest with you. It's a pretty good setup. If they can pull this off, I could see cloud gaming. If they could do the same thing with other systems and platforms like they do with cloud gaming, I think that the internet is going to benefit from it, to be honest. I just, I'm really kind of hesitant because of possible regulations and stuff being set down in the future when it comes to politics and stuff like that. I've mentioned it about Xbox and Activision and the issues that took place over in the EU, and I really meant that when I was talking about it. It just seems odd that why was it that the EU stepped in and said, well, we'll allow you to do the merger and accept it 100% here in the EU if you put your games on the cloud. You know, I mean, what did they have to gain out of that? That kind of gets me to wondering. So we've already done that in previous episodes, but I just wanted to mention that too. When it comes to cloud gaming, it is a good setup, and it does sound pretty good. But I'm also weary about it when it comes to the whole political aspects behind it, you know, and stuff of that nature. Now, from land parties to global phenomena. Okay, the competitive gaming scene, once confined to small land gatherings, has grown into a global industry worth billions of dollars. Esports tournaments for games like Dota 2, Counter-Strike, Global Offensive, and Valorant attracts millions of viewers and offer prizes rivaling those of traditional sports. And I'm still trying to figure out who or what team won the Valorant 2004 tournament that took place, and I still haven't gotten around to do that. I believe it was Valorant. I'll have to go back and check. I apologize for that. I was going to do it, but a whole bunch of crazy stuff happened when it came to these gaming streams, like I just explained recently. Now, I also want to mention something about Dota 2. Dota 2 can kiss my ass. I would never freaking recommend that anybody plays Dota 2. Dota 2 is a bulky, horrible freaking game. All right. Now the computer that I'm on, it's not a bad computer. Not by any means. Okay. But I've actually gotten on there recently just to see what it was like compared to the last time I got on here, which was like maybe about 4 or 5 years ago. And the servers are still horrible. They freeze up because so many people are going in there to fight. They have no proper way of freaking actually getting you to where you're able to learn how to play the game. And if you don't play good on that game, they will literally freaking ban you. They will ban you because you suck at playing Dota 2. Okay? I mean, there's no other games that I've ever played where they will literally ban you because you can't play good. And that really is freaking, that's really arrogant. That's I don't support games like that. I will never support games like that. So that's the one thing I did want to point out there. Like I said, I've never really gotten into Counter-Strike or Global Offense. Valorant, I've been kind of curious about getting into that, but I'm not really wanting to get too curious about it. I finally did play For Honor. I wanted to check that out. It's been years that I've been wanting to play that game too. I gave it a try. That was pretty cool. It had the fighting capabilities where you can actually make your sword block or attack in a certain way, and then you can parry and stuff of that nature, which I'm really into that. But it's hard finding games that are like that. I finished up doing my live stream for that one, and I've also got Kingdom Come, which is streaming right now on my Gaming with Infoness channel. I know what that's involved. That's just straight up bullying. You know what I mean? It's a
I mean,
freaking.
it don't bother me much. I mean,
But a downvote only is the problem when you saying how you cannot see people. So like the
Well,
downvote's no big
that's the
deal.
whole
but-
key behind it. You see,
Yeah,
like
right.
YouTube gave up on that whole downvote bullshit because it had absolutely no value, first of all, and second of all, it was people just bullying. I mean, that's all it was. It was, if you wanted to screw somebody up, you just downvote their shit, and then they get less views, and you end up getting screwed. And
You're right.
I never
You're
knew it
right.
affected
There's
the visibility. I never knew that. I just thought it was.
well, that's something that they just implemented. So it's a new thing.
So it's like the more downvotes you get from that stuff, the less likely it is you're going to get views. So,
But like, you don't understand how miserable you have to be with your life to literally sit and say, "Hey, let's go out of our way to make sure no one looks at this."
They're like
But then
that.
it also too, it's like that's because it's worth watching.
I talk shit. I talk shit to downvoters on YouTube now because I know I can get away with it. I'll be like, "You dumb motherfucker, are you stupid?" I'm like, you have to be one fucking loser to fucking sit and downvote people on a freaking video.
YouTube has gotten to the point of taking 2 days to upload like a 15-minute video for me, 20-minute video. And I have a Patreon as well. And even on there, like I've had videos that I've been attempting to upload since July. And it's so crazy because the specifics in this video. I mean, like, I know I'd probably get some followers, get a couple dollars.
Yeah,
they won't upload.
I'm not going to exonerate myself about the downvote. I may have done it a few times out of anger, you know what I mean? But I don't freaking, it's very, I can't even remember the last time I did a downvote on anybody. I just, you've got to be one freaking piece of work to just go around downvoting people.
Yeah, the only thing that I would downvote is like the lolly type stuff and any kind of, I don't know.
I just ignore the stuff I dislike unless you direct it to me. Like,
I mean, usually what I do is
I say something, but
yeah, report too.
I report things like spam and all that kind of stuff. Or if someone that harasses, I mean that kind of crosses the line for me. It's like I have reported people if they. Like, the first time I hear from them, they're like directly attacking me. I'm like, yeah, screw you.
Well, if I report the people and they're all friends with them, or you find out it's them and their aliases and they're on their burner account, then it really defeats the purpose, because that's what I've encountered. Because in the chat, they were like ridiculously disrespectful for absolutely no reason, just because of my presence. And I mean, it was absurd, and I actually spoke upon it. And then it was as if I'm being like, oh, the word is triggered. I'm triggered because I'm asking to be respected. But if the shoe was on the other foot, is it acceptable for me to call it triggered? Absolutely not. And so it was just, I just pulled back, and I was just like, look, let me take my breath with Roger.
I personally don't agree with the word triggered, you know what I mean? That kind of goes with the whole safe space shit, you know what I mean? Just say it like it is. It pissed me off. I ain't triggered.
Well, it was disrespectful. It wasn't even a matter of being upset, because literally, I feel as though if there was not an already to where you feel some type of way, you wouldn't be saying those things. Like, you feel the type of way. That's why you're using these words.
I mean, they've got a definition for everything now. I mean, you were triggered. No, you were pissed off. I mean, that's just what it is. People say stuff, and freaking, what happens? You have a tendency, I should say that better. I should say, I have a tendency of getting pissed off when people freaking attack me. You know what I mean?
And see, I wasn't even mad, because I feel like it's their own ignorance. Like, but at the same time, once you start calling people on their ignorance, now they are quote unquote triggered, because how dare you insult me about being an idiot? Well, you are an idiot. What do you want me to pretend you're not? Like, I don't understand. But see, that's how I play on their own intelligence, and that makes me the quote unquote bully.
We can bring that stuff up next week, because I think
we've been here
it's
for
getting pretty late for you guys. I know if it's almost 8 o'clock here, it's got to be late where you guys are at.
I'll see you
but it's the weekend. But
I mean, if
it's the weekend.
It's not a problem for me.
Ends at 7.
I'm good.
7 EST.
If you guys want to stay on, we can stay on. But
I'm leaving. I'm going to leave. I'll see you tomorrow. I'm well over my time, but I definitely appreciate the opportunity to chit chat.
Yeah. Well,
cool. Good to meet y'all.
Yeah.
Yes, definitely nice to meet you.
I think I subscribed to you if I got the channel correctly there. So.
Yep,
Yeah.
likewise.
Oh yeah, and anybody that's on here, if you guys subscribe, definitely I will be doing the same thing. I tend like every Rogers channel that's been on Rogers, I make sure that I subscribe to because I support Roger heavily. If you guys can show up to our streams, well, his streams
Oh
player
yeah,
every day
it's getting to
at
where you're gonna
6
be.
Eastern Standard Time.
I'm gonna
Yes,
start
make
calling
sure
her
you.
like my co-host and shit, 'cause she's always there,
He's
man.
so
Like,
cool. We have so much fun. We talk about conspiracy. We talk about weird, crazy stuff. We talk about robot sex. You name it, we talk about it.
Let's
So it's
go.
definitely
I love
worth
it.
Yeah, I know.
Nice.
we even talk
Yeah,
about history and stuff too.
Yeah, I was trying to join last week, and then yesterday I had so much going on. I just got my license back, so I was
cool.
crazy running around.
Yeah.
Finally. Yeah, that was huge. It sucks not being able to go around driving, being able to go whenever you want.
That doesn't mean you cannot drive. I mean, nothing. I was just saying.
No. Yeah, I'm just saying. When I didn't have my license, it sucks so bad not having it.
You have to learn how to back roads. I feel you. I know.
But yeah, man. I mean, if you guys want to keep on going, we can keep on going.
No, I've neglected duties and I have stuff to do. But I'll see you tomorrow. You know that.
Okay.
Have a good night, everyone.
You too. Yeah, like tomorrow I'm gonna be doing a topic on gaming and stuff, just games and what kind of current events is going on in there. If you guys ever want to check that out,
Cool.
Send out the link, I guess. So.
Yeah.
Sometimes, I'll be busy in the evening. But.
Yeah, and tag me.
Yeah, I can tag.
Cool.
Get everybody knowing what's. I'd like to get Retro Cheat on here because, like, I mean, he has done so much support, and I don't even know for sure if it's a he. It could be a female for all I know.
Yeah, right. You never know.
It's like when people are anonymous, you really don't know much about them.
Yeah.
But that person, I mean, has done so much since I freaking got involved in like the Mind Plus and stuff. And man, I'll get a comment every once in a while, but that's usually when I tag his name and freaking he answers back. But he's faithful on responding to freaking shares and stuff, and tags. Like, that's the amazing part about him.
Yep.
But
cool.
I'll be right back. I gotta run. Take care of my business.
All right.
Well, I guess we're gonna go or what's he's How you been, John?
Doing well. So
yeah, guess we'll take over the stream.
Yeah, just did like a short vacation last weekend. Went up Michigan's Upper Peninsula with my boys, 2 boys and stuff. Been posting a couple pictures like on Minds Plus and stuff there. So I did take the drone, but it was like in Pictured Rocks National Lakeshore, and for some reason they wouldn't allow the drones in the park. So
yeah, they're crazy about drones, the different areas, and it's probably not even like a rule. It's just like somebody told somebody, and then they're like, "Yeah, fuck those drones, man."
Yeah, probably. It might disturb the wildlife or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's just, and like the other thing that pissed me off with that is like I went to like the FAA website or whatever that is, that where you can look at the maps, where you can fly the drones, and it was clear there. It was I was like, God, it's like these little government agencies don't talk to each other, obviously. I mean, it's a national park or a national lakeshore.
Right.
No,
doesn't make sense.
You guys are talking about drones and stuff, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, using drones. What gets me annoyed about it is like a lot of these people that are pushing like supposed drones that are actually like remote control RCs, you know. I had this one guy that straight out got in an argument with me when I told him my nephew's freaking helicopter RC could do the same functions that freaking the drone I got over the internet did. And it was one of those cheap $35 ones.
Right.
You know, and he's like, well, this is a drone. I'm like, no, it's not, dude. I'm telling you, it's freaking RC. Like, it doesn't get up and go wherever you want it. Like, I can take a drone and I can program it to go around my house and then sit right back down in a certain area and do it over and over again. You know, on my phone. Like, if it can't do that, then it's not a freaking drone.
Yeah.
Right.
So he's trying to tell me, well, you get what you paid for. Yeah, I paid for a freaking RC. It's
a radio-controlled four-propeller flyer.
Yeah. My God. That's the only thing that annoys me about them. I got into my my drone thing back when I was wanting to do reviews and stuff, and found out I wasn't good at that. But I am gonna do reviews on these games though, the emulators. I was telling those guys about that. Have you guys gotten into emulators?
No.
You mean like flight emulators or something?
No, like game emulators.
No, I'm not sure what you mean.
Like, you can play the old Mario Brothers games and stuff on
I
an
thought that
emulator.
was what you was talking about. Yeah, like old 80s and stuff. Yeah, gotcha. Classics.
And you got like Xbox 360 games, and
yeah,
I think
all the different games you can emulate them on different platforms. So you could play it on Windows computer or Linux or whatever.
Yeah.
Transfer like your games that are on hard drive or discs and stuff. You can transfer them onto a ROM, and then take that ROM and put it on an emulator.
Gotcha.
That's the legal way you're supposed to do it. But people don't want to hear that. Like, you get on all those websites and they're like, let me make it clear, I do not condone piracy. You know, like, yeah, right, motherfucker. You, if you want to get this game, go to this website. But I do not condone piracy.
Yeah, I don't really play games. I might play to learn something. Like, they had a mechanic game. Not now, of course, but before I was a mechanic, it'd be cool to play a game to learn mechanic type stuff. And then maybe to flight simulator. Yeah, I might play that. Learn how to fly.
Now I do the train simulators, and
cool.
I tried to do what's the other one? Farm simulator.
Yeah.
Right.
And they had one on Steam that was kind of cool. It was kind of like what you're talking about, but it was in beta, and you had to like drive a logging truck.
The development of brain-computer interfaces capable of restoring speech through direct neural decoding represents one of the most exciting frontiers in neuroscience and biomedical engineering. This technology brings together the fields of neurophysiology, materials science, machine learning, and speech synthesis. In this article, I will describe in detail the microelectrode arrays that capture neural signals, the neural patterns involved in speech production, the computing systems that decode these signals into speech in real time, and the specific devices and products that enable these breakthroughs. Microelectrode arrays are highly specialized tools that serve as the interface between living brain tissue and electronic equipment. They are composed of grids or clusters of extremely small electrodes, often made from biocompatible materials such as silicon, platinum, or iridium. These electrodes are designed to either penetrate the brain or sit on its surface, depending on the goals of the study or therapy. The size of each electrode is typically measured in micrometers, allowing the array to detect the electrical activity of individual neurons or small groups of neurons. The electrodes can record the electrical impulses known as action potentials, as well as broader local field potentials which reflect the activity of neuron populations. The signals gathered are extremely small in amplitude and require amplification and filtering before they can be processed. Some arrays are designed for recording only, while others can both record and stimulate neural tissue. The choice of array depends on the application, the target region of the brain, and the intended duration of implantation. Speech production involves the coordinated activity of several brain regions, each contributing distinct functions. The inferior frontal gyrus, known commonly as Broca's area, plays a critical role in planning the movements needed for speech. It generates the sequence of motor commands required to produce particular sounds. The primary motor cortex executes these commands by sending signals to muscles involved in speech, including those controlling the lips, tongue, larynx, and diaphragm. The supplementary motor area and premotor cortex contribute to initiating speech and preparing the movement patterns. The auditory cortex provides feedback by processing the sound of the speaker's own voice, allowing real-time adjustments. The posterior superior temporal gyrus, often called Wernicke's area, is involved in the comprehension of language and links meaning to speech production. The neural signals involved in speech are time-locked and highly organized. They consist of action potentials that encode precise timing information needed to control speech muscles and local field potentials that reflect the synchronized activity of neural circuits. These signals are mapped somatotopically in the motor cortex, meaning specific regions of the cortex correspond to control of specific muscles or muscle groups. Brain-computer interface systems designed to restore speech must capture these signals and translate them into audio output with very low delay. This requires sophisticated computing hardware capable of real-time processing. The neural signals are first acquired using systems like the BlackRock Neuroport or BlackRock Cerebus. These platforms support recording from arrays such as the Utah array, which features 96 or more electrodes capable of sampling at rates up to 30,000 Hz per channel. Ripple Grapevine is another platform used for neural signal acquisition, providing similar capabilities. The raw neural data is passed to processing hardware which may include digital signal processors, field programmable gate arrays, or graphics processing units. These components handle the initial filtering, amplification, and feature extraction steps. Field programmable gate arrays such as the Xilinx Kintex or Altera Stratix series are often chosen for their ability to process large volumes of data in parallel with minimal delay. Once the features are extracted, the neural decoder takes over. This is typically implemented on powerful computing hardware such as servers equipped with Intel Xeon processors or on embedded platforms like the NVIDIA Jetson Xavier or Jetson Orin. These platforms run machine learning models that map the neural features to phonemes, syllables, or full words. The models may include recurrent neural networks, long short-term memory networks, or transformer-based architectures. The decoders are trained on data collected from the individual user, allowing the system to learn that person's unique neural patterns. After decoding, the output is passed to a speech synthesizer that generates audio. The synthesizer may use traditional parametric techniques such as formant synthesis or modern neural network-based models like fast speech or waveglow. The entire processing chain, from neural signal acquisition to audio output, is designed to operate with latency below 25 milliseconds. This is critical because human speakers expect to hear their own voice almost instantly when they speak. Any delay greater than this can disrupt the natural flow of conversation. Specific systems that have demonstrated this capability include the speech neuroprosthesis developed at the University of California, San Francisco. This system combines BlackRock Neuroport recording hardware, field programmable gate array preprocessing, Intel Xeon server class decoding computers, and real-time neural speech synthesis. The Stanford University BrainGate collaborators have used similar setups, pairing BlackRock hardware with custom field programmable gate array preprocessing and custom neural decoders. Paradromics is developing a platform called Argo which aims to provide massively parallel neural recording combined with low latency decoding. Though still in development, Argo represents the next generation of high channel count brain-computer interfaces. The neural decoders employed in these systems are highly specialized. They must interpret patterns of spikes and local field potentials across dozens or hundreds of channels, converting them into linguistic units in real time. The models are often pruned or simplified versions of larger deep learning architectures, optimized to run at high speed on dedicated hardware. They continuously update predictions as new neural data streams in, ensuring the output is fluid and responsive. The speech synthesizers that follow are designed to produce intelligible, natural-sounding speech with correct pitch, tone, and rhythm. Systems such as WaveGlow or real-time variants of Tacotron have been adapted for this purpose, often running on graphics processing units to meet the demanding performance requirements. The success of these systems represents a major milestone in the development of assistive technologies for people who have lost the ability to speak. Unlike earlier interfaces that allowed users to select letters one by one, these speech neuroprosthetics can restore natural conversational speed and expressiveness. They capture not just the content of what the person wants to say but also the emotional tone and prosody that are so important for effective communication. The systems also highlight the importance of cross-disciplinary collaboration. Advances in electrode design, signal processing algorithms, machine learning models, and speech synthesis have all contributed to these breakthroughs. Each component must function at the highest level of performance to enable real-time speech restoration. Looking ahead, researchers aim to refine these technologies further. One goal is to improve the accuracy and vocabulary size of the decoders so that users can produce more complex and varied speech. Another priority is to make the hardware smaller, more power efficient, and less invasive. Flexible electrode arrays that conform more closely to the brain's surface are under development to reduce tissue damage and inflammatory responses. Wireless systems that eliminate the need for tethered connections are also being pursued, as they would reduce infection risk and improve user comfort. Ethical and regulatory considerations are becoming increasingly important as these systems move closer to clinical deployment. Issues of privacy, data security, and equitable access must be addressed to ensure that the technology benefits all who need it. The integration of microelectrode arrays, neural signal decoding, and high-performance computing has enabled the creation of brain-computer interfaces that can restore speech in real time. The specific devices involved include the BlackRock Neuroport and Cerebus systems, Ripple Grapevine interfaces, field programmable gate arrays like Xilinx Kintex and Altera Stratix, NVIDIA Jetson embedded processors, Intel Xeon servers, and speech synthesis software such as WaveGlow and Fast Speech. These components work together to capture, interpret, and vocalize the neural signals associated with speech, providing a powerful tool for individuals with severe speech impairments. Continued research and development promise to make these systems even more capable, accessible, and transformative in the years to come.
we had left off where I had just finished talking about what was it? Milky. And now I want to get into Kamesh, which is a Moabite deity. This is another deity that was mentioned in the Old Testament of the Bible or the Torah, whichever one you want to call it. You can call it the Torah or the Old Testament. And they mention Moloch, or the Moabite deity Kamesh. You'll find that, well, I'll just do a breakdown of Kings 3:27, or 2 Kings 3:27. Now, lines 12 through 14 is where I want to really focus in on. So line 12, according to archaeological findings from other Near Eastern cultures, like the Phoenicians, they do mention that, they throw a spill out about, well, because of indications from Near Eastern cultures. And it's like I said before, you'll find that all through these archaeological findings, which tells me straight up that that's just like, that's bias, is basically it. They really don't have any archaeological findings, but, since their findings, they do have findings from other ancient Near East cultures, and then they'll throw up the Phoenicians. They'll always go back to the Phoenicians. It's the Phoenicians that indicate that child sacrifice was a part of their practices. And this is riddled all through these findings. They always go right back to Carthage. If they believe that there was a deity that worshipped or did human sacrifices, but they didn't have very much evidence of it, they'll always mention Carthage, and like their evidence in Carthage really isn't concrete either. You know what I mean? Now, when it comes to Carthage, the reason why they refer to it is there's inscriptions and burial sites, which is Tophets. They've been found containing urns with cremated remains of infants. Now, these sacrifices were made to Baal-Hamon and Tanit. Those are deities, okay? Now, they do share some similarities to Kamesh in terms of like Near Eastern worship and stuff of that nature. But like I said, in the Levant, there has been no evidence of any Tophets whatsoever being found. Now, a Tophet is like that photo back there in my background, okay, that I have posted up. That's a Tophet. Tophets were not big statues of Moloch Baal, whoever Moloch Baal was, a horned devil with his hand stretched out and fire coming out of his freaking mouth. That's not what it was. This is what they're talking about right there. So, and that is actually a photo that was taken by an archaeological program that had been taking place. People who were out there actually getting their hands dirty and finding the data, you know what I mean? So you're looking at what it was, what it looks like. Just be aware of that. That's what that is on that photo. Which to me doesn't look anything like what's been described in the Bible or the Torah or whatever you want to call it. And like I said, these sacrifices were made to Baal Haman and Tanit. Okay, and they do share some similarities to Kamish. Now, if you want to find a source for that, I can also post that source. You can find the source with what I just said with Archaeology Magazine. I can post that into the comment sections if you guys wish to check it out yourself. So I'm putting them in there now. Feel free to copy the link and check it out yourself, because like I said, if you want to go down this rabbit hole and start talking about crazy shit, this is what you need to do. You know, don't go walking into this barefooted, because you'll get cuts on your feet if you do. So here we go. This is Archaeology Magazine. This is what they have covered over, or they've gone over concerning child sacrifice. It is a pretty interesting read. So I suggest if you guys are interested, check it out. It's up to you if you want to do that or not. So now we're going to go to line 13. At sites like Carthage, evidence suggests that child sacrifice, children were sacrificed to deities like Baal Haman. This is a common theme that you'll always see, where they refer to like physical inscriptions that are found in Carthage. Okay, and it mentions milk sacrifice, or offering of children, MLK, is what they believe that it means, but there is no definitive proof. They have the MLK inscription on the Toviths. Okay. Now, even though that this is of Phoenician practices, the Moabites were supposed to have worshipped Chemosh, and they are supposed to have had cultural and religious similarities with those other Western Semitic groups. You know what I'm saying? Now, the thing that really ties Chemosh to the Old Testament is this thing that they call the Misha Stele. And the Misha Stele records Moabite devotion to Chemosh, and that's mentioned also in 2 Kings 3:27, which describes King Misha as sacrificing his eldest son as a burnt offering. Okay. Now, according to what you'll hear most people say, they'll try to say that these findings pertain to like different cultures, but they provide like this broader context of understanding and prevalence of child sacrifice in the region. They really think that it does support the notion that similar practices could have been associated with Chemosh among the Moabites. Now, this connects the Carthaginians' evidence with the Moabites' description in the Bible, apparently. You know what I mean? But you need to understand, that's the best biblical evidence of Moabite human sacrifice to Chemosh out of everything. And the thing about it is they don't mention Moloch whatsoever. I mean, it's not even in that verse. It's pretty interesting that they even do that. Now, the thing that really gets it with with the Moabites and Kamesh is 2 Kings 3:26 and 3:27. Okay, and it says, "And when the king of Moab saw the battle was too sore or sour for him, he took with him 700 men that drew swords to break through even unto the kingdom of Edom, but they could not. Then he took his eldest son that should have reigned in his stead, and offered him for a burnt offering upon the wall. And there was great indignation against Israel, and they departed from him and returned to their own land." Now, the passage is supposed to directly describe King Mesha of Moab sacrificing his own son. This is a human sacrifice, likely to Kamesh, according to them, likely to Kamesh, to gain like divine favor in battle. Now, let's point this out though. The Misha Stele doesn't explicitly mention child sacrifice, but it does affirm Kamesh's role in war and the demand for offerings, which they believe implies the possibility of human sacrifice. But there's no evidence that says that. Now, in 2 Kings 3:27, King Mesha sacrifices his son, likely to Kamesh. All right. But after that, you go to Judges 11, 30, 31, and 39, which, while not Kamesh, Jephthah sacrifices his daughter, and has parallels to regional human sacrificial tradition, supposedly. You know what I mean? But understand, this is all written in the Bible, okay? Now, after that, when you go in and you look at the archaeological evidence, they'll always throw Carthage back at you, okay? Instead of them actually having archaeological evidence that backs up these verses in the Bible, they will say, well, archaeological evidence from Carthage suggests child sacrifice was practiced among the West Semitic cultures. Okay, so you need to understand that. This is what the archaeological world is doing. They're always going back to Carthage when they don't have evidence to back up anything that they're saying is true. And you'll see it all through this stuff. They have very flimsy evidence backing up anything that they've said. Now, the Mesha still, like I said, it doesn't mention human sacrifice explicitly, but it does show the warrior god nature of Kamesh. Okay, and because of that, it makes it plausible that Kamesh would require extreme offerings. That's the mentality behind it. Now, the Bible directly states that Mesha sacrificed his son in battle, likely to Kamesh. The Mesha Stele is supposed to confirm Kamesh's role in Moabite religion, but does not specify human sacrifice whatsoever. Okay. Now, archaeology from Carthage, which is a Phoenician site, is supposed to confirm that child sacrifices were common, and that's what they draw off of. Hello, everybody, and welcome to another episode of Untethered. Today is another topic which is not anything like the last topic or the topics before. It's something new. I do a variety show, kind of like. Today is on the topic of dead popes. Now, the reason why I did that is in celebration of the new pope that was appointed through the conclave in Rome. Now, the thing that I brought up to a lot of people that I know, or the people that I know on chat, on Element, is that this new pope is not only a U.S. citizen, but he's also from the state of Illinois. So, to all of you Catholics out there, you better hold on to your britches because this ride's going to get crazy. Okay, so if you think you've seen crazy when it comes to the Catholic Church and the Pope, you haven't seen nothing yet. I'm going to tell you right now, Illinois is it's a state that you'll never, you just can't explain it. It's probably the weirdest part of the United States, to be honest with you. I predict that this new Pope will most likely ride up to the Citadel on a Harley Davidson with lightning on the gas on the gas tank, and he'll be dressed like Garth Brooks, listening to Sir Mix-a-Lot, most likely. If he's not listening to Sir, well, actually, it would probably be Sir Mix-a-Lot. I like big butts, maybe, but that's what you can expect when it comes to Pope from Illinois. Just telling you that because I know from personal experience. I live in Illinois, so I deal with these people on a regular basis. So today, the topic is, or the theme is, first off, our theme for today is Dead Popes Society. And our topic will be dead popes. Now, as the show goes on, people will show up and we will hear more about the Catholic Church other than the dead popes. So trust me, it's not just going to be about the history of all the popes who were murdered, which that's what I'm going to be talking about. All throughout history, all of the popes who had been murdered. But trust me, as we go on, the show's going to actually have more people coming in, hopefully, and we'll hear a lot more about these, or the Catholic Church and the popes and all of that stuff. Because I'll tell you one thing, I hang out with some interesting people, so hold on to your seats because, hold on to your seats for this too, because it's probably going to go on a crazy ride. Now, I've got confirmation from Tan that he is at work. He says he will be heading home here before long. So he is a devout Catholic, and we can have him in here to kind of go through some of the stuff and maybe tell his thoughts about what's going on with the new Catholic Pope and the conclave that just took place. Now, one other reason why I wanted to make this topic too is because a lot of people have a misunderstanding about what actually goes on with this process and the reason why they do it. There is a huge history when it comes to Italy from the time that the Roman Empire fell all the way up until now. It's got a very, very interesting history that I think is going to come out as we go along with this episode. And there's a huge history, that's all I got to say, which involves the Catholic Church and things that aren't really seen or talked about really very much about what went on during the early days of the Catholic Church. There was a lot of brutality in Italy alone, not just with the Catholic Church, but they got swept up into it too. So just keep that in mind whenever we do get started. So with that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to get into some of the popes that I found 11 of them actually. So I'm going to get into the popes that have died, and I'll start from the oldest. It's Pope John VIII. Now, he was between 872 to 882 AD. Now, Pope John VIII, who served as the Bishop of Rome for the from the year 872 to 882, is widely believed to have met a violent end though the details remain murky and are based largely on accounts written years after his death. He was one of the more active and assertive popes of the early medieval period, known for his efforts to defend Rome and the Papal States against the encroaching Saracens, or Muslim raiders, who had established strongholds in southern Italy. Pope John VIII appealed multiple times to the Carolingian rulers and other European powers for military support, but was often ignored or given only limited assistance. Frustrated by the lack of help, he eventually turned to paying tribute to the Saracens in the effort to buy peace, a decision that weakened his standing among the Roman aristocracy and clergy. Now, over time, his political position eroded as factions in Rome grew increasingly dissatisfied with his leadership. According to some chronicles, members of his own court or household, possibly even members of the Roman nobility, conspired against him. The most widely repeated account states that Pope John VIII was first poisoned, and when that did not kill him quickly enough, was then bludgeoned to death with a hammer or some blunt object. This combination of poisoning and beating suggests not only a determined effort to remove him, but also a deeply personal and violent betrayal. His death marked the beginning of a particularly chaotic and violent era in the history of the papacy, one that would see numerous short reigns, power struggles, and further assassinations. The murder of Pope John VIII is often cited as the first historically documented case of a pope being assassinated. Now, after Pope John VIII, from 1882 until 1896, there was no murders or assassinations of popes. In 1896, Pope Stephen the sixth, or maybe the seventh, became pope from that point on, 896 to 897. 1 year. Now, Pope Stephen VI was also known as Stephen VII, depending on the numbering used. And he died in the year 897 under violent and tumultuous circumstances that were emblematic of the political chaos of the era. His papacy is most infamous for the so-called Cadaver Synod, a macabre of political motivated a macabre and politically motivated spectacle in which he ordered the exhumed corpse of his predecessor, Pope Formosus, to be put on trial. The corpse was dressed in papal vestments, seated on a throne, and subjected to questioning, while a deacon was forced to speak on its behalf. The trial concluded with Formosus being found guilty of violating ecclesiastical law, his papacy declared invalid, and his body desecrated, stripped of its garments, and thrown into the Tiber River. The grotesque nature of the Cadaver Synod shocked both the clergy and the Roman populace, and it provoked widespread outrage. In the months that followed, the political atmosphere in Rome turned hostile against Stephen. His enemies, likely including both supporters of the late Formosus and members of the Roman aristocracy, who had grown weary of Stephen's erratic and vengeful behavior, eventually orchestrated his downfall. He was arrested and imprisoned, and not long after, he was found dead in his cell. Most historical accounts agree that he was strangled, though there are no detailed contemporary records to confirm precisely who was responsible. His death marked yet another grim episode in what became known as the Saeculum Obscurum, or the Dark Century of the papacy, during which successive popes were often installed, manipulated, or removed by force by competing factions within Rome. So now we come to the third one, which is Pope Leo V. Now, before I get into that, I want to also mention that I am going to be talking about Niccolo Machiavelli, which was later in history, but I also want to talk about the House of Medici, or Medici, I believe is how they originally say it. But with that being said, I do want to talk about these guys, and this is later on, but I am going to kind of give you a little bit of a history about what actually took place when it comes to politics and the atmosphere in Italy during the Dark Ages or the Middle Ages, however you want to say it. Not necessarily the Age of Enlightenment, but during specifically the Dark Ages and things of that nature. Now, with that being said, too, I also want to let everybody know that links to the stream are in the chat sections. You're more than welcome to join if you want to come in and be a part of the conversation. I've also got it posted up on X as well, so if you guys are on X and you want to come in and introduce yourself and say something, feel free to do so. You're more than welcome. With that being said, I am going to go ahead and get to the third Pope, which is Pope Leo V. And he was in 903. So Pope Leo V held the papal office for only a very brief period in the year 903, and his death remains one of the more obscure and contested events in papal history due to the lack of reliable contemporary documentation. He came to power during a particularly unstable period, which was marked by the deep entanglement of the papacy with the Roman aristocratic families and the frequent interference of secular political forces in church affairs. Leo V was elected pope in July of that year, but he soon found himself imprisoned by a rival claimant known as Antipope Christopher. This usurpation may have been backed by powerful factions in Rome, although the exact political motives and alliances remain uncertain. While in prison, Leo V reportedly died under suspicious circumstances. The most widely accepted account is that he was murdered, likely strangled, to eliminate him as a legitimate rival to Christopher. However, some sources suggest he may have died from mistreatment or neglect while in captivity rather than outright assassination. There are no surviving detailed records of the events, and most of what is known comes from later medieval chronicles that often mixed rumor with fact. Interestingly, the legitimacy of Christopher himself was later questioned, and he was ultimately removed from the official list of popes by the Church. Regardless of the exact method of Leo's death, his fate illustrates how papal succession in the 10th century was often determined not by spiritual authority or ecclesiastical procedure, but by raw political power and violence. His short and tragic papacy reflects the broader instability that characterizes the Church during what historians often call the darkest era of the medieval papacy. After that, we come to the fourth one, which is Pope John X. Oh, wow, you scared me.
Hey, Roger.
Hey, what's up? We made it
What's
up. We made it up to Pope John X. So
you're going quick.
No, actually, this is only the fourth one.
How many are there?
There's 11.
Oh, jeez. All right.
Yeah. Now,
did you start with Peter? Because he was murdered pretty brutally. he's the first one that got murdered pretty brutally.
Well, yeah.
Or are you covering just the ones that are murdered by his own people?
Well, the ones that were officially made Pope. Now Peter was they didn't call Peter Pope Peter, you know what I mean? So
well, he is the first Pope.
Well, I mean, if you want to, go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead and tell everybody about how he was murdered since we got you on here, because that's
well, I mean, so it's you want to go down the list, should start with Peter, but even though we all know how he died, or tradition has it that he was crucified just like Jesus was, but with a twist. He was crucified upside down.
Right.
Exactly. Yep.
No, it's
But then,
important.
are you going down? Are you going down the history in order of history, or?
Now, the first recorded assassination of popes came by at 872 to 882, and that was Pope John the Eighth.
Okay.
And before that, I guess there was like this really, really cool freaking golden age where nobody murdered popes. You know what I'm saying? Either that
Only the
or
Roman.
yeah.
Only the Roman.
So, but
Yeah, if you don't count that as murder, then okay.
well, I mean, it's like freaking you stop and you think about it though. You're actually a Catholic, so it was best that you was the one that brought up um, Peter. You know what I mean?
Mm.
So I mean, like,
Yeah, I mean, so right, the all these popes that you brought up that were murdered,
uh-huh.
they are new to me, so I don't know anything about them. I would need to do some looking up just to double check the story,
Mm-hmm.
which you haven't given me much time to do.
Okay.
So as soon as we get home, we're gonna do this on the fly. So yeah, hang on to your horses. So while I'm driving home, you can just continue with whatever you have, and then we can go back if we need to.
Well, since you're driving home, I know you probably didn't hear my message to you guys as Catholics, and this is something important that you need to understand. Okay, like because this Pope is coming not only from the United States but from Illinois. So,
Okay, from
so
your hometown, is it?
well, my home state. But
Home state.
when
Okay.
when he comes in, when he comes to Rome, expect him to come on a Harley Davidson with stripes, freaking
He's
running
he's
down the gas tank, and he's
he's
going.
already there, man. He's already
He,
there, and he's not going home. It looks like
well,
he's gonna be stuck there for the rest of his life.
he'll eventually be dressed like Garth Brooks at some point,
I doubt it. I don't
and
think so.
and he'll be listening to Sir Mix-a-Lot. Most
I don't.
likely,
You know, it feels like that he comes in as the cardinal from Chicago, from Illinois, but then he comes out a completely different person.
no,
We'll need to wait over time to see how his, Illinoisian upbringing will have any impact on his papacy. But so far, I haven't seen any sign of him being bishop from the United States at all. Do you?
well, not yet, but it's all
Yeah,
media right
yeah,
now, though. You got to
yeah,
realize.
yeah,
I mean, that's
yeah.
all flash and everything. Like right
Mm.
now, they're probably putting him in front of every camera they can, and
Well,
he's.
yesterday, no, I mean not the camera, but so there's a news coming out of the Vatican news
Mhm.
where they televised the daily mass, and this morning's mass was the first time I heard him speaking English. Right?
Yeah.
So
Now you said in chat
interesting.
you said in chat earlier that you think the reason why he didn't speak English in the first one was probably being rebellious against Donald Trump. So, um,
Yeah, yeah.
you believe that?
Uh, Kind of, I don't want to think that his election was influenced in any way by Donald Trump. Uh, and maybe he's trying to send out that message
Yeah.
that, uh,
Well,
they elected the man, not the policy, whatever he might have done in the past. But it does have some bearing on their decision, I'm sure, right? I mean, he's
yeah.
been, even though he's the bishop from the United States, he's been abroad for extended period of time. He's been all over the world, and uh, his latest post was the the head of the dicastery for the bishops in Rome. So
now, when it comes to him though too, he is actually conservative though, right? I mean, from everything I've heard, he's actually a conservative.
yeah, yeah, he's seems he seems like a conservative, and he's a kind of a quiet spoken and he's got a shy demeanor to him. He's not like outspoken like some of the other cardinals in the United States.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, in some circles he might be known, but he went right under the radar for me in terms of who are the prominent bishops from the United States, because he's like he might have done a lot of good work for the church, but he's all under the radar. He's like in a humble kind of way, right? He's very much unnoticed by the media.
I've actually heard from people that I've known here, and they say that he's actually a nice guy. I don't know
Mm-hmm.
how true that is. It's just from hearsay, but
Mm-hmm.
most of the Catholics that I know around here say he's actually a pretty nice guy. So
Mm-hmm.
I don't, and like I said, I don't know for sure how that is. I mentioned that to Nancy earlier, and she started talking about like all the conspiracy and stuff. So she's
Yeah, this it would have been good to have Mr. Robot on here in this show. He would have accompanied you well on this
well, I mean,
in this episode.
nobody really wants to talk about the deaths and stuff, and like I love talking about cool stuff like this. You know what I mean? This is actually part of history that most people don't know about. And
You brought up Eusebius quite often
yeah.
in your talks. He wrote quite a bit of work in early church history.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, actually,
Have you looked into his work?
yeah, actually, that's how I got most of my information about the Phoenicians and stuff, because the only thing surviving from the Phoenicians back during those times was stuff that was written by Eusebius.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, so
Okay.
even though he was against the pagans, he still was the one who wrote about it and wrote material about it. You know what I mean? So yeah,
Yep.
he was. They were actually able to draw off of his writings to get a little bit more of a good picture when it came to the Phoenicians and stuff. So I thought that was interesting.
Okay.
But yeah.
All right. Let's go back to your list. Continue with your list then. I mean, we can eventually get to the current state, but let's go back in history first.
Okay, so the fourth one is Pope John the 10th, and that was between 914 and 928. Now,
Okay.
Pope John the 10th served as Bishop of Rome for the year 914 until his death in 928. His pontificate,
Pontificate was how long?
his pontificate was marked
He is
by both.
the number, what number in the order of the
No, I don't know for sure what
papacy?
number he is, but I know that his pontificate was marked with both political ambition and a violent end. And he is
Okay.
remembered as one of the more assertive and capable popes of the early 10th century.
Okay.
Now, John came from Rovana and rose through ecclesiastical ranks with the support of influential political figures, particularly the powerful Roman noblewoman Theodora, or noblewoman Theodora,
Okay.
who who is often claimed to have used her influence to secure his elevation to the papacy. Now, some sources, though colored by rumor and partisan bias, suggest that she may have even had a personal relationship with him, though that claim remains speculative and unproven. Now, as a pope, John X played an active role in secular politics and was deeply involved in efforts to unify Italy under a strong monarchy, supporting various rulers, including Berengar of Friuli or Friuli. I always have a hard time with those Italian names. And later, Hugh of Arles. He also achieved military success by organizing a coalition of Christian forces against the Saracens in southern Italy, culminating in the victory at the Battle of the Garigliano in the year 915. This was a significant accomplishment that earned him prestige and reinforced the papacy's political relevance. However, his growing power and influence made him a target of rival factions in Rome, particularly the powerful Theophylact family, the Theophylact family, and their daughter, Marozia. Now, these aristocratic figures effectively controlled much of Roman political life during this era, and they sought to dominate the papacy for their own ends. After John aligned himself with Hugh of Arles and attempted to consolidate political control, Marozia viewed him as a threat to her family's dominance. In the year 928, John X was seized by force, likely on Marozia's orders. He was imprisoned in the Castel Saint Angelo, the former mausoleum of Hadrian that had become a fortress a fortress and papal prison. Shortly thereafter, he died in captivity. Most historical accounts agree that he was smothered to death with a pillow, a method commonly used at the time to commit murder while minimizing physical evidence.
Who did it?
His death, well, most of them they don't really know. Like the documentation on a lot of them are just dismal. His death was part of a broader struggle for control of the papacy, and it marked a particularly dark moment in what is often referred to as the Saeculum Obscurum, or the century of papal corruption and violence dominated by Roman nobility.
So who imprisoned him, though?
That is what they were saying, that it was this woman Marozia.
Okay, so it's again it's an internal rivalry.
Well, in Italy during that time period, there was a lot of
Factions.
Factions, yeah, and families, huge families. Now,
this is after the fall of the Roman Empire, right?
Right. Now, this is also, you also have to take in Roman nobility from the times of the Roman Empire too. They were still, a lot of these Roman nobility still had a lot of power when it came to their families. You know what I mean? After the Rome fell. Now, Pope John X's assassination highlights how deeply the papacy had become enmeshed in the brutal political machinations of medieval Italy, is what it goes on to say. But that's kind of what's going on here. You know what I mean? Like, these popes had to basically coordinate with freaking these factions that were part of the old noble families, and plus powerful families that were also involved. And this would probably be the best time for me to bring up the House of Medici, or Medici, or I don't know exactly how they pronounce it, but have you ever heard of them?
No, I don't think I have. Maybe when I look them up, it might ring a bell, but it doesn't sound familiar.
Now, the House of Medici was an Italian banking family, and had a political dynasty that first consolidated power in the Republic of Florence.
Florence, okay.
Now, Florence actually was probably the first republic, actually, because I know that Rome and Greece both wanted a republic, to be honest. I'm not sure on that one, but I know they were actually a republic. And this family is one of the families, and this is actually later on in history, after Pope what's his face after
John.
After Pope John, yeah. But this is basically, yeah, Pope John the 10th. But this is basically the mentality that was taking place at the time within Italy, okay, where these families dominated the political schemes. They were very, very violent. It was almost expected. It was kind of expected for a Roman man to freaking, cut his enemy's throat in the streets. You know what I mean? Like, if you had an enemy and you had a chance to kill him, you could kill him right there in the middle of the streets and not even get arrested for it. Basically, this was the kind of environment that was there. So that's what was taking place at that time. So a lot of these family members were being murdered too, as well as popes and members of the papacy. So that's something that I did want to bring up. And then, like, Machiavelli,
Machiavelli, okay, yeah.
Niccolo Machiavelli is another good example of it. He wrote a lot of stuff that people should really take a look at when it comes to the kind of politics that took place during his time. You know what I mean? Because he talks a lot about tyrants and how how they should seize and maintain power, and things of that nature. So his whole political view was really kind of evil, basically. He advised rulers to, like, engage in evil when politically necessary. Whenever it required it. At one point, he stated that a successful founder and reformer of government should be excused for killing other leaders who would oppose them. You know what I mean? Like, he openly states it. And that was something that really stuck out to me. And if I had to suggest anything, I would suggest people read The Prince. It was written by him, but that's one of the many things that. And don't get me wrong. I mean, I really do want to get more into this and research it, but I haven't been able to do it very, very well, to be honest with you, because things during this time period get freaking crazy. Okay, like there's a reason why I like ancient history over what I consider modern history, and this is one of them. You know, um,
Oh,
you people don't realize how crazy things got after freaking we started getting into Greek and Roman history. You know, after
pretty violent, right? Well, I mean, I've seen.
well, the violence got insane. You know what I mean? It got just
Mhm,
completely insane. History became skewed, um,
mhm.
and it's like information was lost. I mean, tons of information. The things that people think we know about the Middle Ages and the Dark Ages isn't really freaking fact. They're just, word that was passed down from generation to generation. But there's no actual documented evidence backing up a lot of what's being said because of
Yeah, is that odd though? I
yeah,
mean,
it is pretty odd.
there must have been some written records, but they got burned or lost or something.
Destroyed most
Because
likely.
they surely have means to keep their written records, right?
Well, I've noticed
We got
that.
some. We had some pretty uh, popular Roman historians whose uh, writings even mention Jesus, right? Uh, so there's some of that there.
Hmm.
So, I mean, some people who deny that the Jesus even exists, we have those records to prove otherwise.
Well, then
So,
you have you the whole deal about it is when it comes to like the first, I'd say, 500 years of the Roman or the Holy Roman uh,
mm,
Empire,
mm,
or, everything seemed to be uh, well from I'd say up until about 500 AD. Everything seems to be where a time period where people like to chronicle things and write things down.
right.
You know, but like
Yeah.
after that point, man, just things started to deteriorate. You know what I mean? Things started to
Mm,
fall apart. All of a sudden, information was getting destroyed, like you said, um,
mm.
and especially when it comes to Italy, right here, you have got tons and tons of people who are destroying shit and destroying history at that time
Mhm.
period. So it's hard to really tell if anything was even written about this stuff or if it was just destroyed. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
Okay.
it's very, very interesting. And
Mm,
these popes, okay, these
mm.
popes were put into freaking power and then murdered. I mean, these I'd say the longest I've found so far goes to, I'd say, at least 30 years difference between each time a pope was murdered.
Do you think these kind of records should still be stored in the Vatican archive somewhere?
Mhm.
Right?
Well, I mean, I still have my opinions about the record keeping there too, because like these conclaves.
Mhm.
Now, were
Yeah,
these
I don't think they keep records of the conclave, right? They vote, and then after they finish voting, the ballots are burned.
right?
They're
And see,
destroyed, so it's very secretive.
and originally we really don't know how it was performed. Okay, now did they take these people, put them in, and say the last one standing is the pope?
Well, I don't know how the process has been developed to the point where it is now, but I mean,
I mean, like in the beginning, you know what I mean? When they had
yeah, yeah.
when they had this brutal.
Well,
Uh,
so in the Acts, in the Acts of the Apostles book in the New Testament, we read about a little bit of that process already when when Judas abandoned his post and went to his own place, and then they had to choose a replacement for him, right?
Yeah.
If you remember. So they took a lot, which means they did the voting. So the 11 of them voted for who should be the replacement of Judas. So there's a little bit of that process right there. So
okay,
and they voted for Matthias, and Matthias became Judas's replacement.
but he was one of the first to die though too, wasn't he? I believe so.
I'm not sure he was. I think Stephen was the first one. He got killed by Paul.
Okay.
But wait, Stephen wasn't one of the 12 though. So maybe you're right, guys. I'm not sure about that.
Now,
we can trace the history of those 12 apostles. They all died horrible death except for John. So
now, when we talk about John, now we can go to Pope John the 11th. Okay, so
okay.
Now Pope John the 10th.
So did you mention? Yeah. So you briefly said he was died. He was poisoned and then bludgeoned after the poison didn't work.
Now, no, Pope John the 10th was suffocated with a pillow. He got the easy way.
Oh, John the 8th was the one that was poisoned.
No, Pope Leo the 5th. He was the one, I believe, who died under suspicious circumstances. Now, I believe he was the one that was, yeah. It says that no, hold up, which one was it? I believe it was him, or it was Stephen, actually. Wait, yeah. Now that's weird that you said that because we were just talking about Stephen. Now,
Stephen was just a deacon. He wasn't a pope, though.
No, Pope Stephen the Sixth.
Oh no, there's a Pope Stephen. Yeah, different one.
Maybe the 7th.
Okay, okay.
Now he was weird. Wait, no. He was really the first one. The first Pope John the 8th is the one who was. This is Pope John the 8th between 872 to 882.
Okay.
Now, what happened with him is the Muslims were at the southern part of Italy, and instead of fighting against the Muslims, he decided to pay them off so that they would leave, back off. So he did that, and a lot of people who were around him didn't agree with it. So they didn't particularly like the idea that he was. Instead of defending Rome, he was paying the Muslims to basically becoming a fiefdom. I would say is what that sounds like.
Okay.
And they were called the Saracens, or Muslim raiders. Now, when over time. His political position began to erode, and like different factions in Rome grew like dissatisfied with his leadership. So what they decided to do was poison him. Okay, so first they poisoned him, and then when that didn't kill him quick enough, they decided to bludgeon him to death with like a hammer or some other kind of blunt object.
Who are they?
They say that it was possibly members of his own court or even household. And they also say that it could have been members of the Roman nobility who conspired against him.
Okay.
So that was the first one. So we got to hear about the violence straight up from the get-go, And it's like, everybody today hears about the mafia and how rough and hard they are, and they don't understand that these people came from that kind of background, and that's the way that country has always been. You know what I mean? The way the mafia runs, that's straight up their way of being. That was their way of being for the longest time. So that's how they dealt with stuff. Um, so yeah.
Okay, I'm home. Keep talking. Give me a few minutes. I'll get set up with them on my computer shoe.
So what I'm going to do is do the fifth one, which is Pope John the 11th, between 931 to 935. Now, Pope John the 11th served as the Bishop of Rome from the year 931 to 935, during a period of intense corruption and aristocratic control over the papacy. Commonly known as, like I said before, the Saeculum Obscurum. Now, his rise to the papacy and his eventual demise were closely tied to the power struggles of the Roman nobility, particularly the Theophilate family, which dominated Roman politics and ecclesiastical life at the time. Now, John the 11th was the son of Marozia. Interesting. She was the one who killed, or was possibly the one who killed Pope John the 10th. And after he died, Pope John the 11th was her son. And he was supposed to be a formidable, she was supposed to be a formidable Roman noblewoman who wielded enormous influence in the city. Now, there has long been controversy regarding his paternity, though. Now, while officially he was the son of Marozia's husband, Alberic I of Spoleto, many medieval chroniclers claim that his biological father was actually Pope Sergius III, suggesting that John the 11th may have been the product of a scandalous liaison between Marozia and Sergius. Whether or not this is true, it highlights the deeply compromised state of the papacy during this era. After being installed as Pope through the efforts of his mother, John the 11th held little real power. Marozia ruled Rome as a virtual queen, and it was she who dictated much of what happened during his papacy. However, her dominance was short-lived. In the year 932, Marozia's own son, by Alberic, known as Alberic II, staged a coup. He deposed Marozia, took control of Rome, and placed his half-brother, Pope John the 11th, under house arrest. From that point onward, John had no real authority and was essentially a puppet under Alberic's control. The final years of John the 11th's life were marked by political impotence and isolation. He remained imprisoned in the Lateran Palace until his death in the year 935. The exact cause of his death is not clearly recorded, and historical sources offer little detail. Some later chronicles suggest that he may have been poisoned or otherwise murdered, possibly to remove a figure who could have posed a threat to Alberic's continued rule. There is no definitive proof. Whether his death was natural or the result of foul play, it marked the end of a papacy that had been overshadowed from beginning to end by the ambitions and violence of his own family. Pope John XI's life and death serve as an example of how the office of the Pope during the 10th century was frequently reduced to a pawn in the hands of Rome's most powerful noble clans. That sounded pretty damn nifty. What do you think? You still there, Tan? He's getting everything set up and ready to go. Now, with that being said, I kind of went over some of the stuff that I wanted to mention before when it comes to Niccolo Machiavelli. Now, let me go ahead and read some of this. Niccolo de Bernardo de Machiavelli was a Florentine diplomat, author, philosopher, and historian who lived during the Italian Renaissance. He is best known for his political treatise, The Prince, to Principi, written around 1513, but not published until 1532, 5 years after his death. He has often been called the father of modern political philosophy and political science. For many years, he served as a senior official in the Florentine Republic with responsibilities in diplomatic and military affairs. He wrote comedies, carnival songs, and poetry. His personal correspondence is also important to historical and scholars in Italian correspondence. He worked as secretary to the Second Chancery of the Republic of Florence from 1498 to 1512, when the Medici were out of power. After his death, Machiavelli's name came to evoke unscrupulous acts of the sort he advised most famously in his work, The Prince. He concerned himself with the ways a ruler could survive in politics and knew those who flourished engaged in deception, treachery, and crime. He advised rulers to engage in evil when political necessity requires it, at one point stating that successful founders and reformers of government should be excused from killing other leaders who would oppose them. Machiavelli's Prince has been surrounded by controversy since it was published. Some consider it to be a straightforward description of political reality. Many view The Prince as a manual teaching would-be tyrants how they should seize and maintain power. Even into recent times, some scholars, such as Leo Strauss, have restated the traditional opinion that Machiavelli was a teacher of evil. Even though Machiavelli has become most famous for his work on principalities, scholars also gave attention to the exhortations in his other works of political philosophy. While less known than The Prince, the Discourses of Livy has been said to have paved the way for modern republicanism. His works were a major influence on Enlightenment authors who revived interest in classical republicanism, such as Jean Jacques Rousseau and James Harrington. Machiavelli's political realism has continued to influence generations of academics and politicians, and his approach has been compared to realpolitik of figures such as Otto von Bismarck. Now, Jean-Jacques Rousseau is a French philosopher, and I will tell you right now, he is not John Locke. Okay, if you want good, solid, classical republicanism and liberalism, read John Locke. Jean-Jacques Rousseau is one of those guys who doesn't believe that the individual should own private property, that it should belong to the state. I've done some research on him. But after that, I wanted to talk about the House of Medici, go back over that, because this is a family that was mentioned here in this article. And you need to understand the House of Medici if you want to understand the atmosphere that was taking place during this time period. Now, the House of Medici was an Italian banking family and political dynasty that first consolidated power in the Republic of Florence under Cosimo del Medici and his grandson Lorenzo the Magnificent during the first half of the 15th century. The family originated in the Mugello region of Tuscany and prospered gradually in trade until it was able to fund the Medici Bank. This bank was the largest in Europe in the 15th century and facilitated the Medici's rise to political power in Florence. Although they officially remained citizens rather than monarchs until the 16th century. In 1532, the family acquired the hereditary title of Duke of Florence. In 1569, the Duce was elevated to the Grand Duce of Tuscany after territorial expansion. The Medici ruled the Grand Duce from its inception under the builder Cosimo I until 1737, with the death of Guillaume Gaston de Medici. The Medici produced 4 popes of the Catholic Church. That would be Pope Leo X, Pope Clement VII, Pope Pius IV, and Pope Leo XI, and 2 queens of France, Catherine de Medici and Marie de Medici. The Medici's Grand Duce witnessed degrees of economic growth under the early Grand Dukes, but was bankrupt by the time of Cosimo III de Medici, which is 1670 to 1723. So I'm not going to go further into that, but that kind of gives you an idea right here. Now, I mentioned Pope Leo X, and Pope Leo X was between 1513 to 1521. Wait, no, I haven't gotten to Pope Leo, I don't think. Have I? Yeah, I haven't gotten to Pope Leo yet. Now, he is up next, I believe. Let me double check and find out. Yeah, because I believe I have just done Pope Stephen VII. Yeah. No, Pope John the 11th is what I did. So Pope Leo X is on the list, though, and we will most definitely get to him, I'm pretty sure. No, actually, he's not on the list. He just stood out to me. Pope Leo sounds familiar. There we go. But anyhow, I wanted to read those to kind of give you an idea of what's going on. these were very, very powerful families that were influencing not only Italy, but also the Catholic Church as well as the rest of Europe, France particularly. So I did want to point that out and make sure everybody understood that. And like I said, if you want to dive into this more, learn about the House of Medici or Medici, however that's pronounced, and Machiavelli. Machiavelli is very interesting. And I understand that there is a difference between Machiavellian and the actual guy Machiavelli, because it was a term that was coined by psychologists that they eventually started calling it like a Machiavellian kind of persona or personality. That's a different thing altogether, but I just wanted to point that out and let everybody know that. Okay, so I have gotten through Pope John the 11th. Now we come to Pope Stephen the 7th. Wait a minute. I've already covered Pope Stephen the 7th or 8th, didn't I? Okay. So now I have Pope Stephen the 7th, maybe the 8th, 1928 to now I'm getting a little confused here. Okay, so now I am going to go ahead and get with Pope Stephen. Okay, here we go. So Pope Stephen the 7th, possibly the 8th. Pope Stephen the 7th, also known in some records as Pope Stephen the 8th. Wait, yeah, there we go. I've already read that one. So I'm on number 7, Pope Benedict the 6th. Pope Benedict the 6th served as a bishop of Rome from the year 972 until his death in 974. During a period when the papacy was caught between the competing influences of the German Holy Roman emperors and the powerful aristocratic factions in Rome. His election to the papacy was strongly supported by Emperor Otto I, who sought to assert imperial control over the church in Rome. Benedict was seen as a pro-German candidate, and his elevation did not sit well with many of the local Roman nobles, who resented imperial interference in ecclesiastic affairs. When Emperor Otto I died in 973, the power vacuum left behind weakened Benedict's position considerably. Otto's successor, Otto II, was still a young man and had less direct influence with Roman affairs, leaving the papacy vulnerable to renewed aristocratic control. Taking advantage of the shifting political landscape, a faction led by Crescentius I, a member of the powerful Crescenti family, staged a revolt against Benedict, with imperial authority temporarily diminished. The anti-German faction in Rome moved quickly. Benedict was seized and imprisoned in the Castel Sant'Angelo, a fortress that had become a notorious site for detention and often execution of unwanted popes. While Benedict was incarcerated, a rival candidate named Franco Ferrucci was elected as anti-pope under the name Boniface VII. In order to solidify this usurpation and remove any threat of Benedict's return to power, the conspirators had him murdered in prison. Most sources indicate that Benedict was strangled to death, a common method of discreet execution in this era. His death marked another episode in the long history of papal violence during the 10th century, where the office of the Pope was routinely contested and controlled through political intrigue, betrayal, and assassination. After Benedict's murder, Boniface VII did not remain in power for long. He was quickly driven out of Rome by supporters of Otto II and fled to Constantinople with the Vatican treasury, leaving the city in disarray. Benedict's death and the brief, chaotic rule of Boniface VII are emblematic of the larger instability that plagued the papacy during this time, when spiritual authority was often subordinated to the ambitions of secular and noble interests. What do you think about that? Some pretty hardcore stuff, don't you think? Just
having some mic problem on my desktop here.
Okay.
Give me a second.
All right. But yeah, see, now this is all before Machiavellian and all that. So you're looking at this kind of mentality, like I was saying, stretching all through the beginning of the Dark Ages, the Middle Ages, however you want to say it. I do find that kind of interesting. So now I'm so glad that we made it to that point, because I got lost there for a second. So let me see what we have here. Now, the Pope John the 14th is the next one. Pope John the 14th served as Bishop of Rome from the year 983 until his death in 984, during a time of acute political instability and deadly power struggles over control of the papacy. Before becoming Pope, he was known as Peter Canapanova and had served as the Bishop of Pavia. He was a trusted advisor and high-ranking cleric under Emperor Otto II, who appointed him to the papacy in what was clearly an imperial assertion over Rome and the Church. His appointment was not popular among many noble Romans, particularly those who had grown increasingly resentful of German interference in papal affairs. John XIV's position became precarious soon after he took office. Within months of his elevation, the emperor who had supported him, Otto II, died unexpectedly. The sudden loss of imperial protection left John vulnerable to Roman factions who opposed both his authority and the broader influence of the Holy Roman Empire. Chief among his enemies was Boniface VII, a ruthless and ambitious figure who had previously usurped the papacy and fled Rome after being driven out by pro-imperial forces. With the emperor gone and the political climate favorable to a return, Boniface seized the opportunity to reclaim power. In the year 984, Boniface VII returned to Rome, likely with the support of Byzantine or local Roman allies. He quickly led a coup, overthrew John the 14th, and imprisoned him in Castel Sant'Angelo. There he is. John was kept in harsh conditions, and while exact details of his death remain uncertain, most accounts agree that he died while in captivity. Some sources claim he was starved to death, while others suggest he may have been poisoned or directly murdered in the orders on the orders of Boniface. Regardless of the method, his death was not natural, and it was clearly the result of a deliberate effort to eliminate him and ensure that Boniface faced no legitimate rival to the papal throne.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, there you go.
Oh,
Now,
cool. Right, finally.
now you have a little bit of an echo coming in behind you.
Hang on a second. Yeah, I'll sign off from my device.
Now, John the 14th's death is one of the many tragic examples from a period often referred to as the Dark Age of the Papacy, when popes were frequently imprisoned, deposed, or murdered as noble families and foreign powers battled for dominance in Rome.
All right. Now I have my research arsenal with me. So,
okay.
We are talking about which pope now?
Now, I have made it up to Pope John the 14th between
Pope John
983 and 984.
14. Okay.
Now,
Pope John the 14.
Right. Now, this one is actually interesting. Him and the previous pope, Pope Benedict the Sixth, and there's also a third player in all of this, which is very interesting.
His predecessor is Benedict the Seventh.
Well, Benedict the Sixth, though, is the one who was murdered.
Hmm.
Okay.
So you skipped him, or what are we doing?
Well, I'm just focusing on the murdered pope. This is dead popes.
John, yeah, but so you're saying John or predecessor, one of his predecessor, Benedict the Sixth, you said?
Yes.
Was also murdered?
Yeah, he was murdered. He was murdered. And then after he was murdered, later on,
is John the 14th also murdered?
Yes.
How did he die?
Now, Pope John the 14th was. Now, this is. Have you ever heard of Boniface?
Yes.
Okay, Boniface is an anti-pope, right?
Boniface the Seventh, yeah.
And he was there was actually a power struggle going on between these two popes and him. He actually fled to Constantinople, and the reason for that was because the Germans who were in charge with the Holy Roman Empire. The German Holy Roman Empire favored Pope Benedict the Sixth.
Okay.
And after they appointed him as Pope, freaking the guy who was in charge, I forgot his name, but he ended up dying, which caused a power or a vacuum in power in Italy. So he became vulnerable. Pope Benedict did, and that's when this all happened. He came in, took power. He didn't hold it very long. Now the emperor was Otto the First, and he died in 973. Now Otto the Second was still supposed to be young, and he had less direct influence in Rome Roman affairs, and that left the papacy vulnerable. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So after that, a faction led by Crescentius the First, a member of
Oh,
the
wait. How did we didn't talk about how John the 14 died? How was he murdered?
of John the 14th. That one's afterwards. He ended up dying because of he was imprisoned in 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 the Castle Saint D'Angelo, and he was kept under harsh conditions. And they said that while exact details of his death remain uncertain, most accounts agree that he died while in captivity. Some sources claim he was starved to death, while others suggest that he had been poisoned or directly murdered on the orders of Boniface, who
Casto Sant'Angelo. Okay, yeah, right. He was assaulted by people from the anti-Pope Boniface VII.
yes.
Yeah, the Crescenti family. He was
So
assaulted, deposed, and confined at Castel Sant'Angelo.
So, what are your thoughts on these anti-popes?
It happens. Actually, matter of fact, happens a few times in the church history. I think so. This was in the 10th century.
Right.
In the in the 14th century, around Saint Catherine of Siena's time, we have Pope Urban VI also fled. He fled. He abandoned Rome, the See of Peter at Rome, and fled to Avignon because of some other anti-pope, and Catherine had to go and persuade him to come back. So, okay, so back to John. Yeah, I mean, it's not surprising. It happened a few times in history. But interesting that the anti-pope wasn't the cause of his death, right?
Well, not that they can't declare it. You know what I mean? Because it's like I said earlier, like a lot of this information is just not there. So like just, most of what they're going off of is just
So
like rumors and stuff like that.
yeah, like rumors and hearsay kind of thing.
Right.
So they said he was deposed of his papacy, which is like uh,
2 years, I believe.
it's not
No,
even a
not even a
thing.
year. It's not even a year.
You don't depose a pope, right? I mean, he's elected and he's there for life. What does deposing the pope mean? So if once he's deposed, who became the pope then?
That would be Boniface. Boniface became the anti-pope.
Well, he's the antipope. He's not the real pope. Who's the real pope?
Well, he just declares that he is the pope. That's how you become an anti-pope. You go in and you just take them out of power, and you say, from this point on, I'm the pope. Come kiss my freaking ring and shut your mouth. You know what I mean? That was basically how it was.
Right, you're right. You're right.
You know what I mean? You either listen to him or you died. I mean,
Yeah.
you know.
Boniface was only considered an anti-pope in the 20th century. I mean, interesting.
Really?
Right? So back then, they still consider him a legitimate pope?
They probably didn't have enough information. It is probably something that just came to light here recently, so that could be because, information, like I've done research on other things like Shakespeare, for example. Everybody thinks that Shakespeare they have all this information, but there's seriously very little freaking documentation when it comes to people like Shakespeare. Like people, I mean,
So
it's like,
so it says John. I'm looking at the Wikipedia article. It says John died 4 months after his imprisonment, but they do not know the cause of his death.
right.
Um, it's and they say it's either from starvation or from poisoning.
Right.
Um,
Now, also, he wasn't very. They didn't like it too much because freaking he came to power because of Emperor Otto II, who was the German. I guess the German emperor, I guess you'd say, for the Holy Roman Empire,
right.
and a lot of these families and these factions in Italy, especially when it comes to the royal families, or the nobles, they they didn't like the interference that was taking place outside of Italy from these German emperors and stuff. You know that that really upset them. So
How how did he become the pope? So uh, when Benedict the Seventh died, Otto the Second wished to enthrone a renowned Burgundian abbot as the new bishop of Rome, but Maelius refused the office. Who is Maelius? Have you read through this?
No, actually, I didn't even go through that. I went from Pope Benedict XVI to
We were just talking about John the 14th.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Before John the 14th died, Pope Benedict the Sixth was the one
Six.
who died.
Oh, but John the 14th is the successor of Benedict the Seventh.
Oh, I don't care about him. He didn't die. He
He
didn't die.
didn't die. He didn't. He wasn't murdered, right?
Whatever.
But we're talking about John, so everything relates to him and how he came into being the
Well, I
Pope.
mean, he
Matters.
he he apparently died an excruciatingly painful death. That's that's really what I'm getting from this. And there
But
was
but but it sounds to me like from reading this, even up into the 10th century, they did not have a formal papal election process.
it doesn't sound like
It's,
it at all.
yeah, because the emperor apparently selected this pope.
Well,
Emperor Canepanova?
mhm.
No, no, that's not it. No, that was his John the 14th's original name. Emperor. Who was the emperor? Emperor Otto II, right?
Right.
They wanted some Burgundian, but there wasn't any available. Or Malleolus, who was the Burgundian, refused. So his second option was um, this guy called Canapanova, who was then Bishop of Pavia and had previously served as Otto's arch-chancellor in Italy. Okay. So negotiation with Capanova stalled until December, at which point he accepted the papal throne. So Canapanova is the former last name of Pope John the 14th.
Right.
So then he was selected by the emperor, which is interesting. They didn't have like a mobile papal conclave even back up until the 10th century.
Well, some of these do talk about being selected by the nobles of Italy and things of that nature. So I'm seeing that like it happened on both sides too. It wasn't just like the German,
Okay.
the like the German noble or whatever you want, Holy Roman emperors. But that was where the real big struggle was. Is they didn't like the idea of these German Holy Roman emperors coming in and enforcing uh, their pope onto them. They wanted to select them themselves. You know.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's where the struggle really becomes. Then they start freaking killing off each other, and there's a real close tie to the nobles, the old Roman nobles from the ex or the the fallen Roman Empire. They still had power during that time period, real strong families. So it's really interesting when you look at this. Um, and you heard what I said earlier too, right? When like their mentality was really intense. You know what I mean? It was almost expected for a man to freaking
Yeah.
murder
Yeah.
his
Yeah.
enemy. You know?
It's in the Roman tradition, right?
Yeah. I mean, like, and you could just like cut the throats right in the middle of the street, and nobody'd even care. You wouldn't get arrested for it or anything. You know, just they'd assassinate people right in open public spaces. I find that interesting
Mm-hmm.
with these factions.
It's so it says again Wikipedia. He died again. We said that he died a few months after his imprisonment, and then he was buried down at the old Saint Peter's Basilica.
Mm.
But then his tomb was destroyed in the 17th century during the basilica's demolition.
That's
So his epitaph was erected under the pontificate of Anti-Pope Boniface VII. Records of his death date as August 20th, 984, but does not state the cause of death.
mm-hmm.
Because Pope Boniface VII was only considered as anti-pope in the 20th century. Pope John XV was considered to be the successor of anti-pope.
Now this is number 9.
Okay, good.
This is number 9. This guy, Pope John XV, served as Bishop of Rome for from the year 996 to his death in 998. His papacy occurred during a turbulent period in the history of the papacy, characterized.
Wikipedia says his papacy ended in 996, but you said he died in 998.
Yeah, in 998. Now,
Okay.
it says his papacy occurred during the turbulent period in the history of the papacy, characterized by the dominance of powerful Roman noble families and frequent political intrigues that overshadowed the church's spiritual authority. Like many of his predecessors, John XV's reign was heavily influenced by the local aristocracy, and his role as pope was often shaped by the ambitions of the powerful Roman families that controlled much of the city's politics. There is little detailed information about Pope John XV's life and papacy, but what is known suggests that his time in office was marked by political maneuvering rather than significant ecclesiastic reforms or achievements. He was largely a figurehead, with the real power residing in the hands of influential Roman families, particularly members on the papal throne, securing their own positions of authority and using the papacy as a political tool to further their ambitions. John XV's death occurred in a context of political unrest and shifting alliances. While the exact cause of his death is not definitively recorded, the most widely accepted account is that he died of natural causes, possibly from an illness in the year 1998. However, some sources suggest that his death might have been the result of foul play, given the highly politicized nature of the papacy at the time and the ambitions of various factions within Rome. After John XV's death, his passing set off another round of papal infighting. His death led to the brief papacy of Pope Gregory the Fifth, but the period following John's death was marked by increasing instability in Rome. The Crescenti family, whose power had been steadily growing, sought to control the papacy and maintain their influence. Pope John XV's reign and his eventual death illustrates the vulnerability of the papacy during this period, where the office of the Pope was often subject to political machinations and ambitions of powerful families in Rome. Now, that right there, I don't think should have really been a part of it, but I've heard them say that freaking there are people who claim that there's possible foul play involved in it, because this is the time period where you start hearing less and less about the underworld when it comes to all of this stuff. You know what I mean?
It says here he died of a fever.
Yeah.
He died of a fever in 1996. So did he resign 2 years before he died?
That's something that I don't understand either, because like freaking it says that he died in 2 years after, and I mean really it doesn't even state that he resigned, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. I mean, it says he's Pope until 990. Oh, well, no, Wikipedia is probably wrong. It says he died in 996, but at the summary it says he died in 998.
Okay, so that's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what's up with this other guy who Pope Gregory the Fifth? Have you ever heard of him?
Gregory the Fifth apparently was the emperor's cousin.
And that would be would that
Otto
be
the Third's cousin?
Oh, okay. Makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Because they're talking about this character being actually Pope John the 15th, was actually, by the way it sounds to me, is he was given power by the Roman noble families.
Mm.
And like I said, there was a power struggle going on there between the Roman noble families and the German Holy Roman Church, or however.
I don't. So, a couple of sources tell me, Gemini and ChatGPT says that he died of an acute fever. So there's no proof of foul play, or no proof that he was actually murdered or anything like that, or a victim of violence, anything like that.
Well, I'm thinking maybe that where this is coming from was the shift between him and then between this Pope Gregory the Fifth. You know what I mean? The fact that he was out and then this Pope Gregory the Fifth was in. You know,
Right.
And then plus the increased instability in Rome. That would be another thing. There's probably some kind of power struggle that was taking place. So the environment right there in Italy must have been brutal. You know what I mean? So
Yeah. But it says there's no proof that he died of violent cause like many of his predecessors during that time. Okay, let's move on to the next guy.
now we come to the 10th one, which is Pope Boniface the Sixth,
Okay,
1896.
Boniface the Sixth. This thing doesn't show me which which number of Peter's successor he is.
He is in 1892
1892. Well, that's
or
in the
96.
century.
I'm sorry, 892,
Oh,
96.
896. Okay, so it's just right after. So the successor is Gregory the Fifth, and then after that is. Uh, are we talking about Gregory the Fifth?
Oh, if you got Gregory
996. 996 is when he
Gregory the
started.
Fifth would be better actually, because we can go on to Pope Boniface afterwards. But if you got information on him, because that's what I asked you a second ago, if you
Yeah,
know
but
it.
we're talking about. Well, I mean, he's just a direct successor of.
Was
He's
there?
the Bruno. He's the Bruno that the emperor's cousin that we were talking about there.
Okay, so there's nothing
He was,
significant.
yeah, he wasn't murdered.
Okay, see, that's what I'm saying. We need to focus on these dead
Oh,
popes.
well, he died suddenly. It says he died suddenly, not without suspicion of foul play. Imagine that. This is the emperor's cousin.
Yeah,
On February 18, 999.
I'm telling you, man, they're killing each other off left and right. It's just
They're
a
killing
big
the dogs.
murder.
They're eating the cats. This is like they're killing each other like cats and dogs over there.
This is
Right.
like Middle Ages Scarface. You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah.
like when you were transferring from one camera to this one, I was telling everybody, I was like, think about it like this. You know how everybody talks about like the mafia today. You know what I mean? And they don't understand like this is the lifestyle they came from when they were in Italy. You know what I mean? Like that was their way of living during that time period when they first came to the United States. People didn't understand that. You know what I mean?
Gregory the Fifth. Yeah. Yeah.
So like what we call criminals, that's how they did their business. That's how they lived their lives in Italy. You know, it was very very brutal.
He's a member of the Salian dynasty, cousin of his cousin of Emperor Otto the Third. Yeah. How did he die? I mean, he got whacked by his own court. Or
Under suspicious circumstances. You read it, you
yeah,
know.
yeah. Not without suspicious circumstances. All right.
Now, now we have number 10,
Next
which is
dude.
we have Pope Boniface the Sixth. Uh,
Let
in
me
the
see
year
here. So
eight.
next thing after John the 15th is Sylvester the Second, and then we have John the 17, and then we have John the 18, and then Sergius the fourth. Where's
No,
Boniface? What the year?
Boniface is 896.
Oh, that's before that, man. You're not going in
Yeah.
chronological order at all.
Well, apparently, number 10 was important for Pope Boniface the Sixth because Pope Boniface the Sixth had an extremely short papacy. Okay.
So Gregory the
He's
Fifth, John the 15th was his predecessor, and John the 14th was his predecessor.
hold on.
Benedict the Seventh. We're going down to there's a few
Now,
more generations yet.
Pope Boniface the Sixth only served as Bishop of Rome for 15 days in the year 1890.
Boniface the what? Six?
The Sixth.
Six. Boniface the Sixth. Boniface the Sixth.
Now,
Boniface the Eighth. I'm like, it's not even on here.
No, the sixth.
16, Nikolai Boniface VIII, Nikolai IV, Honorius. That is in 12. I don't see him, man. Pope
Have you ever heard of Pope Formosus?
The 6th. Are you sure he's the 6th? Oh yeah, I have. Man.
He came after the death of Pope
896.
Formosus.
After the death of Pope Formosus, yeah?
And his election was part of a series of rapid papal changes during this time, during this chaotic period. Boniface VI's papacy was largely uneventful, with little recording about his actions or contributions to the church. It is believed that he was a member of a powerful Roman nobility, and his brief rise to the papacy may have been influenced by the political struggles within Rome at the time. However, his tenure was cut short as he died under mysterious circumstances.
You're just reading.
Just a short time after his election. Now,
I'm going to share something to make it less boring for the viewer.
Now,
keep reading what you have.
The cause of Pope Boniface VI's death is not definitively known, but most historian accounts suggest that he died from illness, possibly from a stroke, although there are some rumors that he was poisoned. Given the chaotic nature of the period and the factionalism that marked the politics of Rome, it is difficult to rule out the possibility of foul play, though there has been no concrete evidence to support this claim. What is clear is that his papacy was far too short to leave any lasting impact on the church or its development, and he was succeeded by Pope Stephen VII, whose own papacy would be marred by its own violence and political intrigue.
So he was only Pope for 15 days?
Yeah.
And
then Stephen
the Sixth.
Yeah.
He was forcibly ejected. So there was a synod held by John the Ninth. Who we're talking about here? Papal historians describe. Papal historian Caesar Borronius described him as a disgusting monster, guilty of adultery and homicide. Wow.
Well, that was kind of a common theme, though, back in those days. Like, most of these guys, man, were doing some.
He was elected as the result of riots. Who elected him? Let's find out.
Now we're going to be able to get into more of the exciting areas after I run to the bathroom real quick. If you
want. You go ahead. I'm going to do a little bit of research to see who elected Boniface VI.
Now, after that, we're going to go into Pope Celestine V, and that's
Pope Boniface VI was elected in April 896 by a Roman faction amidst the popular tumult and riots that occurred shortly after the death of his predecessor, Pope Formosus.
Mm-hmm.
At the time, there was a struggle for control of Rome between supporters of Armulf, the German emperor, and those of Lambert of Spoleto. The faction that secured Boniface VI's election were partisans of Lambert of Spoleto. Reports also indicate that the Roman people supported his election. However, Boniface's papacy was extremely brief, lasting only about 15 days. His election was later declared null and void by a synod in Rome held by Pope John 9th in 898. This was due to Boniface having been twice previously deprived of holy orders as a subdeacon and as a priest, and not canonically reinstated before his election. So he was uh, he was subject to some sort of canonical penalty when he was quote unquote elected pope by some faction. So this later then was declared null and void by a synod. So yeah, um, so I mean, he was, which means he was never a pope in the first place, wasn't it? But still, in the order of Peter's successor, he's there. Um, what else do we want to know?
Yeah, I had to go grab a cup of coffee too, so I went and grabbed me a coffee.
Who are these factions that elected him, even though he's so unpopular? So did you? So while you're away, I just read how his election was voided, right? Because he wasn't even a priest in good standing order.
Really?
Yeah, he was twice previously deprived of holy orders.
See, now
Uh,
that would make sense. Either that or he was what would be a good word for it? Defamed. You know what I mean? Like they defaced him, basically. I mean, because I could see that happening. Give a reason
well, I
for.
mean, but the record, this is historical records. By the time of his election, these things have already happened.
Oh, I guarantee you, there's nothing historical about these documentation.
I mean, the synod, bishops convened, right? So they're starting to. This is the start of something formal here, some formal process here. Why didn't they have a synod up before this to vote for an election and instead have these uh, uh, emperors or nobles influencing the papal elections, right?
Hmm.
So incidentally, I just read about how the conclave was formalized, right?
Hmm.
And apparently, it wasn't formalized. It wasn't formalized until 1274,
Oh
when
yeah.
when Pope Gregory X issued a papal bull called Ubi Periculum, where he describes a method for electing the next pope. Uh, yeah, and so before that, um, bishops of Rome was chosen in a manner similar to other bishops, local clergy, and Christian communities of the laity would participate in the selection. So that
Well, we've already established how that was determined.
yeah,
So
well, I mean, we didn't. We said some of the nobles were involved in the election, but then how are they, legitimately doing it? And so we're finding now here is the part of the local church community, right? The
well, I
local
think
clergy
I think
and
I think a lot of that also was violent as well. Like you can't deny the fact that there was a violent past that was taking place here. People there were factions that were fighting amongst one another. So
yeah,
I
but
don't
but
think legitimacy was actually like a
no,
big
but
issue
I can
there.
see, appreciate, I can see how this could be a legitimate process, right? You have a local church, a local bishop is responsible for their community in that local group of
Right.
churches, and then the community was responsible for electing the head shepherd, right? Either the local priest would, or with the involvement of the laity community, right? Uh, and this seems perfectly fine. The process, it says, involves, discussion, prayers, consensus, and then acclamation, which is similar to what we have with the formal conclave now. But
I'm sure. I'm sure there was a little bit of murder.
no, yeah. But then, when you get the laity involved, of course, there's like personal ambitions and bias comes into play, right? So that could be the start of how these rich and powerful, noble men or women in those Christian communities influencing the election. But then how did it get to the emperor electing now?
What I took from it is they were forcing their pope onto the papacy. You know what I'm saying? It was like, this is who the pope's going to be. And
wait, let me read more. From the 4th century to the 11th century, there was influence of secular rulers, right? There's imperial confirmation, is what they call, following a legalization of the Christianity by the Emperor Constantine in the 4th century. Roman emperors began to take active role in papal elections. This involvement grew, and by the 6th century, Byzantine emperors, after the fall of the Western Roman Empire, often asserted their right to confirm the election of the Pope before he could be consecrated. And this imperial confirmation was intended to ensure political loyalty and stability. At some point during the periods of strong imperial control over Italy, so this is just a summarization of all the little specific cases you went over, right? So strong imperial control over Italy, for example, by the Holy Roman Emperor in the 10th and 11th centuries, or even more powerful Roman noble families, like we saw with the Pope that you read. Secular rulers went beyond mere confirmations and directly nominated, heavily influenced the choice of the Pope. All right, there we go. So that's how we saw that some of the popes were chosen by the emperor. This often, and in one case there, he even picked his cousin to be the next pope. This often led to the popes who were politically aligned with these rulers, and sometimes resulted in corruption for the appointment of the unsuitable candidates.
Don't you love how they say that this resulted in corruption? I think it's a little bit more than just corruption.
No, it's technical.
Like, we don't need to be talking about the murder stuff.
Wait, so all right, okay. Let's. I guess that's a little bit of how the papal election process.
Now, when you were talking about what year was it that they started doing the
1274 is Pope Gregory the 10th.
Okay, so the next death actually was in 1294, and that is Pope Celestine V.
Pope Celestine V, yes, 1294. That's actually.
No, he was
elected in July 5th. Okay, go ahead and read his life story.
Okay, Pope Celeste V, born Pietro del Moroni, is one of the most unique and tragic figures in papal history, largely due to his brief papacy and the extraordinary circumstances surrounding his death. Elected Pope in 1294, Celeste was a hermit and ascetic monk who had lived a life of extreme piety and solitude before being unexpectedly thrust into the papacy. His election was the result of a long and contentious papal vacancy following the death of Pope Nicholas IV in 1288. The College of Cardinals had been unable to reach a consensus on a new pope for nearly 2 years, and eventually
Wow.
Celestine was chosen largely because of his reputation for holiness, even though he had no desire to take on the papal office. Celestine's papacy, however, was ill suited to his temperament. He was not a politician or administrator. He struggled with the complexities of governing the church, particularly the political intrigue and factionalism within the papacy. His
Now this.
reign. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead. Go, no, finish.
His reign was marked by confusion as he was heavily influenced by powerful advisors who sought to use him for their own agendas. Eventually, overwhelmed by the demands of the papacy and realizing he was not equipped to handle its complexities, Celestine made the unprecedented decision to resign from office.
Mm-hmm.
In December of 1924, or 1294, sorry, just 5 months after his election, Celestine V officially abdicated, citing his inability to cope with the pressures of the papacy. His resignation was the first time in over 700 years that a pope had voluntarily stepped down. After his resignation, Celestine withdrew to a life of seclusion in a remote mountain cell. However, his retirement was short-lived. Pope Boniface VIII, who succeeded him, feared that Celestine might become a figurehead of opposition to his own papacy, and he had the former pope imprisoned. Celestine was confined to a cell in the castle of Famone, a fortress in the mountains of central Italy, where he was held under harsh conditions. During his imprisonment, Celestine's health rapidly deteriorated, and his once vibrant spirit seemed to fade as he languished in isolation. The exact cause of his death on May the 19th, 1296 is uncertain. Some sources suggest that he died of natural causes as his health had been severely weakened by the conditions of his confinement. Other accounts, however, imply that he may have been intentionally starved or mistreated by his captors, perhaps in an effort to remove any threat he might pose to the papacy of Boniface VIII. The lack of clear documentation regarding deliberate neglect or even assassination, uh, although no definitive evidence supports the claim. Now, starvation is something else that we both need to recognize too. Like that could be a form of murder as well. Like they were very, very. I mean, that was a common way of killing people. Put them in a cell and just forget about them, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So that's something else that I've noticed in a couple of them, that it was they were put in a cell and they died from neglect and starvation.
Yeah, but while all the other popes that we mentioned seems to have some like dark history, this pope is a saint, man.
Yeah,
this pope is a saint. He was canonized in 1313.
Mm-hmm. That's cool.
Yeah. So,
well, if you notice too, out of the list, this is the first one where they even talk about him being actually elected pope. You know, like all the other ones, they didn't even mention the fact that they were elected. But this one says that he was elected pope in 1294.
Well, yeah, that's after the papal conclave was instituted. So yeah, makes sense.
And then they even say his election was a result of a long, continuous papal vacancy.
Uh-huh.
You know,
Is this like one of the you mentioned in your reading? This is one of the longest papal conclaves ever, wasn't it? 2 years was it? Let me see.
the College of Cardinals had been unable to reach a consensus on a new pope
2 years,
for
yeah.
nearly 2 years.
Wow.
And Celestine was chosen largely because of his reputation for holiness.
Yep. Okay.
So we've got a pope here that ended up dying because he was too holy for his own good.
Yeah, that's right.
You know,
Yeah.
so that kind of brings out the whole reason behind why they have these conclaves. Is my take on it. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
That's one of the reasons why I was. Well, actually, it's not the entire reasoning behind it. Like I've always been curious about the murders that were involved
Right.
in early Italy, not like Rome, you know, but like it after the Roman Empire fell, there was a lot of stuff going on there, and you'd have to be insane to freaking try to go through that and try to figure out in your head what was taking place. You know,
Mm.
that's worse than trying to figure out the Middle East. Being
Yeah.
honest,
Yeah.
it really is. And I mean, I've been doing research on the Middle East, like ancient history and stuff, but I've been holding off on doing this because this is just craziness.
Well, and it makes sense, right? You look at the history of the Roman empires and how it persecuted Christianity, starting
Mm-hmm.
with Jesus, right?
Mm-hmm.
They put him to death using the most terrible, horrible form of punishment ever.
We'll see. I mean, I'm starting to see though that like with the Italians and the Greeks, to be honest, I mean they were
Mhm.
harsh people. You know what I mean? Like they didn't play around. First of all, like um, they had all of these grandiose ideas and beliefs. You know what I mean? But they didn't follow their own rules. You know what I mean? Like they they would talk about God in one hand and freaking have a knife in their other hand, you know, hidden behind their
Sure.
back.
Sure.
They were very vicious. Um, it's just insane. It's like I was saying, I've been wanting to get into this, but I haven't had the enthusiasm to be honest, because this is insane stuff. It really is. Machiavellianism, or Machiavelli.
Mhm.
He's just one story. Okay, out of all of them, his story is nothing significant really. He wrote a good books and stuff like that, but when it comes to that life and everything that pertains to what took place during that time period. I mean, these are like unscrupulous acts, one right after the other. It, corruption, murder, all of it, you know,
Mhm.
underhanded dealings. You had to pay off freaking this guy to get this done so that this would happen, so that this would happen. It was all about the business deal,
Mhm.
you know. Um, and it didn't matter if it was actually religious or just business. To them, they didn't see a difference between them. That's kind of what I've gotten from it so far.
Machiavelli was sort of a So like an anti-Christian atheist kind of person, wasn't he? Like he criticized all religion,
Mhm. And
criticized Christian religion especially.
well, it's not just that. Like he would encourage these rulers to do corrupt, um, corrupt things, corrupt evil things, and he
And justified it somehow, right?
right justify the fact that they did it because it was how they retained power. Okay, in order to retain power, you had to do this. There should be nothing wrong with murdering so and so as long as freaking you remain powerful. You know.
Yeah.
So there, I mean, that was their mentality. You know what I mean? He was just a little fish in a freaking huge pond.
Mm.
You know. I mean, there were tons of these people running around doing the same thing he did, but I think that's something that's really important for people to understand. It was very ruthless during that time period. And don't get me wrong, there were good spiritual people, you know what I mean? But
Mm.
don't be fooled by all that. I think that this conclave thing is actually something they had to do. They were forced to do it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it was like at some point it needs to be a formal process, needs to be established. So
You need to put an end to the killing.
yeah, yeah,
You know, and the power struggles and stuff of that nature. So I find that really interesting. So
well, it started out as a reasonable process, right? I can see where local churches, community members, of course, they would have something to say about who their next shepherd should be. If everything was in the perfect world, everybody would have no greed, and everybody would have the best intention for the community at their heart. But human nature being what it is, and, they're tempted by greed, power, and other worldly desires. So of course it's going to get corrupted. Um, so yeah, this papal conclave is definitely something that was needed.
well, I believe that the real big problem was Charlemagne. You know,
Mm,
because like that was when Charlemagne came into power, and you had he became the first Holy Roman Empire. He went to Rome, and they christened him and made him Holy Roman Emperor.
emperor. Yeah.
And
Was he French?
I believe so.
Mm.
Yeah, I believe he was, but he actually owned or ruled over like everything that was considered the Holy Roman Empire at first. You know what I mean? And um, the deal with it though is like when they did that, I think that created a freaking power struggle because like I've said this before on other streams where you look at the way the rest of Europe is when it comes to Rome. Okay, everybody makes it out like Rome is this, you know, um, golden age for Europe, when in reality it wasn't. I mean, the Romans were brutal, murderous people who freaking conquered every step of the way. You know what I
Sure.
mean?
Yeah.
And now you look at the way countries like France and England and all these countries do. They've got like freaking those big arches sitting up like it's some big monument to this great empire that was the beginning of civilization, and they don't realize that's not the case. These these were brutal murderers that came into your country and freaking murdered your children and took the other ones for slaves. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And but they've idolized them, and I think that's what happened there was the fact that Charlemagne to establish power, he went to Rome and was made into Holy Roman Emperor,
Mm-hmm.
and they they idolized Rome. They had these ideas in their head that Rome was where it all began. You know what I mean? And even to this day, they still have that mentality.
And
But,
interestingly, Charlemagne was the first emperor that was crowned by a pope,
mm-hmm.
right?
Yep.
And that's a cool practice that dates back way to the Old Testament, where the judges or the prophets, right, would crown a king, just like King David was picked by, was it, who the prophet was, um, but he was picked right from the group of his brothers, right, out of the crowd, to become the king. So now we see, starting in the year 800 AD, they're resuming that tradition, starting with Charlemagne.
Pope Leo the Third.
Yes.
Pope
Leo
Leo
the Third was the one that crowned him.
Mm-hmm. And I brought up something too, and I forgot the reason why I freaking why he stuck out in my head. But when it came to the Machia family, okay, Medici, um,
Medici, you said?
the Medici family. Pope Leo the 11th.
House of Medici.
He is freaking actually straight from that family, and then Pope Pius the Fourth.
Yeah, Pope Pius the Fourth, right here. Oh, this family is the fruit of four popes. They produce four popes.
Yeah, and Catherine de Medici from 1547 to 1559.
Two queens of France.
Was a queen of France.
Yeah, yeah.
Catherine and Marie. So that's this family. What I was saying, it was just as you was coming in, and I read that, or you had to straighten out your phones. I was reading this, and I said these families were very powerful. You know what I mean?
Right.
They weren't just like centered around Italy. I mean, they had a lot of influence in France too. So.
Right. Queen of France, Grand Duke of Tuscany, Duke of Florence. Yeah. Right.
You know,
it's like the matriarch of Italy.
So, and the banking system too. The Medici family were known for their banking. Like, you'll hear a lot of conspiracy theorists try to link the Medici family in with the Rothschilds, and
okay.
And
Mr. Robot would love to comment on that.
Yeah, I guarantee it, he would. He probably fell asleep from smoking all that DMT.
Let's hope he will watch our stream and find out we're bat mouthing him.
Well, I mean, he's kind of getting used to it. But,
yep.
Like,
Medici Money, book written by Tim Parks. Metaphysics and Arts in the 15th Century Florence. Okay. So they're like the equivalent of what family in the U.S. right now? What like the Kardashian?
Well, today I don't think there really is any kind of families that could compare
politically. Or the
Uh, what the hell is that lady that ran for president against Donald Trump? Bill Clinton's wife.
Hillary.
Hillary Clinton.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's pretty powerful.
Now the Medici.
Medici, yes.
Yeah, they started up the Medici Bank, and from what
Mhm.
I've heard, is they were among the earliest businesses to use the general ledger system of
There you go,
accounting.
right here. Yeah, that's pretty good. Pretty innovative.
Double entry.
So they invented the general ledger system.
Hmm.
That's pretty cool.
And they are possibly the ones who actually helped finance the invention of the piano,
Okay.
which that
Well,
is,
no way. This is like no way. This is too late. Is this in the?
well, the family. I mean,
Oh,
they're not specifically saying which person within the family did it. You know what I mean? It just says that they were possibly responsible for helping finance the invention of the piano.
okay. Okay. Piano
Uh,
was invented in 17th century, so makes sense.
and
I thought it would have been there way before that, but okay.
now, for me, I mean, I find that kind of suspicious too, because or this whole thing with this family suspicious because they claim that they went broke in the 17th century too, and I just don't see a family being that powerful for that long, just all of a sudden running out of money.
Mm.
You know, it doesn't match up for me. Yeah, just I
Yeah.
think that's kind of suspicious. Now maybe they could have like married off to the point where family members just kind of broke off into different factions or something, you know. But I don't see them just running out of money, you know.
Yeah.
It just doesn't sound right. Now maybe uh, it could have been the money could have been broken up among family members all through time and dispersed or something like that. And then finally, some poor sap that still had the name Medici was left there with a big fat belly and a can of beer, watching
Mm.
TV in a trailer park.
Mm.
Am I doing good?
Yeah, you're doing good.
Okay. I was trying to keep this respectable. You know?
Yeah, you were. You were. I'm here to keep you respectable,
I
but
know.
my observation is that you are quite professionally objective.
Well, I mean, I know how important your religion is when it comes to the Catholic Church. You know what I
Mhm.
mean? So I'm not going to be that guy. You know what I mean? You can have Mr. Robot do that for you, but
He does it in a weird, sweet kind of way. You
yeah,
know, it's really damn annoying.
it's
It's like he's killing you sweetly, yeah, kind of thing. He's sweet talking you to death. You know, well,
uh,
he's like he's commenting these casually nice kind of comment, but at the same time, it's like it cuts like a knife. Yeah,
he's something else.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, it's like okay. So how much we you've gone 2.5 hours.
Yeah, I think
So
we've covered all of it. Now this is for the levity part, you know, where we were actually just hanging out and saying our little bit and everything. And
what
I think we
just to sum up your murderous pope. So we went through John. Oh, what was it? Which one was the most brutal? John the eighth was apparently the most brutal murder. He was poisoned, and then when the poison
yes,
didn't do the trick,
He was
Yes, he was
bludgeoned by a hammer or
well,
a club.
it could have been a hammer or some uh, uh, blunt forced object. So I mean,
Yeah,
this is like the
that's
true.
crazy. Yeah.
This is the true brutality right there. That's straight out of Scarface, or not even Well,
Yeah.
well, it's not
This
Scarface.
is like
Which
the
one is it?
Wild West.
The mafia one. There's Scarface, and then there's I cannot believe I forgot the damn name of the show, dude. It's like a freaking all time classical
Soprano?
too.
Soprano?
Um,
Not Soprano?
but anyhow, yeah, it's straight out of that. That's about the brutalest one I've seen there.
Yeah.
At least, what was it, Pope Stephen? He ended up getting a pillow to smother him out. They were nice enough to do that, so that was good.
No. No, the one that got the pillow was John the 10th.
John the 10th.
Yeah. Stephen the 6th or the 7th, whichever that was.
Yeah.
Oh, it was crazy. Stephen the 6th or the 7th. His death followed the infamous cadaver synod, where he had the corpse of his predecessor,
Oh yeah.
Pope Formosus, exhumed, tried, and mutilated.
What do you think about that? I was thinking before you came in, I was like, dude, Tan, I need to get his take on this.
Yeah, it's pretty brutal, man. This guy, so Stephen the 6th, why would he do that? Yeah, I think I might have, when I was studying Christian history, early Christian history in university, I might have ran into this. Forgot why he did that though. It's kind of pretty gruesome. There was some reason why he did that, but
Well,
still.
did you notice, like, for Moses, okay, with Stephen, he ended up being the one that took away his power and took his place, apparently, right? Then it goes on later down here and talks about Formosus. I believe we brought him up again, didn't we? Where he was involved with freaking not Pope John the 11th, maybe,
Mhm.
or something like that. He came in there and oh wait, was it? It could have been Stephen the 7th or 8th. And but he comes back into the story again later on. You know what I mean? And I believe it was Pope after Pope Benedict when we were talking about all that. But it just seems weird when you look at all this, how one person turns around and dethrones or takes away the power of one of them, and then another one steps in and does it to him, and then it just goes so forth and so forth. So it's pretty interesting.
Yeah.
Just one right after the other, they just take power away from each other, and they do horrible things to one another.
Yeah.
So I'm completely satisfied with determining the evil that took place during this time and the murders that were involved. So I've gotten my fill of it.
You're full of it.
I've gotten my fill of it. I know I'm full of it. There's a difference. I just figured that this would be the best way of celebrating a U.S. Pope from Illinois coming into power in the church.
So talk about that a little bit. Why would this be a good celebration of a new Pope from Illinois?
Well, you just have to know Illinois to understand. Like this is something that is only a person from Illinois would understand what I'm talking about. Okay, like you guys are in for a ride of your life, dude. That's all I gotta say. Like you,
I know of a few Cardinals from Chicago who are pretty decent and holy men.
well, they're not popes.
They were not Pope, but they're still pretty good Cardinals.
Well,
Francis George was one of them.
what I've heard is he is a good guy, but trust me, I mean you're probably gonna see a lot of character from him. You're not gonna see the conventional pope.
But you know the his wearing of the papal stole, the traditional papal stole, where Francis didn't. Right, Benedict wore that same stole that Leo wore. Right, but
Mm-hmm.
Francis, when he came out, he was wearing what was he wearing? He was just wearing white or something.
Yeah.
Uh,
Well,
so
he was always rebellious too, though. Like he didn't really want to take on the robe and wear it everywhere he went. You know what I mean? So you always seen him wearing. He actually
and
preferred
he has
wearing
his reason.
garb.
He wants to be a simple man, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Um,
Like he actually wore like his regular garb
mhm,
rather than wearing what the Pope wore.
mhm.
So
But this the Leo the 14. So wearing that traditional garb kind of
mhm.
signals his traditionalism that he wants to maintain, right? And he's maybe being a pope totally changed in him into a totally different person. But so far, he looks like he's a quiet, mild mannered person, right?
Wait until he starts talking to you about garb.
Yeah.
You know,
All
you're gonna
right, let's wait and see.
you're gonna hear about Garth Brooks, and now
I don't.
he
I don't
might.
expect to hear him speaking English too much, to be honest.
No,
Maybe once in a while, but once he's there, he's stuck with whatever language the
how old is
Vatican
he, by the
speaks.
way? How old is he?
He is 70. How old is Leo
105.
the 14?
Now, if
He
he's
is 69 years old.
okay, so he might be a little too old for the Harley Davidson.
Yeah.
Maybe I
I
don't
don't
know.
think he's that much of a rebel from. Well, he didn't spend a lot of time outside of Chicago, right?
Well, Chicago is weird in their own way
He
too.
might have grown up in Chicago, but he's living in Peru in the past 15 years.
Uh,
How long?
See, and Nancy even tried to pull that Perusian thing. You got to understand something. You can go to Peru all you want. You can go anywhere you want. But
You still Chicagoan? Chicagoan?
Illinois, period. This state does something to
Tell
your
me about
brain.
Illinois. What is it? I don't
Illinois
understand.
Illinois is probably the reason why people believe in aliens.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Like if you want to see a human being that is weirder than freaking aliens, come to Illinois. I mean, they are weirdos. You know, these are people that freaking okay. Like you ever hear of the trailers with the freaking what do they call those pink freaking those
Pink Volkswagen van.
no the little birds they put out in their yards.
Oh, the flamingos.
Pink flamingos out there and the little
That's
flower
in
freaking
Florida, isn't it?
things. No, dude, that crap started here in freaking Illinois, man.
Okay. Okay.
And besides having that, you need to also put like the junk car that's sitting over to the side. You know, the Camaro
Mhm.
that never gets freaking fixed or built.
Okay.
You
They
know,
still have. They do that now.
yeah, they still do that crap, dude.
All right, that's cool. That's like 40 years ago.
You know, so you're getting like the
So what are you saying though then? That this guy is like he's like old ancient back in the Stone Age kind of guy.
Well, that's not really Stone Age here. Like that's just, I mean, that's the way it is, and he's got to deal with that kind of crap
Right, right.
because he's a Catholic priest. You know what I mean? It's like,
Yeah. So he can't be much of a rebel if he's a Catholic priest.
well, he's got to put up with it.
Yeah.
I guarantee you that messes with your head. I guarantee you, if he's not involved in it, having to deal with it as a Catholic priest, he's messed up in his head from having to deal with it because you're gonna you're gonna see a lot of different things because there ain't nothing worse.
Do you look? I mean, he doesn't look American to me. Look at this.
Well,
Pope Leo the 14th.
there's a lot of Hispanics in Chicago too, though.
But he's like French though. He's a European. He's got a European.
Oh, whatever.
Yeah.
That's not. Oh wow, he is.
Right.
He's white as white can be, man.
Yeah.
Honky.
But he doesn't he look like Mexican a little bit? Spanish.
No.
Yeah.
I would say that he looks Vietnamese.
No, come on. There's no resemblance at all.
No.
Look at his nose.
You say
not
his nose. You say his nose.
Yeah. That's not Vietnamese. That's not an Asian nose at all.
No, he's not.
I
He's
can't
not.
zoom in on this thing.
Now he's straight up 100% Illinois, and he's even got that shit-eating grin, dude.
Okay.
That's what we call it here. We call it a shit-eating grin. Like he's got it. That's Southern Illinois, if anything. He probably isn't even from Chicago. He's just lying to you guys.
No, I mean he's been living in where is that?
Well, I mean, he's got a status. He's got something that he has to. You don't let people know you're from Southern Illinois, okay?
Really?
If you're from Southern
Yeah,
Illinois, you have to go to Chicago to make anything of yourself because when people find out you're from Southern Illinois, freaking, it's over. They don't want nothing to do with you. They're like, put that dude back and leave him alone. You see? So
is it Chicago the only city that's good enough for the rest of the United States?
You could probably get away with Effingham, but that's really pushing it. Now, Chicago. The only reason why Chicago gets any kind of respect is because they're full of Democrats, and you know how the Democrats are. They're just liars, dude.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
he had to go to Chicago so that he could actually get a name for himself. Because if he was to be down here, freaking, they would have never allowed him.
Right. Yeah.
Because they know better.
But where's he born? Born in he's a Chicagoan.
That's
he
what
was
I'm
born
saying.
in Chicago.
Whatever.
Yeah.
We just had 2-hour conversation on this, okay? We know. Make it look good.
He's not born in Chicago?
Yeah, he's probably born in Chicago. That's where that's probably where he's from. So
yeah,
we got to take care of him.
It even says here his mother Mildred is a native of 7th Ward of New Orleans.
Oh wow, yeah. So New Orleans, he could have a little bit of that Hispanic blood in him.
Yeah. See, that's a
Peruvian, and chicks from Peru are hot, dude. Just so you know.
Oh yeah,
they're beautiful women.
Forgot what they look like.
I'll tell you what, they'll put a Brazilian chick to shame. Peru has some beautiful women.
Been to Peru?
I've known
Mr. Robot been to Peru.
I've known a few of them actually. A friend of mine, she her family came from there. Her name was Macy, I hung out with her in Kansas City.
Okay.
And I knew her for a few years. Every woman in her family was beautiful. I mean, there was like no ugly duck. Well, maybe she was an ugly duck, but she wasn't that ugly for an ugly duck. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, that's how they are. They're beautiful women.
Okay.
Now the men, they aren't really all that great. They're
ugly.
Oh yeah. You got some.
They're ugly.
Well, you got a lot of ugly men from Peru. But they got hot chicks. You know what I'm saying? So you can't. I mean, it kind of makes you shut up. You know what I mean? Because like freaking, they're married to a hot chick. What are you? You know?
Yeah.
Some fat slob.
Maybe they don't think the chicks don't think that their men are that ugly. You know. Maybe they think you're sexy.
That's kind of thinking optimistically. I think you need to step away from the computer programming and take on a little. That was supposed to be funny.
Yeah, I'm laughing.
So yeah, it's cool. I mean,
you got your fill, so
yeah.
Right.
I've got all my stuff covered.
Yeah.
Are you good with everything we've gone over so far?
Yeah, I think so. I guess the thing I want to make is that throughout the church history there the church has gone through dark times in history, and there have been series of bad pope. Not even the ones that are murdered. The one that was got away. They live a very worldly life, right? Some of them did. So, but somehow, the church survived. So that's my hope that the Catholic Church will continue to be protected by the Holy Spirit, like he did in the Acts of the Apostle when he actually spoke up in the midst of the the council. It was the Council of Jerusalem or something that was convened in the Acts of the Apostle, and we actually heard the Holy Spirit speak. So I am I'm of the belief that he continues to guide the church until now, even speaking silently, just like he did in the early days of the church. And then we will continue to have some good popes and some bad popes, but we're promised by Jesus that the gates of hell will not prevail against his church. So,
all right. With that being said, could you let everybody know how they can find you? And
yes, my name is Tan Hai Tran. I am frequenting the Minds social network these days. That's my main home, minds.com/th2tran.
There you go. And you can find me on minds.com too as Roger_Hanson. I'm on Element Matrix chat as well. And so is Tan. That's where we usually hang out. So if you guys want to find us on there, you can find us. They've got all these weird names, but mine is on Element. It's Live with Roger Hanson. You can hook up with me on that one, and we can send you to the rest of them if you're interested in joining all the other chats that we do. Besides that, I am on X as Roger Hanson at ROGLOL1973, and I usually stream on Rumble X, Twitch, DLive, Kick, and YouTube. Tonight I can actually put this on YouTube without editing, which is so cool because to be honest with you, these last 2 episodes just been hectic for me. I had to go through and make sure Mr. Robot's freaking behavior was appropriate. So I'm happy with this one. I'm really happy. We actually had a pretty legitimate freaking stream. You know what I mean? Where
it could be boring without Mr. Robot, but you know, he put this spice in the in the stream, but sometimes it does get too spicy. So yeah,
I'm just happy that I don't have to freaking edit the last episode. I had to edit from Friday night all the way up until Sunday night so that I could post it on Monday, and then I streamed it on Monday too to all the other ones because this was exclusive for
Rumble Premium.
Rumble Premium last week. So after I edited, I ran the original one again on X, Twitch, DLive, and Kick as a pre-recorded live stream. And like during that stream, freaking Mark Wojcicki was watching it and getting all fired up and crazy and shit. And I was debating, should I say in chat, this is pre-recorded, or should I just be quiet? You know? He's wanting to jump in and say something. And I'm like, damn, dude, you know. So that made me feel bad. Yeah.
Cool.
I also want to say I am sorry to everybody who watched last week. I did not mean to freak out and start calling people Nazis.
You did?
Yeah, I did. Well, you know, when I talk garbage politics for too long, just something happens to my brain, dude. I just all of a sudden I start freaking out, dude. You cannot sit and talk garbage politics for 5-6 hours straight.
Yeah.
You know, it does something to you. So
yeah,
that's why I really like this episode.
I can't sit and talk politics for an hour straight. Migraine.
That's why I like this episode. We had a good conversation about popes that were murdered in the past.
Nice conversation.
You know, I mean, that's like, this is the Dead Popes episode, and the episode theme is Dead Popes Society.
One of them happened to be a saint, so
right.
It's some hope for us.
Do you get what I'm saying here? Me and you are a part of the Dead Popes Society, not the Dead Popes.
I get you.
Yeah, see, that was kind of cool, wasn't it? Like how I did that.
Right.
Okay. So with that being said, I'd like to say thanks to everybody for watching. If you liked what we did tonight, please like, subscribe, share, make comments. Would love to see your feedback, hear your feedback. That's very important. Besides that, it's good for the algorithms. If you make comments on streams, it generally shows the platform that you are an active channel. So if for nothing else, just make a comment so that it shows the platform that we are active and we are streaming. Besides that, I love to have conversations in the chat section. I love the live chat, don't get me wrong, but I also like to actually have conversations in the comment section. So feel free to make comments down there. And like I say, I don't say it every time, you know, just respect each other when you make those comments. Don't be a dick to each other, you know. Respect everybody's points of view and their way of looking at things, and we'll all get along. So then I'm going to end this stream. Thanks for being here, Tan.
See you, everyone.
And
see you next time.
All right, I will talk to you guys later. freaking antennas on, and you could literally see the clouds split. Okay.
That's extremely powerful.
And that's at night, you know what I mean, and during the day too, you know. But you could literally see the freaking clouds move whenever those transmitters were turned on.
What do you think would be, I mean, I guess it would have to be powerful to support such a large scale, just in order for so much accessibility. But there's a reason, one, where it's in an area that we're not allowed to be able to be in. And then there's another situation, excuse my background, please. And then there's another situation as to where it's not, I mean, I'm not responsible for what you hear, so I cannot fix it. But the fact that we're not allowed in that area or certain areas, and then they have stuff like that, that's somewhere you want to go. You want to go somewhere discreetly. You got to get somebody that can like infiltrate these type of facilities. Not that we're supposed to say that on a live stream. That's just but my brain
live stream.
Right, exactly. That's the one that probably gets the most traction. But yeah, no, I was just saying, because that's, I don't want to say dangerous, but I could imagine if it's splitting the clouds, imagine what it's emitting. You know what I mean? Like, what exactly are you doing? What do you have on there? I want to see. Ionosphere is the outermost layer of Earth's atmosphere.
No, I can do the Wikipedia.
I'm in Britannica. You want to do Wikipedia? Oh my goodness. I went deliberately to Britannica because you don't like Wikipedia.
After yesterday, I don't know. Well, the Turkey earthquake conspiracy theory. Yeah, that's one that we could do too. It says is HAARP weapon to blame for it. But this is from the Wikipedia. It's High Frequency Active Auroral Research Program, HAARP.
Well, go ahead, share your screen. I'm going to unshare my screen.
I believe I am, man.
No, I am. I stopped now.
Oh, okay. Let me go ahead and share it. Yeah, I'm sharing the chat thing. Well, we can share at the same time. It's not.
Can we?
Yeah, it's not an issue.
I didn't know that. I just, in Zoom you can't do that. That is not an option.
All right. So, can you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
High frequency active auroral research program. Mm-hmm.
Let me make sure I can see it. There we go. Put it right there. Now, the High Frequency Active Aurora Research Program is a University of Alaska Fairbanks program which researches the ionosphere, the highest ionized part of Earth's atmosphere. The most prominent instrument at HAARP is the Ionospheric Research Instrument, the RRI, a high-powered radio frequency transmitter facility operating in the high-frequency HF band. The IRI is used to temporarily excite a limited area of the ionosphere. Other instruments such as a VHF and a UHF radar, a fluxgate magnetometer, magnometer, a digisonde, an ionospheric sounding device, and an inductive magnometer are used to study the physical processes that occur in the excited region. Initially, HAARP was jointly funded by the U.S. Air Force and the U.S. Navy and the University of Alaska Fairbanks and the Defense Advanced Research Program Agency, DARPA. Now, DARPA is another organization when it comes to conspiracies that's very important to remember. So Like you have JPL, Jet Propulsion.
Yeah.
And then you have
DARPA. I looked them up from you. Okay, so DARPA. Let me put them on my tab.
DARPA. It was designed and built by BAE Advanced Technologies. Its original purpose was to analyze the ionosphere and investigate the potential for developing ionospheric enhancement technology for radio communications and surveillance. Since 2015, it has been operated by the University of Fairbanks. Work on the HARP facility began in 1993. The current work IRI was completed in 2007. Its prime contractor was BAE Systems Advanced Technologies. As of 2008, HARP had incurred around $250 million in tax-funded construction and operating costs. In May of 2000,
are you able to elaborate on the BAE Systems? I just want to, because if they're the number one contractor, I'd like to know a little bit more about them as well, if we can.
Let me see if it'll pop up, because they do a little pop-up on the names if you might have a block on.
Oh yeah, my language.
As of, I can click on it here in a minute. As of 2008, HARP has incurred around $250 million in tax-funded construction and operation costs. In May of 2014, it was announced that the HARP program would be permanently shut down later in the year. After discussion between the parties, ownership of the facility was transferred to the University of Fairbanks in August of 2015. HARP is a target of conspiracy theorists who claim that it is capable of weather manipulation. Commentators and scientists say that advocates of this and other conspiracy theories are wrong, as claims made fall well outside the ability of the facility, if not the scope of natural science. So that's basically the sum of all that. And the BAE Systems program, formerly BAE Systems North America, is an American subsidiary of British Defense Security and Aerospace Company, BAE System PLC. Now this is where freaking I come up with the whole thing about the donut over there. That for years, since like the 1970s and 80s, they've been working on spying on their own people with first telephone systems. Like they were literally spying on all the conversations of everybody that lived in London.
That's crazy. That's crazy. Now they have to have a super big server.
Now, back in the 70s when they came out with Fletch, movies like Fletch and others like that, they made it into a big joke because, like, on Fletch, the AT&T was freaking after him, you know what I mean? Because he held secrets they didn't want him to know. So they had agents from AT&T that were freaking out to kill him and shit. But that was where all that came from.
From AT&T, the phone company?
Yeah, the phone company, period. And
I heard they're evil, but...
When I showed, last week at the end, when I showed the donut...
Yeah.
Back when I was younger, that was common knowledge, you know, about that facility. And that's where it all started, where everybody got pissed off at the phone company and said that they were the man, you know what I mean? They were freaking spying on you and wanting to freaking take over the world and shit. I mean, now it's nobody even talks about that stuff anymore, you know? But
no, yeah, I had no clue.
Now, let's see. The American subsidiary operates under a special security agreement which allows it to work in some of the most sensitive United States defense programs despite its foreign ownership. It is incorporated in Delaware. It employs approximately 35,000 workers within U.S. borders and several thousand more in Israel, South Africa, Sweden, and the United Kingdoms. Now, Israel, this is where the freaking nuclear trades are taking place. And what's her name? Sarah. I posted her name on the chat the other day. What was it? Sarah. Freaking. Her mysterious death was so mysterious that it inspired a movie to be made. And during the disclosure hearings, one of the guys that investigated her death actually mentioned freaking the nuclear trade that took place between, yeah, here it is. Let me see. Yeah, Karen Silkworth. Karen Silkworth mysteriously died because she was working at a plutonium plant, and she became an activist because of there was iron rods or nuclear rods that just came up missing. All right. Well, her it caused so much publicity because of what she had done, becoming an activist, that freaking she got a lot of hate, from it. And eventually, what happened was that she was driving home, and there was she was in a mysterious car crash because for one thing, the plant had missing stuff that was on there, and that was a part of the constant lack of security that they had. They had very little security whatsoever, and their safety record was horrible. People were always being diagnosed with cancer and stuff like that, and she was taken out. Well, there was a guy who showed up for the disclosure hearings that took place in the early 2000s, and he mentioned her, okay, and then he mentioned Operation Samson, and that's one thing that they wanted to know, was she killed because of illegal smuggling that was taking place between the United States and Israel for that nuclear stuff.
You know what's crazy is I heard of Operation Samson before. I just never knew what it meant, but I did now. Okay.
No, that's one of the things that freaking that I know about them, and then Mossad in the United Kingdom, and the donut. Now, the BAE systems are also, if I remember correctly, they also had to do with guided missiles. Like, they can literally have a satellite sitting up in frickin' space, looking at the battlefield, synchronized frickin' the We kind of tapped into it a little bit when we were talking about Casey, and then we started talking about Jack Parsons and stuff, and then finally, I think it was conspiracy theories. We did
Tesla.
We did Nikola Tesla. Now, we did Aleister Crowley on this one, right?
A little bit, but we really did not get in as deep as I feel like we could have. Like we were more on Parsons. Are we gonna talk about the secret space program? I was supposed to do some research, but I kind of got caught in what seems like a hurricane.
I
It
mean,
feels like an.
if you want to do the secret space program, we can. But if you want to do Atlantis, we can do that too.
Oh yeah, let's do that because we started talking. You said just because we were talking about yesterday in regards to even the Phoenicians and the trade route and stuff like that. So yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking we should do because first of all, we started out in Egypt when we started doing the history. You know what I mean? And then we were discussing the Phoenicians and stuff and the pyramids, things of that nature. Now, the reason why I don't really dive too much into Atlantis is because well, some of the stuff I've already mentioned. You know, everybody likes to link history up to freaking like the Sumerians up to South America, and I've already gone over that. You know.
Mm-hmm.
That. And
so wait, it's the Sumerians that you're saying would be in South America?
They try to link it all together, and it's become a trend. Okay, like if you look at a lot of people who discuss ancient civilizations, lost ancient civilizations, you know, everything leads back to the Inca. You know what I mean? Like, oh yeah, and you can't forget this. Yeah, I can because there's no link. There never was.
Right, you would like to see the tie to it. Exactly.
You know what I mean? Show the evidence. The only thing I've seen that even connects anything to do with other continents with America is what we were discussing with Egypt and that mummy where they found traces of cocaine on them. And other than that, there's no links. You know, and it's like with Atlantis. Okay. Everybody who talks about it really don't know the history about Atlantis. Like when Plato mentioned his freaking, I think it was his great grandfather, because it wasn't like his direct grandfather. Okay, Solaris.
Yeah.
When he mentioned it, he mentioned the story in his writings one time. Okay, just one time, and it never caught on in the ancient world. There was never anything added to it. It just sat there. Okay. The only time that it took off was during the Middle Ages. Somehow, it became real popular during that time. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So during the time of the ancient times, nobody even paid attention to that story. It was just one writing that Plato made concerning Atlantis, and that was it. You know, so those are kind of the stuff that that I learned about it. You know what I mean? And don't get me wrong. I mean, it would be great if somebody did find Atlantis, because there's other places that are mentioned that aren't even Atlantis, that were supposed to be sunken islands and sunken continents too. You know what I mean? So,
no, I didn't know that though. But hold on. So you're saying besides Atlantis, there's supposed to be other cities underwater as well?
Yeah, there are.
Oh, which ones?
Hold on a minute.
Okay.
I had a message from Annie for real, and I tried to contact her, and she wanted me to talk to her, and I told her that I didn't get a message from her.
Is she on mine? She's on Minds.
But what I did want to do is I did want to make it a topic, and just for the sake of it being Atlantis, I went ahead and I pulled up, Wikipedia Atlantis, because you're not gonna hear good stuff on Encyclopedia Britannica and stuff, but
right, you got to go down and go deep to find the real research in regards.
now you can get information about Atlantis from other sources, like people who write their own blogs and turn them into a website, you know what I mean? But even right there, what you're going to get is their interpretation of it, you know what I mean? Now, Atlantis is a fictional island mentioned in Plato's works in Timaeus and Critias, as part of an allegory of the hubris of nations. In the story, Atlantis is described as a naval empire that ruled all western parts of the known world, making it the literary counter-image of the Achaemenid Empire. After an ill-fated attempt to conquer ancient Athens, Atlantis falls out of favor with the deities and submerges into the Atlantic Ocean. Since Plato describes Athens as resembling his idol state in the Republic, the Atlantis story is meant to bear witness to the superiority of his concept of a state. Despite its minor importance in Plato's works, the Atlantis story has had a considerable impact in literature. The allegoric aspect of Atlantis was taken up in utopian works of several Renaissance writers such as Francis Bacon, New Atlantis, Thomas More's Utopia, and Thomas More's Utopia. On the other hand, 19th century amateur scholars misinterpreted Plato's narrative as historical tradition, most famously Ignatius L. Donnelly in his Atlantis, the Antediluvian World. Plato's vague indications of the time of the events more than 9,000 years before his time, and the alleged location of Atlantis beyond the Pillars of Hercules, gave rise to much pseudo-scientific speculation. As a consequence, Atlantis has become a byword for any and all supposed advanced prehistoric lost civilizations and continues to inspire contemporary fiction from comic books to films. While present-day philologists and classicists agree on the story's fictional nature, there is still debate on what served as its inspiration. Plato is known to have freely borrowed some of his allegories and metaphors from older traditions, as he did with the story of Gyges. This led a number of scholars to suggest possible inspirations of Atlantis from Egyptian records of the Thera eruption, the Sea People's invasion, or the Trojan War. Others have rejected this chain of tradition as implausible and insist that Plato created the entire fictional account, drawing loose inspiration from contemporary events such as the failed Athenian invasion of Sicily in 415 to 413 BC, or the destruction of Hilike in 373 BC. You still there? Alright, yeah, so I've got to switch that over. I think that's just a false thing. It might be somebody or a robo thing. I don't know where Karma went, but I'll continue with it. So what we got here is we have a writing that was basically oh wow, that was me. That's crap. Yeah, it did it to me again. So let me come back in here, hit my Jitsi, and get back on my Jitsi meet. Yeah, it did it to me again.
Look, and I heard you stop talking. I'm like, hello? Hello? Are you there? So I thought it was mine because I'm in the middle of a super horrible storm right now. So I was like, maybe it was mine. I came back, it still was like, it's the other one, I guess, that you used for your screen share. And it showed that one, but it was no talking. So I didn't know what was going on.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Wow.
I was sitting there in the middle.
Reading.
Yeah. And it just basically kicked me off into my own little room. So
see, and without you pressing any buttons, why would it do that? Like, that does not even make any sense for that to be a default. Like, how if we're not pressing anything would it kind of separate us into breakout rooms?
Yeah, it's crazy. That's why I say, I mean, you know, if I got more support from all these guys who are like cheering on open source on these chats, then I'd be more than happy to just continue using Jitsi. But I mean, this is just nonsense, to be honest with you.
And it's only just started happening. It makes me feel like I really feel like you're hacked. The other day, Tan said something about using a password, and I feel like he might have been getting that vibe too, because all of a sudden there's so many issues with your shows, and it's just like, why? Like, they're not justifiable. Like, what are you doing different with streaming? And you know what I mean, using the same type of settings and the same type of setup. Anyway, you gotta go back a little bit for the reading. Just
what
a little
I'm gonna
bit.
do is I'm gonna go ahead and I am going to post the link to what I just read.
Okay.
And then I'll let you read it. You can read it aloud, and then as you go, if you have any comments that you want to add on to it, then go for it, and we can go from there, because I've already read it out, and I don't want to do it
Where'd
again.
It's okay. I was about to say, oh, here it is. I got it right here. Give me 1 second.
So,
and, okay. Atlantis. You want me to start, or no?
Yeah, go for it.
Okie dokie. Atlantis. Atlantis is a fictional island mentioned in Plato's work Timaeus and Critias as part of an allegory on the hubris of nations. In the story, Atlantis is described as a naval empire that ruled all western parts of the known world, making it the literary concert image of the Achaemenid Empire. After an ill-fated attempt to conquer ancient Athens, Atlantis falls out of favor with the deities and submerges into the Atlantic Ocean. Since Plato describes Athens as resembling his ideal state in the Republic, the Atlantis story is meant to bear witness to the superiority of his concept of state. Despite its minor importance in Plato's work, the Atlantis story has had a considerable impact on literature. The allegorical aspects of Atlantis was taken up in utopian works of several Renaissance workers such as Francis Bacon's New Atlantis and Thomas More's Utopia.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. I'm here with Karma Love, and today we are doing another episode for for our topic of history, and today is about Phoenician history and theology. You want to say hi, Karma?
Hi, everyone.
All right. So, before we get started, man, I want to hear about your interview. How did it go?
First of all, John is so cool because this is why I have to start showing up early, because I come at the time that it's supposed to start, just because if not, I don't want to be like over early or rushing other people. And we had no sound. We had no sound check, and so as a result of us having no sound check, we had so many issues. I don't know what's up with my Discord. Like, I've never used like voice on Discord. Mm-hmm. And so as a result of me never using voice on Discord, I don't know. Like, I did it in my settings. I did everything I could, but I was unable to hear him. He could hear me, but it's so crazy because look, I could not hear him on the phone, but he was talking to me and I was answering the questions that he was asking me. Wow. It was muted. It was so wild. And I'm like, wait a minute, hold on. And so then we hung up. We finally got it on WhatsApp. And so that worked. And that was good. After us getting it on WhatsApp.
You got your finger over your phone.
Oh, he was able to put WhatsApp on his computer. You know how I don't even know. He was able to put WhatsApp on his computer, and he did it like that, and he was able to record it. And it was just cool because of the things that he was talking about, and just his different occurrences and stuff like that. It just made it more interesting because it was like, it's just nice and refreshing to talk to someone who does not think my experiences are weird or absurd or highly unlikely. Because I'm used to people like that kind of discrediting the stuff that I can do. And it was wild because then they channeled me. I don't know how it goes, but anyway, I had a message for him and he was like, you were spot on. And I didn't even know. I just started telling him what I had to tell him. And I'm speaking Garcia and they're telling him, they're like, hey, you have to do this, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, it was just so cool because after he's like, wow, you're right. I know exactly what you're talking. He's like, I know exactly what you're talking about. And I told him, I said, I don't know what it is, but you know what it is. And whatever it is you're supposed to do, you have to do it. And you're debating whether or not you're supposed to do it. And it was so cool because he's like, wow. And so, I don't know. It was so neat. I really appreciate you for setting that up. And he said he'll do an interview for me as well. So
that's good.
Yeah, I'm going to put it on my channel. I'm attempting to get my YouTube channel back together. I have so much content, and I don't post anything.
I added you on his Discord channel, and just so you know, man, you can post anything you want on there that's related to it, you know what I mean? And that goes along the lines of what he's actually looking for with his channel. I mean, everything you talk about is just, it goes in perfect alignment with it, so...
Nice. So, yeah, I appreciate you. You're like the best middleman in the world, man.
I just led you to the right place. You know, like I said, or like you said, you know, there's people out there that want to be mean, you know what I mean? And there's also people out there that are good people who can relate to you. And it's just a matter of leading somebody to where they need to be. People that are close to them and like-minded, you know.
Yeah, and that's just dope for you. Cause even if, I don't know, you connect with what connects. You'll force stuff on people, and I don't know, but I hope whatever.
I'm a ladies' man. You ever watch
You're
that
just
movie?
Dumb, man.
You ever watch that movie?
Man. No, the Ladies Man. Hold on. No, that's Bruce Bigelow. I feel like I watched the Ladies Man before. I was thinking about Deuce Bigelow. I said Bruce, but Deuce Bigelow. That's what I was thinking about.
But
you're just dumb, man. I haven't watched it. I'm gonna see if I can look it up.
They call me Chocolate Thunder.
I love that, yo. I'm telling you, Chocolate Thunder. Chocolate Thunder. It's what's it? Coming to America, and his name was give it up for chocolate, thunder. And like for me, it's just, I don't know, you're that guy. Like I don't know. I hope everything good that could possibly happen in your life does. Like, I don't really care about what you used to do or whatever, however it used to be, because like who you are now is like a dope person. Like you're dope, and like all those experiences made you an awesome person. Like to be around, they're always vibes. You don't never, I don't know. I'm comfortable with you. Like we'll sit here for 2-3 hours talking about history, and you couldn't pay me to sit around listening to history when I was like not a kid, but teenager. Nobody wants to hear this. What are you talking about? Now I'm like, oh wow, and the Phoenician, and then I'll hear stuff out, or I'll watch something and it'll relate to what we're doing, and then I'll add it to my notes, and it's cool, man. You're a dope guy.
Well, now that you're done bragging on me and making me out to be so great, let me start this reading. I want to do the Semiramis reading, and we can once we get to that serpent goddess, that's when I want to stop, because that's what really stuck out to me when we were reading that, and it was towards the end of our stream, and we never really went into that, you know what I mean?
Yeah, we have to get to elaborate. I understand. Okie dokie.
But this is Semiramis, and her name is pronounced in Greek, Arabic, and Armenian, and she was the legendary Lydian Babylonian wife of Onus and Ninus, who succeeded the latter on the throne of Assyria, according to Mopses Coronats. Legends narrated by Diodorus Siculus, who drew primarily from the works of Theseus of Cnidus, describes her and her relationship with Onus and King Ninus. Armenians and the Assyrians of Iraq, northeast Syria, southeast Turkey, and northwest Iran still use Sumerian as a given name for girls. The real and historic Shamaramat, the original Akkadian form of the name, was the Assyrian wife of Shamshi-Adad V, who ruled between 824 BC to 811 BC. She ruled the Neo-Assyrian Empire as its regent for 5 years before her son Adad-Nirari III came to age and took the reins of power. She ruled at a time of political uncertainty, which may partly explain why Assyrians may have accepted the rule of a woman when it was not allowed by their cultural tradition. She conquered much of the Middle East and the Levant and stabilized and strengthened the empire after a destructive civil war. It has been speculated that being a woman who ruled successfully may have made the Assyrians regard her with particular reverence, and that her achievements may have been retold over generations until she was gradually turned into a legendary figure. The name of Semiramis came to be applied to various monuments in Western Asia and Anatolia, whose origins have been forgotten or unknown. Even the Bahistan inscription of Darius, Herodotus ascribes to her the artificial banks that confined the Euphrates. He knew her name because it was inscribed on the gate of Babylon. Various places in Mesopotamia, Media, Persia, and the Levant, Anatolia, and the Arabian Peninsula, and the Caucasus received names recalling Semiramis. Okay. So, while the achievements of Semiramis is clearly in the realm of mythical Persian, Armenian, and Greek historiography, the historic Shamurammat certainly existed. After her husband's death, she might have served as regent for her son Adad Nirari III. Thus, during the time Shamurammat could have been in control of the vast Neo-Assyrian Empire between 911 and 605 BC, which stretched from the Caucasus Mountains to the north of the Arabian Peninsula in the south, and from West Iran in the east to Cyprus in the west. In the city of Assur on the Tigris, she had an obelisk built and inscribed that read, Stele of Shamurammat, Queen of Shamshi Adad, King of the Universe, King of Assyria, Mother of Adad Nirari, King of the Universe, King of Assyria, daughter-in-law of Shalmaneser, King of the 4 regions of the world. So she had a lot of clout.
Yeah, that's what I was just about to say. Her rank was heavy.
Mm-hmm. Now, according to Diodorus, a 1st century BC Greek historian, Semiramis was a noble parent, the daughter of the fish goddess Draco. Now, this is the one that I was wanting to know about, and let me remind you too, this is coming from a Greek historian, so most likely it's not true. Don't ever believe the Greek.
That is just so funny.
I hate saying it. Robot even said it the other day on his history thing. He's like, freaking Diodorus didn't know what he's talking about, and that's generally the way it goes with him. He was a liar. Yeah, just plain and simple. He was just a flat out liar.
That's wild. But see, that's the thing, because Greek mythology, like, I would think that a lot of those, you know what I mean? It makes it difficult when you know that they created, I don't want to say created, but like the foundation of most of the mythology that we are aware of. It makes it kind of difficult to believe, you know what I mean? How do you sort out between the real and the not?
Now, according to him, though, Semiramis was of noble parents, the daughter of a fish goddess, Dercato of Ascalon, and of a mortal. He related that Dercato abandoned her at birth and drowned herself, and that doves fed the child until Semmis, the royal shepherd, found her. Semiramis married Onus or Menones, a general under King Ninus, and she became an advisor to King. Her advice led him to great success, and at the siege of Bactra, she personally led a party of soldiers to siege a key defensive point, leading to the capture of the city. Ninus was so struck that he fell in love with her and tried to compel Onus to give her to him as a wife, first offering his own daughter Sunani in return, and eventually threatening to put out his eyes as punishment. Out of fear of the king and out of doomed passion for his wife, Onus fell into a kind of frenzy and madness and hanged himself. Ninus then married Semiramis. That's pretty fucked up.
Right.
Like, You see what I'm saying? I mean, they were brutal back then. This is like stories, man. You know what I mean? It was like freaking children heard this stuff, man.
Right.
Yeah. That's some pretty. That's crazy.
It's like offering your daughter, like, hey, I'll give you my daughter, and like it's just like, Daddy, you're not gonna offer me, are you?
Look at the end, though. I mean, he fell into a kind of frenzy and madness and hung himself. You know what I mean? So that right there is crazy. I guess that would kind of go with Judas too. That's probably where they got that whole idea. Because Judas did that after he betrayed Jesus.
Oh. Wait. What?
Judas?
Yeah.
Whenever he betrayed Jesus for the gold pieces.
Yeah.
He was supposed to have gone into a frenzy and a madness and eventually hung himself. So.
That's
Okay, so let's figure out what Derricado is. Alright, from Wikipedia, the free encyclopedia. Okay. Now it says Atargatis, known as Derceto by the Greeks, was a chief goddess in the northern Syria in classic antiquity. Now, this is supposed to be redirected from Derceto, so I'm guessing this is the same person, but it said that it was Greek goddess of northern Syria in classic antiquity. Primarily, she was a fertility goddess, but as the Baalat, the mistress of her city and people,
Wait, hold on, excuse me. Can you send a link?
Yeah. Now, this is what I was talking about where I wanted to go over this, you know what I'm saying?
The serpent goddess, yeah.
And there it is in the chat.
Thank you.
And I can change my screen share to show that too. Atargatis is what the name is supposed to be on there. Here, let me go back into reading it. Primarily, she was a fertility goddess, but as the Baalat, the mistress of her city and people, she was also responsible for their protection and well-being. Her chief sanctuary was at Hierapolis, modern Manbij, north of Aleppo in Syria. Michael Rostovches calls her the greatest mystery of the North Syrian lands. Her consort is usually Hadad as the second stream that I've done tonight. This will be Ancient Mysteries. First, I'm going to do like before and test the audio out on the platforms. First, starting with beam. And going on from there, let's see what this sounds like. Sounds good on beam. Now we go to Rumble and find out what's going on there. There we go. Ancient Mysteries on Rumble, starting out. Sounds good on Rumble. X is started up. Sounds good on X. DLive sounds good. And Twitch sounds good. Now on Twitch, I want everybody to know that I am not keeping a recorded I'm not keeping a recording on there. It's just live stream, and then after that, that's it. So, okay, Kick is started up and sounded good. All right. YouTube is sounding good too. Yeah, the reasoning for that is they've put some more ridiculous limitations on a lot of the recordings, and I call them replays. I keep forgetting what they call them on Twitch, but they've made it to where you only have a limit there, and I'm like, what's the use? I don't really see a purpose for Twitch anymore, to be honest with you. I'm just doing it because, well, I don't even know why I'm doing it. I've had it for so many years, and it's never really benefited me in any way by streaming on there, but I figured I would give it a try and set it up and get it going. And after this, I don't even know what I want. Maybe someday I'll decide not to use Twitch, period, whatsoever. So, I don't know. But anyhow, I am getting everything set up, or I got everything set up for the next episode of Ancient Mysteries. Now, tonight I'm going to go ahead and continue where I left off with the Canaanites and everything, because even though I don't like to go over this topic too much, I know that it's something that I have to get through, and I do need to cover it, even though I don't like it. It's part of history, and I really do respect and like history. So I'm going to go ahead and cover some key elements when it concerns this topic. It's about Carthage, and Baal, or Moloch, or Molk, however you want to pronounce it. So there's a lot of aspects that I needed to go further in and discuss that. So now, with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and start the episode so that I can get everything going. I just finished up on the audio, and it sounds good. And here we go. So I hope you guys enjoy. Hello, everybody. Oh, wait, hold up. I'll start off right. I was getting ready to I had something in my throat. Okay, let's do this right. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another episode of Ancient Mysteries here on the wonderful world of weirdness and strange stories. I am here to continue where I left off last week. Now, last week I was talking about Epius, and I was also talking about Canep or Senep. This was a serpent-associated creator deity, and Epius was a Phoenician priest or scribe, and their jobs were to record earlier cosmology. These were Phoenician theological traditions. Now, this week I wanted to go deeper into it because there is a lot of controversy in this topic, and it concerns some things that I wanted to go over a little bit closer. Later, I am also wanting to go over the ball cycles, which is very important when it comes to the Canaanite theology and their belief systems back then. So eventually I do want to go over that, but for now I'm wanting to talk about Molk and the whole story behind Moloch, which, like I said, is very, very controversial. But with me, I'm not going to get into the controversy. I'm just going to show you the research and what I've learned, and you can take it from there if you like. But with that being said, let me go ahead and get started with what I was what I want to cover. So let's do this. Now, Baal Haman was the chief god in Carthage, a Phoenician colony that became a powerful maritime empire in North Africa. Now, he was primarily associated with fertility, kingship, and divine rulership, and was often linked to fire in the cycles of life and death. His cult spread widely across the western Mediterranean, particularly in North Africa, Sardinia, and Sicily. The name Baal Haman has been debated in scholarly circles, but is generally translated as Lord of the Brazier or Lord of the Incense Altars. Some interpretations connect Haman to the Akkadian word Amun, hot burning, or Egyptian Amun, A-M-U-N, though the connections remain speculative. Baal Haman was often depicted with ram's horns, possibly symbolizing strength, fertility, or divine kingship. In some representations, he appears as an elderly man with a long beard, suggesting wisdom and authority. In later Greco-Roman times, he was syncretized with Cronus, or Saturn, reinforcing his role as an ancient, powerful ruler. Baal Haman was paired with the goddess Tanit, who served as his consort. While Baal Haman was a god of fire, kingship, and the male generative force, Tanit represented the celestial, lunar, and maternal aspects of divinity. Together they formed a divine couple central to Carthaginian religious life. Baal Haman was closely associated with fire, both as a life-giving force and a destructive element. This connection has fueled the controversial debate over child sacrifice in Carthage, particularly in the Tophet of Salambo, where inscriptions and cremated remains have been discovered. Some ancient sources, including Diodorus Siculus and Plutarch, claim that Carthaginians sacrificed infants to Baal Haman in times of crisis. However, some scholars argue that the remains found in Carthaginian Tophets were not necessarily sacrificial victims, but rather ritual burials of stillborn or deceased infants. The stele inscriptions of the Tophet often mention Molk, which is spelled M-O-L-K, or on the Tophets, it's actually M-L-K, not M-O-L-K. It's pronounced Molk, but on the Tophets, it shows as M-L-K. This is a term that may have referred to a vow, an offering, or ritual act. though its precise meaning remains debated. Now, Baal-Hamon's attributes and cult show similarities with other ancient deities. Some scholars see Baal-Hamon as an aspect of El, the father god of the Canaanite pantheon. The Greeks and Romans identified Baal-Hamon with Kronos, or Saturn, possibly due to his association with time, rulership, and sacrifice. Some theories suggest a connection to Amun of Egypt, given the similarities in name and honored imagery, though the relationship is unclear. The worship of Baal-Hamon declined after the fall of Carthage in 146 BCE when the Romans destroyed the city. Now, in Roman times, his cult was absorbed into the worship of Saturn, especially in North America, or Africa, in North Africa. Despite his disappearance from formal religious practices, traces of Baal-Hamon's rituals and symbols influenced later Berber and North African traditions. Baal-Hamon was a complex and powerful god, deeply tied to fire, fertility, and divine rulership. His role in Carthaginian society, particularly in rituals and offerings, made him one of the most significant deities of the Western Mediterranean. His legacy persisted through syncretism with Kronos, or Saturn, and elements of his worship may have influenced later religious traditions in North Africa. Tanit was the principal goddess of Carthage, revered as a sky deity, practitioner of the city. Revered as a sky deity, protector of the city, and symbol of fertility and motherhood. She was the consort of Baal-Hamon, the chief Carthaginian god, and was widely venerated across the Western Mediterranean, particularly in North Africa, Sardinia, and Spain. The origins of Tanit's name are unclear, but some scholars link it to Phoenician, Berber, or Semitic roots. Some interpretations suggest that Tanit means serpent lady or great one in Phoenician. Others propose a connection to Berber and Punic fertility cults, indicating she may have evolved from a pre-Phoenician goddess in North Africa. She was associated with birth, motherhood, and renewal, often depicted as a protector of children and women. In Carthage, she was venerated as the city's divine protector, ensuring its safety in times of war. She was linked to the moon, stars, and heavens, reinforcing her role as a guide and protector. In some contexts, Tanit was connected to death and the afterlife, particularly in her Punic and North African cults. Tanit's most recognizable symbol is the Tanit sign, which appears throughout Carthaginian religious sites. A stylistic figure with a triangular body, outstretched arms, and a circular head, often interpreted as a female form, a symbol of the divine feminine, or a celestial sign. Found on temple stelae and sacrificial tophets, reinforcing her prominence in Punic religious life. Tanit was regarded as the consort of Baal-Hamon, the supreme Carthaginian deity. While Baal-Hamon was associated with fire, male generative power, and kingship, Tanit represented the celestial, protective, and maternal aspects of divinity. Their combined worship formed the core of Carthaginian religion, influencing later North African and Mediterranean traditions. Temples and sanctuaries dedicated to her across uh, Carthage, Malta, Sardinia, and Ibiza. Archaeological evidence suggests that Tanit was honored in child offerings when urns containing cremated remains of infants were placed in sanctuaries under her protection. Some depictions of Tanit associate her with lunar and astral symbols reflecting her celestial nature. Tanit was sometimes linked to doves, lions, and serpents, all sacred symbols in Phoenician and Punic religions. Over time, Tanit was syncretized with other Mediterranean goddesses, Astarte, Phoenician, which is Phoenician and Canaanite. Both were fertility and war goddesses. Now, Astarte is also Ishtar and Inanna. Ishtar from the Babylonians and Inanna from the Sumerians. Now, in later Roman times, Tanit merged with Juno Celestis, the celestial protector of North Africa. After the destruction of Carthage in 146 BCE, Tanit's formal worship declined, but her symbolism persisted in North African religious traditions. Berber tribes continued elements of her worship, integrating her into local deities. Her iconography remains a powerful symbol of Carthaginian heritage and influence, and Phoenician influence in the Mediterranean. Tanit was one of the most influential goddesses of the Punic world, embodying fertility, celestial power, and divine protection. As the Great Mother of Carthage, she played a central role in both life and death rituals, leaving a lasting impact on later religious traditions in North Africa and the Mediterranean. The Tophet of Salammbô is one of the most significant archaeological and religious sites in Carthage. Tunisia. It is believed to have been a sacred precinct where the Carthaginians performed rituals dedicated to Tanit and Baal Hammon, the chief deities of the city. The site is particularly infamous for its connection to child sacrifices, as suggested by numerous urns containing the cremated remains of infants and small animals found there. The Tophet is located in modern-day Salammbô, a district of Tunis, near the remains of ancient Carthage. In antiquity, this area was part of the religious and ceremonial heart of the city, positioned close to the Carthaginian harbor. The military and merchant harbors of Carthage were located nearby. This reinforced the city's maritime power. Then you had the Bursa Hill, and Bursa is Byrsa, the Bursa Hill. That is a high citadel that overlooked the city. It served as the political and religious center of the city. So then you had the Temple of Eshmun, which is Eshmoun, and that was dedicated to the healing god Ishmun. This temple stood on the Bursa Hill, and it's closely associated with the Carthaginian religious practices of the time. So the Tophet itself was outside the main urban zone, likely due to the ritualistic and funerary nature of the site. This placement mirrors other Phoenician and Punic Tophets, which were often situated in liminal spaces between the city and the divine realm. Now, the Tophet of Salambu was not a temple in the traditional sense, but rather a sacred open-air precinct where rites and offerings were performed. Now, the site is filled with hundreds of stone stelae, many of which bear inscriptions and symbols dedicated to Tanit and Baal-Haman. Now, some stelae depict stylized figures of the deities, while others feature the Tanit symbol, a triangle with a circle on top and outstretching arms. Excavations have uncovered thousands of urns containing the cremated remains of infants, small children, and animals, such as lambs and doves. Now, these urns were often buried in layers indicating a long period of ritual use. Scholars suggest that an altar or platform existed where offerings were made. Sacrificial fires were likely used to burn offerings before placing remains on urns. Now, the Tophet of Salambu was deeply tied to the cult of Tanit and Baal-Haman, where devotees made votive offerings for divine favor. Some scholars believe that sacrifices were made to ensure fertility, agricultural prosperity, or military success. Now, inscriptions suggest that offerings were made in fulfillment of sacred vows. The term MLK, which is Molk, M-O-L-K, has been interpreted as a ritual dedication, possibly involving fire sacrifice. Now, ancient sources such as Greek and Roman writers claim that Carthaginians sacrificed infants to their gods. However, some modern scholars argue that the site was a burial ground for children who died naturally rather than a site of ritual killing. In ancient times, the Tophet of Salambu would have had an austere, A-U-S-T-E-R-E, and solemn atmosphere. And austere, yeah, the Tophet of Salambu would have had an austere and solemn atmosphere, with rows of standing stelae casting long shadows over the sacred ground. Smoke from ritual fires would be rising into the sky, and priests would be conducting ceremonies, possibly dressed in elaborate robes, chanting prayers to Tanit and Baal-Haman. Mourners and devotees bringing offerings would be there, and they would be leaving small carved figurines or amulets. Now, the proximity to the sea and the harbors would have added an element of divine connection, as Carthage was a maritime power. An offering to Tanit may have been tied to safe voyages and naval victories. Today, the Tophet of Salambu is an archaeological site, with many of its relics housed in the Carthage National Museum. Excavations have revealed a stele with Punic inscriptions, confirming religious dedications. It also has urns containing remains, providing evidence of ceremonial practices. There's also artifacts such as figurines, amulets, and pottery, indicating ongoing devotion to Tanit and Baal-Haman. Now, despite its historical significance, the debate over child sacrifice remains one of the most controversial topics in Carthaginian studies. The Tophet of Salambo was a crucial religious and ritual site in Carthage, deeply tied to the worship of Tanit and Baal Haman. Whether it was primarily a burial ground, a sacred offering site, or a place of child sacrifice is still debated. But its importance in Punic spirituality is undeniable. Now, the Tophet of Salambo was not a traditional burial site where adults were buried. Unlike typical cemeteries that contain the remains of people of all ages, the Tophet was specifically used for the cremated remains of infants, small children, and sometimes small animals like lambs or doves. Excavations have shown that the urns buried in the Tophet contain mostly infant remains of those of the very young. Some urns also contained animal remains, likely as substitute offerings. There is little to no evidence of adult burials at the site, distinguishing it from a regular necropolis. Now, the Tophet was a dedicated ritual site rather than a communal burial ground. It was linked to religious vows and offerings to Baal Haman and Tanit, suggesting that the burials were part of sacred rites, not ordinary funerary practices. Regular Carthaginian burial sites contained rock-cut tombs, elaborate sarcophagi, and grave goods, reflecting typical funerary customs. The Tophet, by contrast, had small urns buried in layers, often accompanied by stone stelae with inscriptions and divine symbols. The Bursa necropolis was one of the main burial grounds for adult Carthaginians, separated from the Tophet. While a specific altar has not been found, scholars believe sacrificial fires were used to burn offerings before burial in the Tophet. The presence of an altar or sacred fire pit suggests that the presence of an altar or sacred fire pit suggests that cremation was part of a formal ritual, not just a method of burial. The Tophet of Salambu was not a general burial site, but a specialized ritual ground used for sacred offerings related to infant dedications or sacrifices to Tanit and Baal Haman. Unlike traditional cemeteries, it did not contain adult burials, reinforcing its religious and ceremonial function rather than being a place of ordinary internment. Now, there is no direct evidence of a specific altar or sacrificial fire pits at the Tophet of Salambu, but there are strong archaeological and textual indications that ritual cremation took place there. The debate among scholars center on how these rituals were performed and whether they included child sacrifice or simply dedications of stillborn or deceased infants. Thousands of small ceramic urns have been excavated, each containing the burned bones of infants, young children, and occasionally animals. The level of heat exposure suggests cremation in a controlled fire rather than accidental burning or a natural funeral pyre. Archaeologists have found layers of ash mixed with charcoal and burnt bones fragments, suggesting ritual fires were used repeatedly over time. This supports the theory that cremation was part of a ceremonial process before the remains were sealed in urns and buried. The stele found at the Tophet contained Phoenician inscriptions and symbols of Baal Haman and Tanit, sometimes alongside figures with raised hands, possibly indicating prayer or offering gestures. Some stelae show fire motifs, which could symbolize sacrifice or ritual burnings, though interpretations vary. Greek and Roman historians Diodorus Siculus, Plutarch, and Cleitarchus described fire sacrifices in Carthage, but their accounts were often written by Carthage's enemies, making them questionable in accuracy. They claim children were placed in the outstretched hands of a bronze statue of Baal Haman, which then tipped them into a burning pit. No archaeological evidence of such a statue has been found at the Tophet itself, though depictions exist elsewhere. The site was continuously used for centuries, meaning early sacrificial structures may have been buried, destroyed, or eroded. If fires were mobile rather than fixed in one place, no permanent pit or altar might remain. Some believe sacrificial fires were held outside the Tophet, and only the remains were brought in for burial. While no definitive altar or fire pit has been found, the presence of cremated remains, ash layers, and stele inscriptions strongly suggest ritual burning took place at the Tophet. However, whether these were sacrificial offerings or memorial dedications remain a subject of debate. Baal Haman, as the chief god of Carthage, had a profound and lasting impact on Berber Amazigh, which is spelled Amazigh, and Northern African religious traditions, both in antiquity and in the syncretic forms that survived into later periods. His attributes, rituals, and symbols were integrated into local belief systems, influencing deities, funerary customs, and even Islamic-era folk practices. So now we get into the Berbers, South or North Africa, and Spain and Roman areas. I also want to point something out that I did learn here that kind of brought to light to me. A lot of these sacrifices that took place had absolutely nothing to do with the Levant. Most of the human sacrifices that have been attributed to the Canaanites and the Phoenicians actually occurred in North Africa and in Roman territory. So the same people who had made these claims were the same people who committed these sacrifices or these ceremonies or anything of that nature. And this is something that I've also found to be true when it comes to different traditions where people take what they've actually done themselves and they cast it on to their enemies as being the ones who did it. So I do want to point that out before I go further with this. I may also have to break away for a quick second as well, because like I said in my earlier stream, I've had some issues here lately concerning my mother. That's the reason why I am running so late on getting these streams out. Today is actually, well, it's still Sunday to me, even though it's past um, midnight. But I'm getting this out on the day that I'm supposed to, but I had to come in and do a back-to-back episode for Strange Stories today before I did this one. So I went ahead and did that one, and then came in and did this one. And I'm just catching up on basically what I need to do. That was one thing that I mentioned that was on there, and then I actually did more research on what kind of sacrifices that took place in the Levant. That is also going to be further into the reading, which I will cover, but I wanted to stop here so that I could actually point that out. I also want to point out too that which I will be talking about, the distinction between MLK or Mulk and Moloch, because I think that that's something that really needs to be brought out, and I have brought it out in my talking points that I will be discussing here in this here in a minute. Okay, so with that, I will continue with my reading. The Berber tribes of North Africa already had a strong veneration for the Egyptian god Amun or Ammon. That's Amon or Ammon, before Carthaginian influence, particularly at the Siwa Oasis, which is Siwa Oasis in present-day Egypt. Now, when Baal Haman merged with Ammon, he was transformed into Jupiter Ammon under Roman rule. Now, Siwa's Oracle of Ammon, where Alexander the Great was declared the son of Zeus Ammon, was one of the most important religious sites of the religion. Now, like Baal Haman, Jupiter Ammon was associated with fertility, agriculture, the sun, and divine rulership. Some Amazigh, I'm going to have to figure out how to pronounce that right, but it's Amazigh, which is Amazigh. Some Amazigh tribes developed their own warrior deity, which was named Gurzel, who carried elements of Baal Haman's attributes as well. Now, Gurzel was believed to have been a sacred bull-headed god similar to Baal Haman's association with rams and bulls. Now, during the Berber revolts against Rome and later against the Arabs, Gurzel's name was evoked as a protector of warriors. After the Roman conquest of Carthage, Baal Haman was syncretized with Saturn, the Roman god of time, agriculture, and wealth. The festival of Saturnalia, which is between December the 17th and the 23rd, may have been preserved elements of earlier Phoenician agricultural festivals dedicated to Baal Haman. Berber population in Romanized North Africa continued to venerate Saturn well into the Christian period. Now, while the practice of child sacrifice allegedly associated with Baal Haman disappeared over time, elements of his agricultural and fertility rituals persisted in Berber and later North African customs. The importance of fire in North African religious traditions may stem from Bahamond's fire-related rituals. Bonfires, similar to Phoenician sacrificial flames, became a part of later Berber and North African festivals. Animal sacrifices, especially of bulls or rams, remained an essential part of both Berber religious traditions and later Islamic practices. Offerings to spirits, saints, or djinn in caves, mountain shrines, or sacred groves echo Phoenician dedication rituals at Baal-Hamon's temples. Baal-Hamon was connected to the cycle of life and death, influencing Berber ancestor worship and funerary practices. In Berber traditions, spirit of the ancestors were often venerated through shrines or marabouts, stone altars, and sacred groves, similar to the Phoenician Tophets. Some megalithic tombs and stepped pyramid-like structures in Algeria and Tunisia, such as the tomb of the Christian woman near Tipasa, may reflect earlier Punic and Phoenician burial structures. Even after Islam spread to North Africa, folk religious traditions retained echoes of Baal-Hamon's influence, especially through maraboutism, which is saint veneration, fertility rituals, and fire festivals. In Islamic North Africa, local Berber groups continue to revere spirit figures, often in the form of marabouts, holy men, or saints. Now, these marabouts were seen as protectors of fertility, agriculture, and the land, much like Baal-Hamon's role as a god of growth and prosperity. Many of these marabout shrines were built near ancient Phoenician sites, suggesting a continuity of sacred geography. The Berber festival of Yanayar, which is Berber New Year, and it's held between January the 12th and 14th, includes fire rituals and animal sacrifices and fertility prayers, resembling Baal-Hamon's agricultural celebrations. Summer and solstice-related festivals in North Africa often involve lighting large fires and jumping over them for purification, much like ancient Carthaginian customs. Baal-Hamon was often depicted with rams, bulls, or snake symbols that persist in North Africa folklore. In folk Islam and Sufi mysticism, the ram remains an important sacrificial animal, particularly during Eid al-Adha. Berber amulets sometimes featured horned deities or spirits, which may be remnants of Baal-Hamon's iconography. Now, today, remnants of Baal-Hamon's worship can still be found in Berber spiritual traditions, folk beliefs, and historical memory. Ancient Phoenician Punic ruins, like those in Carthage, Doga, and Kirkoan, are still considered mystical and sacred places. Tanit and Baal-Hamon's symbols, which is the crescent moons, fertility motifs, and horned figures, appear in modern Berber tattoos, jewelry, and folk art. The Berber language and oral traditions preserve myths and legends that may have roots in Phoenician storytelling. Baal-Hamon's influence did not disappear after Carthage fell. Instead, it was absorbed into Berber religious practices, Roman syncretism, and later Islamic folk traditions. His role as a fertility deity, guardian of the land, and associated figure with fire and sacrifice found echoes in Jupiter, Ammon, Saturn, Gurzel, and North African saint veneration. Even today, fire rituals, seasonal celebrations, animal sacrifices, and sacred geography in Berber traditions retain traces of the Carthaginian Phoenician religious worldview. Baal-Hamon's spirit lives on not just in ancient inscriptions, but in the cultural memory of North Africa. Archaeological evidence suggests child sacrifice associated with Baal-Hamon and Tanit has been found beyond Carthage, while the Tophet of Salammbô remains the most well-known site. Similar burials with cremated infant remains have been uncovered across Punic settlements in the western Mediterranean. These sites provide insight into the broader religious and ritualistic practices of the Phoenician and Carthaginian world. First of all, there was Carthage in Tunisia, Tophet of Salammbô, which we would just discuss, is the most famous and largest Tophet ever discovered. It contained urns with the remains of infants and small animals. This dates back from the 8th century BCE to the destruction of Carthage in 146 BCE. It had inscriptions dedicating these sacrifices to Baal-Hamon and Tanit. After that, you had Mocha, which is Mogia in Sicily, which is Italy, a Punic settlement in Sicily, which housed a Tophet similar to Carthage's. Now, it contained cremated remains of infants in burial urns, alongside dedicatorial inscriptions mentioning Baal-Hamon and Tanit. The presence of these rituals suggests that child sacrifice was a practice across Phoenician colonies, not just in Carthage. And like I pointed out, this is actually in Sicily and Italy. It's in Mocha. And this is where most of these sites are found. So I'm going to point that out as I read through it. Then you had Solsi, which is in Sardinia, and that's in Italy. It's another Punic settlement with a Tophet containing urns with burnt infant bones. These findings date between the 6th and 3rd centuries BCE, suggesting the continuity of ritual practices. As well as that, besides that, you have Theros, which is also in Sardinia, Italy. It is one of the most significant Phoenician Punic settlements in Sardinia. Excavations revealed a Tophet with small urns containing child remains, indicating sacrificial practices similar to Carthage. Many stela found here bear symbolic representations of Tanit and Baal-Hamon, reinforcing their connection to fertility and protection rituals. Then you have the Hadrumetum, which is in Tunisia, which is modern-day Sousse. Now, Archaeologists have found funeral remains resembling the Tophets of Carthage, but with limited definitive proof of sacrificial intent. Some Phoenician inscriptions were found with dedications to Baal Haman and Tanit. Now, after that, you have Serta, which is in Constantine, Algeria. Now, evidence of Punic and Berber interactions with Baal Haman's cult are there, while no direct Tophet has been discovered. Religious dedications to Baal Haman suggest his worship persisted in North Africa after Carthage's fall. Now, after that, you have Lilibaeum, which is in Marsala, Sicily, Italy. This is a Carthaginian city in western Sicily with a Tophet-like site. Cremated infant remains in urns bearing Phoenician inscriptions dedicated to Baal Haman are found there as well. Now you have Tunis, which is in Tunisia, and that's near Carthage. That's another site with urn burials and cremated remains, though not as extensive as what Carthage's Tophets were. Now, while these sites support the idea of child sacrifices, scholars continue to debate its extent and nature. Some argue that not all remains belong to sacrificed children and that some may be stillborns or infants who died naturally and were ritually cremated. Others point to Phoenician inscriptions which frequently describe sacrifices as vows to Baal Haman and Tanit, supporting the ritual sacrifice theory. The consistency of Tophet sites across the Punic world suggests that Carthaginian rituals were shared by their colonies. No dedicated Tophet sites like those in Carthage, Sardinia, or Sicily have been found in the Levant. But there is evidence of child sacrifice rituals in Phoenician cities such as Tyre, Sidon, and Babylos, which were the cultural and religious centers of the Phoenician world. These cities were the origin points of Baal Haman's cult, which later spread to Carthage. Phoenician inscriptions from Ugarit, Sidon, and Tyre refer to MLK, which is Molech, according to this, but which refers to MLK or Moloch sacrifices, which are believed to include sacrifices dedicated to Baal and other gods. Some inscriptions mirror the vows and dedications found in Carthaginian Tophets, suggesting that the practice originated in the Levant before reaching Carthage. Now, this goes back to what I was talking about before. There is no dedicated Tophet sites like those in Carthage, Sardinia, or Sicily that have been found in the Levant whatsoever. They're just not there. So a lot of people who are writing this stuff are trying their hardest to connect the Levant with Tanit and Baal Haman, when in reality they had absolutely nothing to do with sacrificial offerings in the Levant. It was actually in North Africa and in Roman areas that were previously, or probably during the time, Phoenicians. It was Phoenician areas in that region. But there was actually no there was actually no dedicated Tophet sites like those in Carthage in the Levant, which is where cities like Tyre, Sidon, and Bablos are located. Now, some inscriptions mirror the vows and dedications found in Carthaginian Tophets, suggesting that the practice originated in the Levant before reaching Carthage. Now, with that, we go into what the Bible says. The Bible, or the Tanakh, mentions Phoenicians and Canaanites offering children to Baal and Molech. Though this is from an outside perspective rather than direct Phoenician records. Some cremation burials have been found in Phoenician and Canaanite sites in Lebanon, but no large-scale Tophets like in Carthage. In Ammon, ancient Rabbath Ammon, a site linked to Molech worship, which is Molek, which is linked to Molech worship, there is evidence of child burials near temple areas, but archaeologists debate whether these indicate sacrifice or natural death rituals. Tyre and Sidon were the main religious centers of Baal worship before Carthage was founded. The rituals seen in Carthage were likely influenced by practices in Tyre and Sidon, but little direct archaeological evidence survives. Since Carthage was a colony of Tyre, it is likely that similar rituals were once practiced there, but the urban development and modern-day Lebanon makes excavation difficult. Phoenicians in the Levant practiced both cremation and inhumation. Burials and child sacrifices may not have been concentrated in one place, as in Carthage. Many major Phoenician sites, Tyre, Sidon, Byblos, are still inhabited today, making archaeological digs difficult. Over time, Phoenician religious practices changed, especially under Assyrian and later Persian rule, which may have led to the decline in child sacrifice. Now, a lot of this is, for me, kind of suspicious. It's hard for them to come up with archaeological evidence in Byblos and Tyre because of modern, residential living, but it's perfectly fine for them to find it in Sidon and all these other regions in the Western Mediterranean. So for me, I really don't buy into that, to be honest with you. That's just my take on it. They have found absolutely no evidence that these children were being sacrificed in the Levant whatsoever. The only place where Molech was actually spoken of was in the Christian and the Jewish texts when it comes to this stuff taking place. About a deity named Moloch, and as I've been reading here, Moloch wasn't even the name of any deity. It was actually it wasn't Moloch and them. I'm having a brain fart now. It was actually Tanit and Haman, Baal Haman and Tanit. So, like, now, later on, when the Christians and the Jews start discussing this stuff, they're calling him Moloch. Okay, and here in a second, I'll be going over that and covering it a little bit. But I do want to point that out that, like, there's no evidence that shows that this was taking place in the Levant. Not only that, by the time that this was being discussed in the Bible, it was the name was changed to Moloch, which was actually Molk or MLK, and that was actually the rituals that were involved. It wasn't the deities that were supposed to be doing it. So I did want to point that out. Now there is over time, Phoenician religious practices changed, especially under Assyrian and later Persian rule, which may have led to the decline of child sacrifice, or the possibility that it never took place. Now, rituals for children that were dead is another alternative that is mentioned, and you'll find more and more people who are prevalent to jump on that bandwagon that these people were just sacrificing the firstborn children to their god, and the reason why they're doing it is because there's this religious agenda that's involved. You have a lot of different religious archaeologists that are wanting to find these findings, but they're also wanting to say, look, our religion is right. You know what I mean? So you have a lot of that going on, and then you have others who don't want that happening. So you got this kind of conflict going on. And personally, I feel that's the reason why there isn't very much archaeology going on in Turkey, because the Urartu in the areas that are around there is really, really significant when it comes to ancient evidence of what went on back then. Like you have Noah's Ark, which is supposed to be there. You have Noah's tomb that's supposed to be there as well. A lot of things biblically is mentioned in the Bible that comes from that region as well, and I believe that isn't being studied as much because of what I was just talking about, So, there is textual and indirect archaeological evidence suggesting child sacrifice rituals in Phoenician cities of the Levant, according to some of the sources that I have come across, particularly in Tyre and Sidon, but no physical Tophet sites like those in Carthage have been discovered. The practices seen in the Punic world likely originated in the Levant, according to some sources, but were later concentrated in Carthage and its colonies. Now, archaeological evidence for child sacrifice among the Phoenician primarily stems from sites in the central and western Mediterranean, notably Carthage. Dedicated Tophets, sanctuaries characterized by urns containing cremated infant remains have been extensively documented in Carthage and other western Phoenician colonies. However, similar sites have not been conclusively identified in the Levant. This absence may result from urban development hindering archaeological investigation in key Phoenician cities like Tyre and Sidon. Tyre isn't that big, okay? Now, urban development isn't so big in Tyre that they are hindered, that archaeological investigation is hindered. Just that's nonsense. Excavation in the Levant has uncovered infant burials within residential areas and under floors of houses. While these burials indicate special treatment of infants, they do not provide clear evidence of ritual sacrifice. Artifacts such as stelae and inscriptions from the Levant occasionally depict or reference deities associated with child sacrifice in later Phoenician colonies. While suggestive, these findings do not confirm the practice of child sacrifice in the Levant. Studies of Tophet sites in Carthage and elsewhere have identified patterns potentially traceable to Levantine origins. However, the direct archaeological evidence in the Levant remains inconclusive. In summary, while there is substantial archaeological evidence for child sacrifice in Phoenician colonies like Carthage, direct evidence from the Levant is limited and inconclusive. The absence of dedicated Tophet sites and the nature of infant burials in the region suggests that if child sacrifice occurred, it was not practiced or commemorated in the same manner as in the Western Mediterranean colonies. Now, this is where we get into the term MOLK, or MLK, and it is well documented in Phoenician and Punic inscriptions and appears in archaeological contexts, primarily in Carthage and other Western Phoenician colonies. However, its connection to Moloch, which is spelled usually M-O-L-E-K or M-O-L-O-C-H, a deity condemned in later biblical and Greco-Roman sources, is debated among scholars. Inscriptions found at Tophet sites in Carthage, Sardinia, and Sicily used the term MLK, which is supposed to be Molk, M-O-L-K, and they use the term in funerary stele, or stele, often in phrases like MLK, MR, a Molk offering is what that means. Now, archaeological evidence shows cremated remains of infants and animals in urns, leading scholars to associate Molk with a type of sacrificial practice rather than a specific god. Some interpretations suggest that Molk was a dedicatory act or type of offering rather than the name of a deity. The Hebrew Bible condemns Moloch worship. That can be found in Leviticus 18:21, 2 Kings 23, and 2 Kings 23:10. And the Hebrew Bible condemns Moloch as involving child sacrifice, often linked to the Valley of Hinnom. However, no direct archaeological evidence has confirmed the existence of a god named Moloch in Phoenician or Punic inscriptions. Some scholars believe that later biblical writers misunderstood MLK, a ritual, as a god and demonized the practice. Later Greek and Roman sources like Diodorus Siculus and Plutarch describe child sacrifice in Carthage, mentioning that victims were given to Baal Haman. These accounts, however, come from an enemy civilization, which is Rome in particular, making them politically motivated rather than purely historic or historical. Tophet sites in Carthage, the most famous at Salammbô, contain thousands of urns with cremated infant remains alongside inscriptions mentioning Molech offerings. The interpretation of these sites remain debated. Were the children sacrificed, or were they already deceased infants giving a ritual burial? Some scholars argue that only animals were sacrificed, and the presence of children reflects high infant mortality rates rather than a systematic practice of child sacrifice. Molech appears to be a term for a type of offering, not a god. The biblical Moloch may have been a later misunderstanding or polemical creation. Archaeology confirms the existence of Molech related M-O-L-K related rituals in Carthage and Phoenician sites, but the nature of these offerings, sacrificial or funerary, remains controversial. There is no direct evidence of a god named Molech or Moloch, M-O-L-E-K or M-O-L-O-C-K in Phoenician inscriptions. And I'm glad that I did that. I'm glad that I got it over with, put it out there. I'm glad that I did that alone because I do not want to hear anybody's opinions of it. I do not want to get into any outstretched arguments or debates over this. There, like I said in previous episodes, this has caused thousands and thousands of deaths, millions, if not millions. And most of it occurred after all of this had been happening, supposedly, with the Phoenicians. The whole thing behind Moloch and Moloch worship and, things like that have created a lot of really screwed up belief systems within Middle Ages and even into the 20th century with Nazi Germany, as well as between the Roman Empire and World War II, or during the Middle Ages. Basically, you had people who were going out and murdering little kid or children and then blaming it on Jews in order to create mobs that would go in and literally murder entire villages of Jewish people, claiming that the Jewish were doing the same things that we're mentioning here with the Phoenicians. The reason for why that was connected to the Jews was because the Jewish people had made similar claims about the Phoenicians and about Moloch before that. So when they started doing this, they in turn created the same issue that they would later have to endure during the Middle Ages, because that's what the Christians did. They turned around and they turned what they were saying against them and said that the Jews were doing it. Now, all of this, at one time, I thought stemmed from Babylonian traditions. And now that I'm looking at this, I think it's a little bit more complicated than being Babylonian, because there are Babylonian entities that are involved with this, but this is more centralized into the Phoenician beliefs that come from North Africa and areas like Sicily and Italy, rather than the Levant in the Middle East. This is actually a European issue where Europeans were doing sacrificial uh, offerings to their gods. I remember Tanit from a lot of the stuff that I've actually gone through when it comes to some of the history that I'm interested in. She was a serpent deity as well. It wasn't just Sicily that she was involved in. She was also, oh man, I forgot the name of that island that's down there. It's the island where Zeus was supposed to have been hidden away from Kronos at while he was a child. I forgot the name of it. I'm having a rough night. But I know that she was worshipped there as well. Like I said, I am glad that I went through this. And, don't get me wrong either. I'm not saying that human sacrifice wasn't going on there. It's just that it's very inaccurate. And especially Moloch. I really do not like the whole situation with how Moloch was formed and the purposes behind it, Now, there is connections to the Babylonians when it comes to Lilith, though, and that is that right there is another situation. I think that was incorporated with a lot of this craziness that has been happening in the modern world. Not back then as much as now, you know what I mean? Because back then they used these as folklore superstitions to scare their children, say you don't go out at night. Women who were pregnant needed to take care of themselves because Lilith was coming and she would do this and do that, But that eventually turned into some pretty dark and evil things that people used later on for genocide, basically, So be aware that this is the kind of stuff we're going over whenever I'm reading this. This leads down an entire avenue of just death and destruction. This is probably some of the most evilest stuff that was ever created in human history. The stuff that I've just discovered or talked about. When it comes to this. So let me, I've got another spam message on my Kick thing. I've gotta get rid of that. Let's see here. I'll go through and check my messages and everything. Now, P-Seal started following me on Beamstream. I want to say thank you for doing that. Rumble, I've got 3 viewers. I got 2 viewers on Beam. Thank you guys for stopping in and watching. And then I have nobody so far in chat that has said anything. Like I said, free 0x or OX followed me. Thank you for that. And looks like that's it. I wanted to say thank you for the 3 viewers on YouTube who watched me, and thank you guys for the 51 views on YouTube as well. So I believe I am done. I'm just trying to figure out a way of getting some extra minutes in so that I can call this an hour and 20 minutes. And like I said, I apologize for having to do this late and back to back, but we had some issues today that I had to take care of that was separate from the internet. It concerned my mom and taking care of her. She's getting older, so she needs to get the attention first. So without going into detail and saying I am done for the night, I want to say thank you guys for watching, and I will end this stream now. Goodbye.
Yeah.
Now, what part of the UK?
Yeah.
He's cracking up.
Southwest.
Southwest.
Southwest, where at?
Yeah.
You cut out.
Devon.
Devon.
Within Devon.
Oh, okay.
Devon?
Yeah, Devon. That's down. You know where? No, actually. Okay, London. You know where London would be located? He'd be to the west of there.
That'd be the east, southeast.
So he's
well, it'd be the other side of the country. Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
So you
Where London would be on the far east and Perch on the far west.
Right. He wouldn't be around the channel. He'd be on the other side of London.
But that's in England, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So there are lots of old buildings.
Below Wales, in effect.
You live in Wales?
No, just below. Just below.
Oh, below Wales in England.
You've been around John long enough not to do that.
Yeah.
But
those English and Wales guys, they have a rivalry going, so they might want to like rumble with you.
Welsh and the English.
Yeah, back in the days, those were rumble words. They would have come at you with the old British bulldog and.
Yeah, the baiting matches.
Mm-hmm.
So there's lots of historical buildings though around where you're at, Mark, or just older buildings, or.
Where I am is just full of history. Dating back to 1066, dating back to got a real weird mismatch of buildings on there. Got some really new stuff and get some. In fact, I'm living here. Where I am now is I'm in a 3-story Georgian building.
I keep I keep wanting him to go and like take pictures and stuff like that around him. He won't do it. He just will not do it. just
yeah, like 1066 was when the Normans. That was when the Normans came in there and pushed the Celts and Druids out of the area, right?
Or Saxons, really. Yeah.
They pushed the Saxons out. The Normans did.
I wouldn't say the
Not
Normans.
really pushed the page, but there was a big political shift, must I say.
I would say more the Romans cleared them out before the Nords got.
Well,
Normans.
yeah, Romans cleared out the Celts and a lot of the Druids and stuff.
Yeah, they washed you guys. They washed you clean. Got rid of all those reprobates.
They got rid of those indigenous peoples.
Freaking! I'm gonna tell you something, man. When it comes to England, Like, oh my god, dude. Like, they are crazy, all of them. And they don't want to admit they're crazy. Mark is probably the nuttiest person I know. Okay?
Am I?
Yes.
Am I?
I remember one time on Discord, John posted a picture of like a ghost in an old Scottish castle, and I asked him. I said that looks kind of like a beefeater from the Tower of London, and he responded and he said a beefeater would be lynched in Scotland.
Oh,
yeah, actually, those castles up there, yeah.
Which they would be, I'm sure, because the beefeaters are English, so I'm sure the Scottish don't care much for them.
Well, the gargoyles are for Victorian homes. The big old, that's what that's
and that
Biltmore was built by like he wanted it to be English.
He copied a lot of English architecture,
and he actually went to England and got pictures and stuff for it.
His architect worked with some people over in the UK, I believe. So that they borrowed a lot of the old English architecture and what have you when they built it. Yeah. And it was famous. A lot of things that, well, and of course, too, Britain being the mother country, a lot of British stuff carried on to America in the post-Revolutionary War era. So we have a lot of
a lot of that sort of Gothic aesthetic. I think really comes from Northern Europe, so UK as well. But yeah, mainly, generally speaking, was more popular in the 15th, 16th century in Germany, I think.
So maybe it moved westward from Germany then into...
Well, like I said, Northern Europe, so yeah.
Well,
maybe it was original thing.
Well, you got to take the Welsh into consideration. That's what that was all about. The Welsh beliefs started over there in that area, like the mounds
in Central Europe.
And they migrated to England.
Yeah.
So that's why they don't really like the English too much, because the English never did like them coming in there. It was like, because the English people don't like anybody coming to their country at all. All throughout history, they've always hated that. Like, everybody who came to their countries in massive amounts was like invaders from another country. It's just historically correct.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, you've got to examine it from not only a political sense, but from a geographical sense. All of mainstream Europe, there's neighbouring countries, there's borders and neighbouring countries. Whereas in England or the United Kingdom, we've got oceans around our country, so it's harder to invade.
Yeah,
it's not like
any foreign invaders that would have taken over the British Isles have been drastically slowed down by having that body of water surrounding it.
Yeah.
Look at the Romans. Okay, the Romans, they tried to conquer England, couldn't do it.
They couldn't take Scotland
back in the 16th century.
Mm-hmm. No, I mean,
they built Hadrian's Wall, right?
Hadrian's Wall is where it stopped. They couldn't pass that area, and then after that happened, you had the freaking, who was it? The Vikings. The Vikings were able to take the shores on the west side, no, the east side, and then Scotland and Ireland, but they couldn't conquer the entire island either.
Arguably, the Vikings and Norse were probably the most effective invaders.
Yeah, but they still couldn't take the landmass. You know what I'm saying? They couldn't take.
interestingly enough, that was also around the same times the Vikings and the Norse and stuff were here in North America briefly, because they also came into North America. And who knows exactly how far inland they went here? We don't really know. We know they were here in the 1000s, about 500 years before Columbus.
Yeah.
The Norsemen.
The Bluebird. I found out that was the name of the Viking who actually did most of the conquering in England. It was.
What is it?
He was called Bluebird.
Oh.
Or Bluebird. Or something like that.
Bube.
Yeah.
Bube.
I thought it was the red that did it, but come to find out it was the blue. The blue did it.
Technically, Vikings were more of a sort of tribal sort of. You had multiple tribes, so so many tribes tried to independently enter what we now know as the US.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or North America.
Well, the red, him and his son were pretty stupid, though. I mean, they really were. Like, if you read about these guys, they're like the story about how Red was killed was really dumb. Like he was. It says that he was in his house, and they came to kill him, and he ran from his house down to the shore where they broke his back over a rock, and that's the entire story.
Okay.
Oh well.
You know,
how factual is that? I wonder.
That's about as factual as you can get.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's about all they to go on with regards to that.
Yeah, you know, and that. I mean, with their limited reading ability back then, that's probably
the literacy really high.
Yeah, like
there's a lot of ghost stories and stuff though around Europe and London. And
well, London has the Tower of London. That's one of their most famous haunted locations.
Yeah.
And of course, Stonehenge is not too far from you, is it, Mark?
Oh, you live
next county, really. Yeah. Also, Somerset. But even down there, we've got Dartmoor and Exmoor. And obviously, there are all those ghost stories around those two moors.
Yeah.
Such as the Sherlock Holmes, Hound of the Baskervilles, and the Headless Horse Riders and stuff.
This all goes back to what I just said earlier. Just he's worthless. I mean, you know what I'm saying, dude? Look, he just said it. He's like a county away, dude, and he will do nothing. Nothing.
I do think about it for a minute. Yeah.
Just take a sabbatical and go to the next county and take some pictures, man, and like do the tour. You know what I mean?
Send us some pictures from over there, Mark. It's always cool, man.
Dude, you were like right there in the freaking
Stonehenge.
You're there, dude. You know what I'm saying? This is stuff that we can't do. Like you were right there.
You probably say, I never go out.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying.
Have you ever visited Stonehenge?
Have you gone to Stonehenge?
No, actually, I've never actually been. I've been through Somerset, but I've never actually spent any time in Somerset. I have Maidenhead, Minehead, so that's in Somerset. Yeah, I've spent a bit of time in Minehead. But yeah, it's a smaller day. But yeah, I've not really spent any time visiting Somerset per se, as such.
Huh.
Okay.
Don't they have a summer solstice thing or winter solstice? Like,
oh yeah.
I think I would be like I guess.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Something because I was born on June the 21st, which is the summer solstice. They said, that you'd be like a queen. You go up there. And I was like, yeah, okay.
Well,
But,
I mean,
thing going on there.
You better be careful though, because there's a lot of weird shit going on at those freaking festivals. Like, they get butt naked and start dancing and shit. And, like, there's, like, naked people everywhere.
I just think they have some kind of ritual that the person's like it's kind of just like what is it? It's like a dance or
it's a pagan.
That's kind of pagan.
Summer solstice.
Yeah.
Now, what part of the UK?
Yeah.
He's cracking.
Southwest.
Southwest.
Southwest. Where at?
Yeah.
You cut out.
Devon.
Devon.
Within Devon.
Oh, okay.
Devon.
Yeah, Devon. That's down. You know where? No, actually. Okay. London. You know where London would be located? He'd be to the west of there.
That'd be the east, southeast.
So he's
well, it'd be the other side of the country. Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
So you.
Where London would be on the far east and Church on the far west.
Right. He wouldn't be around the channel. He'd be on the other side of London.
But that's in England, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So there are lots of old buildings.
Below Wales, in effect.
You live in Wales?
No, just below. Just below.
Oh, below Wales in England.
You've been around John long enough not to do that.
Yeah.
But
those English and Wales guys, they have a rivalry going, so they might want to like rumble with you.
Welsh and the English.
Yeah, back in the days, those were rumble words. They would have come at you with the old British bulldog and.
Yeah, the baiting matches.
Mm-hmm.
So there's lots of historical buildings though around where you're at, Mark, or just older buildings, or.
Where I am is just full of history. Dating back to 1066. Dating back to got a real weird mismatch of buildings on there. Got some really new stuff and get some. In fact, I'm living here. Where I am now is I'm in a 3-story Georgian building.
I keep wanting him to go and like take pictures and stuff like that around him. He won't do it. He just will not do it. just
like 1066 was when the Normans. That was when the Normans came in there and pushed the Celts and Druids out of the area, right?
Or Saxons, really. Yeah.
They pushed the Saxons out. The Normans did.
I wouldn't say the
Normans. Not really pushed the page, but there was a big political shift, must I say.
I would say more the Romans cleared them out before the Nords got.
Well,
Normans.
yeah, Romans cleared out the Celts and a lot of the Druids and stuff.
Yeah, they washed you guys. They washed you clean. Got rid of all those reprobates.
They got rid of those indigenous peoples.
Yeah.
Freaking, I'm gonna tell you something, man. When it comes to England, like, oh my God, dude, like they are crazy, all of them, and they don't want to admit they're crazy. Mark is probably the nuttiest person I know. Okay.
Am I?
Yes.
Am I?
I remember,
if you would say.
I remember one time on Discord, John posted a picture of like a ghost in an old Scottish castle, and I asked him. I said that looks kind of like a beefeater from the Tower of London, and he responded and he said a beefeater would be lynched in Scotland.
Oh.
Yeah, actually, those castles up there, yeah.
Which they would be, I'm sure, because the beefeaters are English, so I'm sure the Scottish don't care much for them.
Well, the gargoyles are for Victorian homes. The big old, that's what that's
and that
Biltmore was built by like he wanted it to be English.
He copied a lot of English architecture,
and he actually went to England and got pictures and stuff for it.
His architect worked with some people over in the UK, I believe. So that they borrowed a lot of the old English architecture and what have you when they built it. Yeah. And it was famous. A lot of things that, well, and of course, too, Britain being the mother country, a lot of British stuff carried on to America in the post-Revolutionary War era. So we have a lot of
a lot of that sort of Gothic aesthetic. I think really comes from Germany. Well, yeah, Northern Europe, so UK as well. But yeah, mainly, generally speaking, was more popular in the 15th, 16th century in Germany, I think.
So maybe it moved westward from Germany then into...
Well, like I said, Northern Europe, so yeah.
Well,
maybe it was original thing.
Well, you got to take the Welsh into consideration. That's what that was all about. The Welsh beliefs started over there in that area, like the mounds
in Central Europe.
And they migrated to England.
Yeah.
So that's why they don't really like the English too much, because the English never did like them coming in there. It was like, because the English people don't like anybody coming to their country at all. All throughout history, they've always hated that. Like, everybody who came to their countries in massive amounts was like invaders from another country. It's just historically correct.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, you've got to examine it from not only a political sense, but from a geographical sense. All of mainstream Europe, there's neighbouring countries, there's borders and neighbouring countries. Whereas in England or the United Kingdom, we've got oceans around our country, so it's harder to invade.
Yeah,
it's not like
any foreign invaders that would have taken over the British Isles have been drastically slowed down by having that body of water surrounding it.
Yeah.
Look at the Romans. Okay, the Romans, they tried to conquer England, couldn't do it.
They couldn't take Scotland
back in the 16th century.
Mm-hmm. No, I mean,
they built Hadrian's Wall, right?
Hadrian's Wall is where it stopped. They couldn't pass that area, and then after that happened, you had the freaking, who was it? The Vikings. The Vikings were able to take the shores on the west side, no, the east side, and then Scotland and Ireland, but they couldn't conquer the entire island either.
Arguably, the Vikings and Norse were probably the most effective invaders.
Yeah. But they still couldn't take the landmass. You know what I'm saying? They couldn't take.
Interestingly enough, that was also around the same times the Vikings and the Norse and stuff were here in North America briefly, because they also came into North America. And who knows exactly how far inland they went here? We don't really know. We know they were here in the 1000s, about 500 years before Columbus.
Yeah.
The Norsemen.
The Bluebird. I found out that was the name of the Viking who actually did most of the conquering in England. It was.
What is it?
He was called Bluebird.
Oh.
Or Bluebird. Or something like that.
Bluebay.
Yeah. I thought it was the red that did it, but come to find out it was the blue. The blue did it.
Technically, Vikings were more of a sort of tribal sort of, you had multiple tribes, so who knows how many tribes tried to independently enter what we now know as the US.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or North America.
Well, the red, him and his son were pretty stupid, though. I mean, they really were. Like, if you read about these guys, they're like the story about how Red was killed was really dumb. Like he was. It says that he was in his house, and they came to kill him, and he ran from his house down to the shore where they broke his back over a rock, and that's the entire story.
Okay.
Oh well.
You know,
how factual is that? I wonder.
That's about as factual as you can get.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's about all they to go on with regards to that.
Yeah, you know, and that. I mean, with their limited reading ability back then, that's probably the best.
Literacy really high.
Yeah, like.
Yeah. There's a lot of ghost stories and stuff though around Europe and London. And
well, London has the Tower of London. That's one of their most famous haunted locations.
Yeah.
And of course, Stonehenge is not too far from you, is it, Mark?
Oh, you live
next county, really. Yeah. Also, Somerset. But even down there, we've got Dartmoor and Exmoor. And obviously, there are all those ghost stories around those two moors.
Yeah.
Such as the Sherlock Holmes, Hound of the Baskervilles, and the Headless Horse Riders and stuff.
This all goes back to what I just said earlier. Just he's worthless. I mean, you know what I'm saying, dude? Look, he just said it. He's like a county away, dude, and he will do nothing. Nothing.
I do think about it for a minute. Yeah.
Just take a sabbatical and go to the next county and take some pictures, man, and like do the tour. You know what I mean?
Send us some pictures from over there, Mark. It's always cool, man.
Dude, you were like right there in the freaking
Stonehenge.
You're there, dude. You know what I'm saying? This is stuff that we can't do. Like you were right there.
You probably say, I never go out.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying.
Have you ever visited Stonehenge?
Have you gone to Stonehenge?
No, actually, I've never actually been. I've been through Somerset, but I've never actually spent any time in Somerset. I have Maidenhead, Minehead, so that's in Somerset. Yeah, I've spent a bit of time in Minehead. But yeah, it's a smaller day. But yeah, I've not really spent any time visiting Somerset per se, as such.
Huh.
Okay.
Don't they have a summer solstice thing or winter solstice? Like,
oh yeah.
I think I would be like I guess.
Oh yeah,
something because I was born on June the 21st, which is the summer solstice. They said, that you'd be like a queen. You go up there. And I was like, yeah, okay.
Well,
But,
I mean,
thing going on there.
You better be careful though, because like
Yeah.
there's a lot of weird shit going on at those freaking festivals. Like they get butt naked and start dancing and shit, and like there's like naked people everywhere.
I just think they have some kind of ritual that the person's like a, it's kind of just like a, what is it? It's like a dance or
it's a pagan.
That's kind of pagan.
Summer solstice.